love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'll come over, let me drink for free, call me gorgeous, see what's underneath in my head now, planning silently, how I would get out of this if it turns ugly. This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls, got a check behind me when I walk down the street, don't know who is watching me, sitting pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl. With the big men in their fancy suits, talking business in the conference room, big promotion, what do I have to do to get that many zeros in my checks like you? This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Everybody knows 82 cents ain't a dollar, the same job, white collar, so pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. If I was a man, I'd go on late walks at night, never ever be polite. You work twice as hard to run the world is what it takes to be a la 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 la.
All right, it's time to get this series started. Fnatic versus Team Spirit, and our first draft is just about to get underway. We talked a lot about in the pregame session. We talked about Team Spirit a handful, I would say. We talked about the burden of TI winning and what that means, both the upsides and the downside. So let's focus a little bit more on Fnatic. What makes this team so good?
For me, there's two components, right?
Okay.
One is this 1-2 duo between Armel and Raven. I think Armel has always been a crazy high skill player in terms of that floor is really high for him. And sometimes I think these last two seasons has been a little hit or miss, but I think they're figuring out the groove with him. And a lot of that is like, how does Raven play with that Armel mid? Because Armel tends to be pretty farm heavy.
Yeah.
He likes to play these early TAs, Lina, like even OD back in the day. So this guy's going to take a lot of farm. He wants to scale. He wants to do a lot with it. Sometimes that affects your carry player the most because he has to decide what that farm distribution looks like, where you balance on the map, who's actually making stuff happen, syncing up those timings in terms of the win condition. So that's one big component. The other, I think, is this Jabs DJ offlane in terms of, is Jabs doing enough to open up DJ's game? Because I think DJ can be a greedy player. Now he's showing he can play a bit more sacrificial now than like back in the day.
Yeah.
But this guy, I expect Shadow Shaman coming out 90% likelihood.
Yeah,
and that is a
yeah.
hero you want to enable on the lane with something like a Timber, something like a Beastmaster. These types of aggressive heroes that Jabs likes to play and plays well. So I want to see him get aggressive, make space for his 2 other cores, which tend to be farm heavy, and DJ, which tends to be farm heavy. Get that 3-5 for syncing up, making the play action happen, and I think they're going to feel good.
All right, what do we expect to see draft-wise? Because we've got a first pick Coddle for Fnatic. Do you feel like this is already setting up for a mid Coddle, or are we leaving that pretty open?
I'd be kind of surprised if they play it mid. I think it'll end up being support in one of these lanes. I think it'll mostly come down to like what combos do they want with it, because the Storm got banned out here. So
Yeah.
kind of a different direction for them a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if this Coddle hero will stay in the meta throughout the tournament. Like, he got a little nerfed, but, you know, a couple moves beat off a horse. He still got 4 legs, right?
And is it enough to, like, okay, so you think it's probably setting up for support, but do you think that core Coddle is still viable? Because we've seen it once or twice in the tournament already, at least once.
Oh, 100%. It's viable.
100%?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's just...
A little bit of movement speed doesn't stop the fact that it's so hard to catch this guy.
He's still an absolute monster from mid if he's uncountered. When you pick him early, now you're giving Spirit that indication that, all right, you have to think about the mid Coddle, and now they have a chance to kind of counteract it a little bit, get some jump heroes, get something that can lane decent mid.
Yeah.
And then you can shut him down. It's even better. It's hard to do, but I mean, this hero mid is just all about shoving the waves, farming the small camp, getting to the 7 to 10 minute like vessel or whatever Veil you want to go, and just scaling up, taking over the map.
Yeah.
The second that happens, you just become a monster, and if the enemy team has no good interaction with you in terms of jump and catch, good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, you're like this, you remind me of this alchemist of old. It's like 10 minutes, he comes out with Radiance, and you're like, okay, good luck, boys.
Yeah. It's just an explosive amount of farm if he just disappears for a bit. The Bane IO is going to be the combination, so what are you expecting from Fnatic here in response?
This is a classic Spirit double range support, trying to secure side lanes for their greedier tricore going down the stretch, and these are both heroes we've seen. I don't think Mapashka will ever not pick Bane, so pretty unsurprising. The upside, though, maybe there's some flex action with this IO in terms of them playing at core, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Fnatic thinking of some summon heroes down the lane, or even something like a Timber. Something that can potentially abuse the fact that these two supports do not deal well with the lane push department, right?
Yeah.
And this is a type of game style where Fnatic can thrive in terms of these Furion, these Beastmasters, these Timber Saws, even a lot of the heroes Raven likes to play. We think of, I mean, he's got to play Arc Ward. It's like the ultimate lane shover, right?
Yeah.
Naga, like Medusa, all these really quick farmers. You throw a TA mid or something, and all of a sudden, like, the map just becomes insanely hard for this Bane IO to play. It can be a way you can deal with them.
And if the enemy has problems with your lane shove, that opens up the map quite a bit for your own team. And we've already talked about how Fnatic does have this greed aspect to them, where they have many players on their team comfortable being able to carry the game.
Yes, exactly. They're not going to have... I would normally say they're not going to be worried about scaling that late game, but I think Spirit is a team you always have to think about, just because they are so good at playing these... I mean, I call them tri-core lineups. It's a little weird because a lot of times that third core is a jumper for them, like some R's, Sand King, Storm, that isn't... They're not going to play him super farm heavy, but he just gets farm because they're good and they win a lot. So, but I think Spirit is really good at drawing games out, getting to their timing, winning the pivotal fights for Yatoro, like getting that Aegis, and then they blow the game open. And that is something you always have to think about with this team. Like even here, IO, Bane, these are two supports who, they scale like monsters. They're getting their items. You always have to think about their spells, have to think about the interactions. I like the Night Stalker ban. I think this Night Stalker IO is really powerful. It's really hard to beat in lane. It's one of these heroes that Collapse has been playing a lot. And there's that Beast ban, which is also, I think, the most important ban for this support opener. Because like I said, I think the chances of Spirit playing Core IO are pretty low. I mean, we've seen Yatoro bust out a lot, but that would be a curveball even for me. I think the other big one you have to think about for Fnatic is this Magnus. I think Mag with IO is a little weird, but it's that Mag Bane pairing that they just loved it at TI. The skewer into grip is so hard to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, somebody gets skewered back, now their Fiend's gripped. Your allies have to like chase all the way to where you skewered, and then even further to be able to finally stop that Bane. It's incredibly good pickoff. This Monkey King, are we thinking 4 position this early, or?
Yeah, I think they're probably playing around with it's most likely support. I don't see them committing this to core unless there's some crazy good matchup. Like, sure Armel would take it mid if there's some really good reason to do it, you know. But at the same time, I don't think it's going to pan out that way. So I feel like these are like most likely Fnatic support duo here. Yeah. And again, this monkey, I think the most likely build-up for this hero, maybe you get the Orb of Corrosion. Some games you don't, but you're going for that fast Orchid in a game like this. The 2 disables coming out from the Silence and the long-range stun versus a Bane Grip versus a Reload. A lot of good backline interrupt, right? So that's what this monkey pick is doing for me. Like, I want this monkey to get in there, disrupt what these 2 supports want to do in the fight. Because if these 2 supports cannot use their spells in the fight, they're not providing a huge amount on the map. Like we talked about, that's the way you can punish them, right? Make these team fights really hard for Spirit. And then if you can control the map, it forces Spirit to fight you. And if the fights are disadvantageous, it's like putting them in a pickle, you know?
All right. Time to finally start revealing some cores. You put out the Magnus, though you said Mag IO is kind of awkward. Is there... So they're going to go for the Kunkka, which I'm presuming that's going to be our mid for now. Is there a better pairing with IO that you can think of? You think is particularly scary?
I think IO Ursa is still really good. And we've seen Yatoro play it a bit. I think the other one that comes to mind is IO Sven. I think IO Sven is still crazy strong. We haven't seen it in a while, but Yatoro kind of plays some of these heroes that can synergize well with him later on in the game. But of course, what you also have to think about is, you know, what are you laning this IO with? Right. Which is another, I think traditionally Team Spirit's going to lane this IO in the off lane as a traditional 4 with your 3 pairing, which is why we're seeing Fnatic ban things like Legion, Night Stalker. So then it's a question of, you know, are you going to play for this carry time or are you going to play for just the off lane pairing? There's that Chaos Knight that Collapse has been playing. There's also just, you know, random things like Sand King they can pair it with. I think they still could go for Mag. I think the most popular is Mars, but you're not going to give Collapse Mars this late in the draft. Yeah, and that was first ban, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them still go that Magnus or that Ursa route. And Fnatic, they're kind of already reading into this, like getting some more anti-physical. And this could push that monkey into the core role because traditionally Kunkka is a pretty decent matchup for that monkey on mid.
Yeah.
They're going to even potentially steal that Chaos Knight here.
So that now gives us Coddle Chaos Knight combination, which hero that already has maybe a little bit of mana issues, but also really low cooldown spells. It makes Chaos Knight super dangerous. They're definitely presenting like I feel like a major threats on both the side lanes. Like,
I mean, this draft is pretty robust from Fnatic. They have this Coddle CK combo, like you said. At the same time, this Monkey Wyvern combo is an old school combo. We really liked it on Quincy. You just ever get that Wyvern freeze on multiple heroes, walk up, Wukong command into the Boundless. It's like a guaranteed team fight. You can also freeze the monkey in his ring, prolong the fight. It's really annoying.
But they are going to be matched up against an IO lane. And Winter Wyvern hasn't been the best laner, but he did get a buff recently. Is that enough, do you think, for Wyvern to all of a sudden be good at laning again?
I think it helps him. Like, every little buff that this hero gets, this hero's already a monster. So as long as you can get him into that mid game, that's where he thrives. And we'll see if it pans out. I mean, CK and Monkey can be really strong, and Spirit's giving them the melee cores to pair up, right? Which is where these heroes thrive. I think of Monkey and CK. These are both melee heroes with proc attacks that want to be able to right-click you down a lane. Coddle and Wyvern can help them do that. So if they get in this scenario where they're trading ahead on regen, they can win these lanes pretty hard.
Yeah. And maybe that's part of the reason, like, I mean, just doing IO plus a ranged offlaner just feels so. What are you going to do? IO Necrophos or something that just feels awkward. So
maybe
Necro
that's where honestly didn't look too bad here. But
maybe that's where the confidence comes in from them switching the Monkey King and saying, okay, it's definitely going to be core, and we're going to drop this Chaos Knight too because you kind of have to run some melee heroes into us, and we feel confident about being able to win that lane.
It's definitely possible. I mean, IO, this is a hard hero to beat on lane. We were saying, like, if you can win the regen trades, you can run them out. But if there's one hero you're not winning regen trades versus, it's pretty much IO. So
yeah,
as long as you can get SK through the early levels, I think they'll be good. We have also seen Spirit swap where their support's lane. Something to keep in mind with this team. Like, Pashka's always going to play as Bane, but you can go off lane with the Bane and just do some sleeps, pull some waves if it snowballs their safe lane really hard.
Yeah.
I think it's unlikely this game, but you never know.
So they're going to take away Lifestealer, who, with, I mean, these kind of strength heroes on the board, you know, we're talking about Necrophos. That kind of heroes, they're going to be powerful. Terrorblade, very high armor hero, does, I think, pretty well with going up against Chaos Knight, Monkey King, 2 physical damage dealers.
Fnatic can still like, anti-mage here if they want to.
Okay. Well, just purely for the Sand King matchup?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure how good it actually is, but the thing I'm thinking is they just have so much lane shove and they can stall the game. And like, what is Spear proposing that's going to speed this game up? They don't really have Roach killers. They don't have tower killers.
Yeah.
This could be a game they get ratted out. And I really think Spirit is looking for this Ursa last pick because they have the AoE to kind of deal with the team fight from the rest of the Kunkka and the Sand King. I think they want a game accelerator. I'm looking at Ursa, like, maybe TA, but it's such a bad TA game. There's no way you're picking it. They want this type of hero, though.
I think this Ember ban was really smart. It's something that Fnatic has done a number of times with Coddle. And obviously, we're sitting in a situation, could be Chaos Knight safe lane, Monkey King mid, Chaos Knight off lane. Like, there's a lot of different options here. Fnatic set this up really well, where even though they presented like 2 melee cores, and but they can go in any of these 3 lanes.
Yep. This could be a scenario where they take TA was first phase ban actually looking all the way back. So
yeah,
it just got taken out. And I mean, that's a Fnatic TA, so I can understand that. But again, I wouldn't be surprised for them to put the CK in that 3 position and pick up another carry here. Offlane wise, is there anything Jabs might be looking at? There's still that Timber in the pool. There's a decent amount of strength to cut through. Timber Coddle can be devastating. They have 2 other stun cores like to set up the fight, so
yeah,
that could also be a go-to here.
Do you think the summons issue we were talking about earlier? I feel like Kunkka Sand King deals with that pretty well.
They were addressing it. And this is, again, like Spirit, they know how their drafts function. They know how their openings function. They're going to
So we don't have to worry about like Enigma here or something?
It's an option, but yeah, they go for that Timber. I think the Timber's just more robust. It's the stronger laner. It's proposing more of a problem for them to deal with. It's also blocking a lot of carries. Like, this hero's just so obnoxious on lane, especially with a Coddle.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, now I think they're really on the Ursa train just because at least the in-game matchup's good. The lane might be rough, but you can play IO Ursa in a Timber. You just get the sticks, you survive, you'll farm.
Yeah.
The Wyvern's annoying in game, but again, they need a Roshan accelerator here for Spirit, I feel like. The only one that comes to mind, I mean, Sven, doable, but it's rough. They AM. Ooh, that's a spicy pick right there. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, they don't have the most lockdown here to be able to catch this Anti-Mage. I mean, I feel like it's going to be potentially really hard for Spirit to be able to fight into Fnatic at times, but they can't stop this AM.
So our Mel Coddle. So they did get this mid Coddle.
Okay.
The early game jump and catch to deal with him is pretty much not there. At the same time, as this game progresses, you have the Sand King jump, you have this AM who can easily get on the back line, get an Abyssal at some point. They have some tools to deal with him, but it's looking like a pretty free mid Coddle game for a lot of this mid and early. And maybe the one downside is it weakens your side lanes a little. Like you have this double melee offlane versus anti-mage, which he's gonna drain your mana. That's guaranteed.
Yeah. But at the same time, once Timbersaw is like out of mana, then he no longer has anything to fear, right? It's like one of those weird lanes where it's like, okay, take away all my mana, but like I'm level 3, I have reactive armor, like what's left?
I mean, the goal is you trade farm, right?
Yeah.
Like AM just wants to get his farm and then play for those mid-game mana voids. It's okay. It depends if you can get the ring fast enough. There's some windows you can destroy him a little bit.
Yeah.
Like I think in the past we've seen the way Ice and some of those guys play this lane. You can buy an Uv Timber and you can just right click AM forever.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And he has the monkey to back him up. So there might be some opportunity where they can punish him a little bit, slow him down to that ring of health, get some lane advantage going. But in general, this AM should have a decent time this game, I think.
What tools does Coddle core have? Like, do you think he's going to be thinking about an earlier scythe to be able to try and catch the AM more, or like, do we just kind of ignore the AM in a way and just be like, let's focus?
I mean, I think your game plan is generally like you're just winning the game enough that he doesn't have enough space.
Sure.
That's what I would look to do. I don't think direct itemization is really your friend here.
Yeah.
And I think if anything, maybe this mid Coddle got put there because he's an early vessel buyer for them, right?
Yeah.
And the vessel is just super good versus how this IO wants to play in this early game around these fights. Even Kunkka just negating that health region while the boat run buff is up is going to be pretty big. So it might have been another factor here, which I kind of like if he ends up going for that vessel.
Yeah. Early smoke up from Fnatic. They did manage to get a ward on the other side of the map, and the Chaos Knight Raven just kind of like stood there right in front of the tower. And Toronto Tokyo and him exchanged a bit of look, but then maybe they know about this mid ward on the other side of the river, seeing the smoke break. But this this other ward, oh, they actually spotted that. This observer ward on the high ground as a result does spot this ward place. So
that's a free D ward sentry already on Armel, so he'll get the XP and eventually for that.
Yeah,
there's gonna be double rune fights in the river, but.
Bane, Sand King versus Chaos Knight Wyvern.
Oh, but Pashka just with the extra night vision gets the read, so
yeah.
They do get the trade, but
so
weird scene. Like these Fnatic side lanes, I think they looked a little awkward for me in the draft, but looking at them here, might not be as bad as I originally thought. Especially since Team Spirit's, like, their lanes aren't super aggressive, right? It's kind of this AM wants to farm up, this Sand King wants to farm up. They're not going to punish what Fnatic's trying to get away with here. And again, if they get away with it, this mid game could be pretty hard for Team Spirit to teamfight them.
TJ already gave over a Tango to Jabs, who starts off with the no regen build. So he knows he's going to have to feed over. See, you know, that's a giving 4 position right there. You know?
As opposed to who? Were you gonna flame someone?
I mean, I wasn't flaming anybody in particular. I'm just saying there's some 4s out there, maybe in my pubs or something, who refuse to buy any regen ever.
I mean, this is good what they're doing up top. Like, they're just punishing the early waves of AM coming up. Early Jingu, I really like this. He's basically going to guarantee get the procs because he's a support. He doesn't have to worry about the CS.
Yeah.
And you can even just get some early denies here. It's going to be an annoying lane for AM in the early phase, even with this mana burn.
Jabs can kind of throw around all of his mana. Toronto Tokyo has been taking tons of damage from Armel already, so we're going to probably see some heavy investment into maybe some regen required. I don't know. He's going double bracer right away, so I'm not sure if that regen is going to be enough to sustain him.
This lane does not look fun.
No, it does not. He tried to go up for 1 CS, and Armel denied it right in front of him.
It's one of those lanes you have the base the damage advantage, but it's not doing much for you. And this is why mid coddle is so annoying.
Yeah.
He's already farming small camp too.
Yeah.
This game, Fnatic's going to accelerate really nicely here, and this is where, again, Spirit's going to hold the line, try and get to where this Kunkka Sand King can get the team fight going. But that's where Monkey Wyvern, it's not going to be easy. And this is where these lane advantages, they matter for what your timings want to happen into that mid game for this draft.
Let it go on collapse. Really nice timing on the Sandstorm. Disjointed the Chaos Bolt. So it was nicely played. It looks like they already used one of their sentries. Blocked out the hard camp after it spawned.
A disappointment.
So Orb of Venom, we're going to see the... is this a... not a double bracer build. Is he going to go Soul? You go Soul Ring, right? Timber against AM?
Yeah, for sure, I think.
Right. And so he's going to leave the Orb of Corrosion to the Monkey King. Instead of like that build that we were talking about where the Timber just challenges AM.
I mean, theoretically, you don't have to. You just play on 0 mana, but I think at some point it's nice.
Yeah.
Like once you get Arcane, maybe Arcane Soul Ring, and level 6, you can kick him out of lane.
Yeah.
Also, thinking back to it, like this early smoke from Fnatic, they get these early obs. The other thing it did is it defends a small camp for Coddle, which is super big. Because we're talking about Armel already accelerating. Part of that is he's already farming the small camp in 2 minutes.
Right.
Not a lot of heroes that can do this. So Fnatic, they're already thinking ahead. Get these obs out, defend that camp, take away the one thing that you can do to stop it, and then you're good to go.
By that, you mean the enemy support isn't able to like get to that side of the river and place the sentry to block the easy camp early, which we've seen a lot of people do against mid-coddle and mid-storm, right?
Those are the 2 big ones.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it's necessary, but I feel like versus mid-coddle in a game where he's kind of free, you have to.
DJ slowed down to a crawl, but the Orb of Enemy tries to do a little bit of mischief dodge, but it's not good enough. Yutoro gets the first blood of the game.
That is not the hero you want to give first blood to, but
no.
Yatoro will take it. These are these little openings you don't want to give a team like Team Spirit these little things, because they'll run away with them, and it'll make up for a lot of this early game that really was not going their way to a decent degree.
No, I mean, look at this CS difference between all of these players. I mean, Toro was still sitting at 6 CS as he struggled to be able to get some of the last hits away from Jab.
Kills are the best accelerator, especially when it's the first one.
Yeah, what's he at net worth wise? Oh god, here we go. So he's actually third as a result.
Yeah. But DJ will get the pull off. And yeah, Toro, he did go this Orb of Venom, and he's flying out the belt, so, or the band of Elven Skin. So it's a bit more aggressive for him. He really wants to run up this lane, play aggressive, punish the 0 mana. I think it's a decent way to play this because he has the IO for the regen. Again, going back to that draft, talking about Spirit can send this Bane bottom. This IO top is what's going to give this AM the option to itemize more aggressively and be okay in this lane. At the same time, it might hurt Collapse's game a little, but I feel like Spirit's getting away with a decent amount bottom.
This will come in handy.
Yeah, how's he doing? Collapse.
This was a useless kill.
Earn pickup soon. Lepochka just giving whatever regen he can. Looks like we're going to have boots into full out wand for Raven.
I think not.
To me, this early game is a lot about what is Armel going to do.
Okay.
In that 7 to 10 minute period, does he choose to just continue to farm up? Does he get this super fast Veil? Does he rush the bots? Is he going to gank a side lane, right? These are like the big things that he has to decide about his game, because I think his hero is the pivotal hero in terms of breaking this game open. He's going to have an amazingly free game. And it's a question of how much you get done with that. And he can get a decent amount done on these side lanes if he chooses to go that route. But it's also the riskier route. If he goes to that side lane and the gank fails for whatever reason, he gets slept or something. It can be rough.
Toro taking a lot of damage here from jabs, but Mira's back in lane. He's got 7 magic stick charges to salve, so ultimately he is perfectly fine, content. Keep farming. Oh, big deep dive. Collapse and Maposhka cutting back past the tower, and as a result, do hunt down Januel.
Yeah, just found him. No boots. It's a downside of Wyvern. 285 MS. It's Arctic Burn on CD. Gets run down. Again, little scrappy kills for Spirit. Kind of making up for some of the CS differential. And even more so, their heroes they just want levels. And that's like the biggest thing. If their cores can just stay on the lane, and even the extra kill XP for their supports, it's going to be super nice.
Did you see that? DJ used a Boundless Strike, and he actually did not kill the Hellbear, but in like the second that Yutoro was stunned, the creep actually died to his Orb of Venom from jabs instead. Or excuse me, DJ.
That's a DJ play if I've ever heard of one.
Like he just barely was off, but then the Orb of Venom takes it down.
He knew, you know.
Yeah,
He's been stealing
perfect
CS
map
from cores for years. He's an expert at it.
Alright, rain drop for jabs. Is that just to deal with like the mana void burst?
Armel's trying to get bottom here.
Yeah, he is. He's getting in front of
his
Collapse
first
here.
rotation.
Body blocking, they have the dust, the sandstorm's not going to be able to save him. And I was just about to ask, like, what does DJ do at this period of time? Because I don't think he really does anything in the Timbersaw lane anymore, and he actually chooses to head bottom to help set up that kill.
Pretty much. I mean, this Timber AM lane, you have no aggressive potential, so it's a wash lane. At the same time, this Timber will get the solo XP, because AM can never kill him at this point.
Yeah.
So you're happy to just get the XP. You're going to be a little behind on net worth than you'd rather be. You're not going to pressure AM as hard, but you're going to get the solo levels. And yeah, then it's a question of what does DJ do with that freedom? And that's where, ideally, he wants to be killing bottom or mid. Because this Monkey, he's a support who, he wants to get the early levels off kills. He doesn't want to just kind of like sit in a lane, unless he's chain killing that lane, you know?
Right.
Then he'll feel good. But ideally, he wants to get some cheeky kills here and there. So these are big pickups if he can combine with Armel and make it happen. At the same time, Spirit Ancient stack for Collapse here. He's pretty chilling.
Yeah, he is. And the faster he gets that Blink Dagger, the sooner they have an answer to Coddle, right?
Yes. And interestingly, he went earn this game. Not an item I've seen him build on Sand King a lot, but I can see him potentially wanting a Vessel later for some Wyvern Cold Embrace shenanigans. There's some Coddle heal in this game, Jingu, but the Timbersaw as well is, you know, obviously the biggest one.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just prepping for that Vessel later, but he's definitely going to rush the Blink because, I mean, it's Collapse. He wants to get in there and stun people.
Yeah, yeah. It's like if you're going to go Vessel anyway, might as well get some early earn charges sort of deal.
Yeah.
It is going to slow down his Blink Dagger, perhaps even more if he dies here, but there is going to be a response from Toronto Tokyo. Pulls back in the carry. Chaos Knight, Raven in big time trouble, and Genuel's not going to be able to help him out too much, especially with further TPs coming in. Maposhka actually keeping Genuel in place as long as possible with a little bit of body blocking. Raven and DJ playing the side here and are actually ready to go back in with this healing salve complete. They're going to pop the dust, Collapse. Immediate response is to Burrow Strike into the trees, but he can't get far enough away. The vision is given, and Raven pounces, pulls him back into his death. And ultimately, Fnatic, I thought they were going to be outnumbered in their off-lane tower, but they brought everybody down here to this this area.
Yeah, you only have one vote. So
Here's thy reckoning.
there's that 2v1 paying off.
Yeah.
We saw Mira cancel that TP bottom, so that was the correct choice, I think. Now they're going to start to accelerate this anti-mage. This is what you don't want to have happen in this type of lane, but it's just really hard to avoid because they just didn't have the pressure potential early.
Yeah.
And that's the upside of this IO, right? This early IO laning choice is what
Oh
got them.
no! The dust went off just a half a second late. It doesn't matter though. Collapse is still very dead because once you Burrow Strike away, how do you get away from this goddamn solar bind?
You're not getting away. that is the answer. I mean, Armel's doing a decent amount with this lead.
Yeah.
Talking about those side lane ganks, the AM is not really the option, so it's the Sand King, and Collapse, he's getting shut down. That Ancient Stack did a lot for him. He's still ahead of Jabs here, but it's sending a decent amount of net worth the Coddle's way, who is already having an amazing game, and he's even doing more stacks on his side of the map, so he is fat.
This is an interesting move. They have this nice vision inside of the triangle, so they're actually going to gank Jabs while he's trying to do a little bit of stacks himself, and they've got a Mana Void to be able to pop him. That's going to be good enough. The supports of Fnatic could not be there in time. So, an active anti-mage move once again from Yutoro.
Super nice. This AM can contribute to his team's early game, especially with that IO investment. It's like one of the biggest things you can do. It's kind of a weird idea, but this AM's it's kind of playing the aggressive this game with Kunkka while Collapses. He's a carry, you know. He's farming some ancient stacks, cosplaying his Sven over here. It's like, don't worry, guys. I'll be highest net worth soon. Keep making stuff happen, Yutoro.
And he does have that Blink Dagger now. So all that ancient stacking, something that Fnatic did not actively shut down in any way. And now they're actually going to be able to sneak in a gank on Raven. A big kill. Fiend's Grip into plenty of disables, and Yutoro, well, he doesn't have the Mana Void to take the last hit, so Collapse is going to be able to snag it with a Sandstorm instead.
Armel's setting up top, though, for this return.
Oh, yeah. Mira, thankfully, leaves the AM behind, and instead will just be the sacrificial lamb.
So who do you invest in at this point, Cap? Is it the Armel Coddle or is it the Yutoro anti-mage? Because that kind of feels like what's the show right now.
Yeah, it does kind of feel that way. And I mean, this AM is just so... He's so much further ahead than I expected him to be, you know?
The one upside is he's low level.
True.
You're playing this IO carry pair, which is why people don't like this. You know, most carry players, get out of my lane.
How
Then you
much
leave
does
and
that
then,
slow
come back
down?
to my lane, I need help. And then you go back and get out of my lane, I need XP.
How much does that slow him down, like the low levels of Blink?
It's not a huge deal for anti-mage.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd much rather have the network.
Oh, massive kill,
This is
Armel.
huge.
They've been setting up for this one. I can't believe Fnatic tried to defend this safe lane tower.
That was honestly bizarre.
Yeah.
I mean, they know they have the capability to get everybody down here because they saw this Toronto Tokyo X top. So they know they're not going to defend top. Spirit's going to try and trade these tier 1s. I honestly think it's just it's a pretty big misplay by Armel to die here. This is not a hero you want to die on, especially in the early game, because this is when your impact's peaking, right?
Yes.
So you want to keep accelerating with the peaking impact and get in another 2 or 3k advantage here, which this hero can easily do. But you die like this, it's time off the map, your waves come in, they know where you're going to go next, might be able to set up on you even. And there's another reload up, Grip coming up in 15. This is a decent part of the game where Spirit can start being aggressive and trying to set stuff up.
Collapse. We're going to watch his moves with the Blink Dagger, and he's going to TP up to the top lane, see if catch anybody who's going to push in aggressively. They will not. It's Fnatic who has some nice deep wards here. Miposhka with a good read. Ooh, should spot this one if he had any high ground vision. Maybe a courier will come over here. Yeah, he's sending his courier over.
They really want to get a fighter on this tier 1. If they can start on Kunkka, it's decent, because he's the big O counter initiation.
They spot him. The smoke is going to break on Miposhka here, but Miposhka can't do quite enough. They managed to pull back in Toronto Tokyo straight into the blast on top of 2 of them. The sleep save was not good enough, nor was the smoke break. Fnatic with a nice, big, decisive move. Just like they made the move to bottom lane, Fnatic bringing all 5 into this mid lane. They make these moves with concerted effort of like everybody on the team.
That was definitely worth the while. They get the tier 1 mid. Huge core kill on this Kunkka, who he had BKB, but not on him. So maybe that fight goes a bit different if he has it. Then they can reload in, they can TP. I mean, Collapse didn't have TP, so maybe that fight's just impossible. But it's a nice move from Fnatic, and this is the type of game plan you want. Let this Coddle get the lanes, and he can bots into the fights. It's about this CK and Monkey being able to set up these plays, make stuff happen. At the same time, you were talking about in this draft the split push potential from this AM versus the lack of catch. He had a 13-minute Battle Fury. He's got an IO amping him up. He is ripped right now. This is your... Is it 6-pack AM? This is like 12-pack AM, you know? He's just going to town, and I don't see a lot stopping him, to be honest. So this is gonna be a force to be reckoned with.
So, do you think that this AM is the be-all, end-all of, like, late game, or do you think this is an AM who's going to hit a certain timing and just wants to close out the game?
He's going to hit a timing and want to close it out. At the same time, I think either lineup can go late game. I think it's actually a pretty evenish game in terms of scale. Maybe Fnatic theoretically scales a little harder if their supports get farmed.
Yeah.
But that's like a big question mark, right?
Right.
But I think this AM... He's going into the Scotty, and he has Battle Fury Manta Scotty. He is going to be an absolute force to be reckoned with at that point in time, and that is when Spirit are going to try and close the game out, right? Maybe they don't go higher on an end, but they're going to want to take the fights, get the Aegis, get that 10 or 15k gold lead. So I don't see anybody contesting him in the fight. I mean, you need a really good... You have to land a Wyvern ult or CK stun and chain it and have him not get saved. That's the upside of this Team Spirit opener, too. The IO Bane are not doing much in terms of your lane shove, but you can just give all the farm to your cores. They're pretty good at backing up that net worth in the fights. Double save, double displacement, BKB pierce.
Smoke breaks. They find Raven, and the rest of Fnatic had just left. He tries to go for the dodge. Unfortunately, he still gets pulled back, and that is going to be the death of him. Double ults being popped. Januel spotted those Sand King for a second, but didn't really see a good ult to be able to throw down. Looks like they'll be able to catch Miposhka, and Collapse has already slipped away into the trees, so he should be fine here. That's a number of times now this Chaos Knight keeps on getting picked off by Team Spirit, and they seem to get the timing right, where Raven did have heroes around him like a minute beforehand, but then a minute goes by, no one's around, they just pick him off real quickly.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of unfortunate luck there.
Yeah.
At the same time, that's a hard gank to hit, honestly. It's one of these ganks to that top corner of the map where you're trying to find this carry on the backward farm rotation. I'd say maybe it hits 1 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's really low probability in terms of the historical statistics of Dota. I'm kind of surprised it hit that well for them there, and then they all got out basically. I mean, Bane dies, but who cares, right?
Sure, yeah.
And that's also some of this Bane night vision. It's another small aspect of this hero that... It's another reason I think Spirit really like this hero is Miposhka likes to play aggressive with his warding. He likes to get vision for fights and set up some of these collapse blinkers to get the good team fight. Even small ganks like that, it makes a big difference.
So you think that superior 9-time vision is very important and key component to a hero?
Why does this question sound like a trap?
I mean, I was just saying that Arkosh really likes Sniper for that reason, you know?
That's why Arkosh is in Div 2 and we haven't seen them for 3 months.
Bye-bye, Miposhka. He's just doing one of those really aggressive moves where he's trying to get down some deep vision, I assume, as he's got some 2 wards, but unfortunately did not get anything behind the mid-tier 1 tower. So he was spotted first.
I mean, he got vision, right? Look at Spirit on this map, on this mini map. Collapse top with bots and blink. Hard to catch him. AM's just spam pushing this bottom lane farming jungle.
Yep.
He's stacking Ancients in between these AM rotations, doubling up on how much he's farming. And Toronto Tokyo, he's X shoving mid. This is the catch problem for Fnatic.
Yeah.
I think they need to do something about it a little bit. Like, I don't
Well, they
think
do
this
have
is
one answer. Jabs went ahead and built Yules. So that is one way to be able to catch the X marks play, right?
It definitely helps. I mean, Yules' Kunk up, he can BKB when he comes down. Might be a little hard to take the fight if his team's around, but Fnatic's gonna smoke here, and I tend to agree. Like,
They're gonna go all in on Jabs, but he just timber chained away. Oh, what a disaster! They might still be able to get him though. The AM is plenty fierce. Yanuel. Oh no, he throws out the curse, but it doesn't actually do anything about Yutoro, and he finished off the kill. He actually managed to get the grip, but immediately stopped by the Monkey King. Getting low, Raven. He wants to be able to finish up at least Collapse, but he can't even get that much with the rest of his BKB. He's gonna try and run away, but no amount of armlet toggling will save you here today, sir. Team Spirit with a great team fight there, getting the pick off on the Timber Saw, and then one by one catching Fnatic heroes. Even Armel almost getting caught by Toronto Tokyo. Didn't quite find the Keeper of the Light ultimately. Watch that one again.
I mean, just an amazing start to this fight by Team Spirit. I'm not even sure it should have gone that well for them.
Yeah.
But anytime you can take the Wyvern out of the fight, that's the big counter initiator here. And as we see, that is a nice Coddle Blast, but you're not cleaning up the sustain that's coming out from this IO.
I have to wonder if, like, a big part of that is just the boat buff, right?
For sure. I mean, that's why they love this hero.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we saw Toronto Tokyo play this hero as one of his either top 2 or 3 most played heroes at TI. This Kunkka is one of the only mids who buffs your other cores in the fight.
Yeah.
The other one's Invoker with Alacrity.
Managed to catch the 2 supports, while on the other side of things, we saw DJ barely get away from his own little bit of assault. DJ is trying to complete up an Orchid and should be able to get it somewhat soon if he doesn't get caught by these gank attempts.
Orchid's going to be nice versus supports for a decent amount of time, but
yeah,
all 3 of these Team Spirit cores, we talk about them, they like this tri-core farming and scaling. They are all getting high on that net worth. They're all going to have ways to dispel it.
Dire are scanning.
And this Armel Coddle, he went BKB. He's pretty strong in the fights. He felt like he had to do it, I think, just for this AM blinking on him, Manta, and it's just too much burst damage that can come out. But it's not more burst from him, right? It's not a damage scaling item. It's not helping him pick off heroes on the map or accelerate the game too much. And this is a lot of net worth on their top net worth hero that is supposed to be ideally the tempo and map controller for them.
They're boxing in. A lot of really good vision here from DJ. Leads out on a stun onto Yutoro, but immediately gets caught by Collapse.
Nice
Jabs follows that through. They're going to go for a nice curse here, catching 3. The boat finish off DJ. Now the rest of Fnatic can come in. The BKB activated by Toronto Tokyo, and Jabs doesn't do a bit of damage. Yutoro actually going for a Mana Void onto Jabs, threatening him a bit, and now the Fiend's Grip actually catching Armel. Yutoro in prime position to be able to finish up him. A full duration Fiend's Grip. Raven goes for the kill onto the Bane, but it doesn't save Armel in time.
Epicenter.
3 seconds done. Here comes the Epicenter. Collapse comes in. Finish him off with a triple kill. Absolute monster. Collapse seals the deal on that team fight.
All right, I'm giving this man all the Ancient stacks. That's all I know. If there's an offlaner you want to give Ancient stacks to, it's probably this Collapse guy. He tends to pay it back pretty well. But honestly, it almost felt like Yutoro just, with this IO behind him, they do not have the damage to deal with him.
Look at his peak efficiency. They were like, well, everybody's dead. I guess we'll just go ahead and clean up this tri-camp or triangle. Watch that one again. Armel's unfortunate positioning in front of everybody else while everybody is retreating.
And he didn't get that BKB off either. So
Yeah.
It's just so much net worth gone. And Collapse just gets to triple clean up here with the Shard, the Epicenter. He was channeling that in Vision, but
yeah,
what are you going to do about it? This is kind of this is where that split push got Team Spirit to a point where who is going to run in and start the fight for Fnatic?
Yeah.
Does CK just want to run in? There's a lot of AoE, there's Sandstorm, there's a boat. He might just get gripped. It's kind of awkward for them to start these initiations, and at the same time they're getting heavily out farmed on the map. These are these types of games where Fnatic, they feel pressure to do something, but what do? It's not always that easy to see the opening and get it.
Right.
The alternative is you can just force an objective, which in this case would be Roshan. And CK, he could do it. He did get nerfed in that aspect, so I don't even know how fast it is compared to last patch. Definitely slower. It is something Fnatic could do, but at this point, I'm not even sure how reliable it is, and their lineup isn't exactly built for it.
Yeah. It seems like maybe they're going to take a little bit more of an active approach with the Blink Dagger complete for Raven.
It's interesting. I mean, I feel like it's just it's kind of this response of we're getting ratted, we're getting out front of the map. I need to help catch or start these fights, you know, do something active. At the same time, you're building an item that's not helping you in the face-on-face engagements, and Spirit is at the point. Scotty on Yatoro.
Yeah, they are online.
He's gonna be in your face.
Oh, Jesus. He immediately just jumps in with Abandon. Immediately gets caught. 4 seconds stun. Here comes Mira with Yules. It stopped out Mira. Yatoro's still gonna be able to blink away with the full Fiend's Grip on the side. Orchid stops it. Raven still needs help, though. Stuck inside the pit.
Nice
they do
curse.
get a great curse on a collapse. Stopping in. Sandstorm plus Roshan still gonna finish up Raven, though. A 1-for-1 trade out, though, as both teams managing to counter each other.
Armaro,
yeah, he's spotting jabs. He sees them. He blows them up almost immediately. The sun comes out from DJ. He's got an Orchid as well.
No
but
dispel.
where is the damage? The sleep, the defensive nightmare. That's enough. There was no dispel to be able to get rid of that Orchid. The supports managed to bring down the carry of Team Spirit. Toronto Tokyo, though, he sees an opportunity. Armel, they managed to finish up the support, but Toronto Tokyo really wants to be able to get this one with Collapse coming in as support. They're going to try and catch these heroes. Amar chill, chasing after him. Collapso blinking in. Does manage to catch Armel, but they have the save. They have the defensive play. And a buyback coming out from Jabs now. Team Spirit, have they overextended themselves, or is Collapse full end committing? Might just be able to finish Armel. Another save, but the magic damage is just good enough. The caustic pop doing so much damage to DJ as a result, but he jumps in, gets the Orchid. They really have to get Collapse here. Force a die back out of him. He dodges the stun, turns around, gets the stun on the monkey, blinks over to the side. Is he going to be able to get out of here? Toronto Tokyo's back, pulling in. Poor Januel, he's dead. Another buyback being committed, but it's all disaster. Oh, the two-man stun from DJ, setting it up, but they don't have the damage. Raven can't chase down these heroes. Team Spirit is running circles around Fnatic. Another tether to the side. A Yules to be able to stop it. They finish up Mira at least, but the cores collapse. He's ready to go back in with another epicenter even, but no, he calls it. He says, that's good enough. We have run Fnatic ragged. They almost got jabs here, actually, with defensive nightmare. They're going to be able to jump forward and take Januel instead, who had to tank the sleep.
Another curse. You might get him.
Close. Collapse. Oh, he was one swing away. Meanwhile, AM is on the hunt. He is chasing down heroes as best as he can with that Scotty. Fortunately, Jabs will be able to get away. Otherwise, that would have been utter disaster. I mean, it was disaster. It was disaster for Fnatic. 12K net worth up for Team Spirit after just a monster team fight performance by them.
That was an absolutely insane fight. I feel like they lost that fight halfway through because AM dies off the soul burn, which was 2 minutes ago now.
Yes.
If we can remember back that far. Somehow Spirit dragged this fight out long enough that it's still going by the time Yatoro responds. That's absolutely insane execution by them.
I mean, that's
very aggressive buyback from Collapse too. I mean, they knew they were fighting for this Roche, so I think it's the correct decision, but that looked like it almost was going to go insanely bad for them.
That's the nature of the Tricor that you were kind of talking about for Team Spirit, right? Is that they still felt confident to be able to take the rest of that team fight, even though their AM was down. Like, Toronto Tokyo was actively playing for more.
Exactly. And I mean, he doesn't even have super aggressive items, but if these fights go on that long, he gets so many Tidebringers. There's all these epicenters, random shard procs, the Sandstorm. It's just so much to deal with for Fnatic in a long situation like that. We did see, though, in those short intervals where they get, like, a good winner's curse, they can get the stuns on the anti-mage.
Yeah.
They'll clean him up if the saves don't come through, and DJ's doing a nice job of... I mean, he knows his roles to disrupt those. But once... I mean, that fight was just an absolutely insane fight.
You're trying to fight DJ. The orbs spot him, but he is already jumped away before he can get cut down. Meanwhile, top lane, Raven trying to make a play here, is actually trying to catch the heroes. That way the rest of his team can come in. Oh, jeez. BKB is going to be activated. Toronto Tokyo just wants to make sure that there's no chance of him getting caught.
He went Lincoln's Silver Edge too, so
Yeah.
we're talking about this split push and the catch issues from Fnatic. Just getting exacerbated here.
Oh, they had a vision. They cut down the tree. They do throw out the curse, but
Missed
Yutaro,
AM.
he actually managed to get away from the curse in time. They're going to all in onto Mira here. See if they can kill him.
Sleep save.
Defensive sleep, though. Mira, tether up in 1 second, but the rest of the team, here comes
Epicenter.
Collapse. Epicenter is ready to go. He actually gets blasted away by Armel, but maybe they don't need it. As Yutaro is cleaning up hero after hero. He's burned out the rest of the mana from Jabs. Januel has really just given Jabs a small hope in being able to get out alive. Collapse is still holding on to that same Epicenter. It's not needed. 4 dead. Armel on the run with an E-Blade, and Yutaro has an Aegis still, so he is perfectly happy to hunt down whatever heroes that are left. I mean, this aggressiveness of the AM, all the farm they funneled into him, he is paying it back out to his team in spades, the way he is just jumping into the face of Fnatic at all times. Armel TP'd up to top lane. He's actually going to get caught by Toronto Tokyo's setup.
Collapse, you know, he saved that Epicenter to try and KS that kill. He didn't need it for the fight. It's like a good carry will do.
Yeah.
Honestly, that fight is the Observer Ward on the backside of that Radiant Hill.
Yeah.
All the credit. They were even pinging it after the fight. Someone's probably like, nice job, Apashka. You know, you did something useful. Good job. But honestly, vision wins fights in professional Dota. Fnatic had vision, but Team Spirit had the better vision. And that's kind of the story of this team. Like, you have to be able to execute them in the early game. You have to be able to out-team fight them. You have to be able to out-vision them. Welcome to playing TI Champions, you know? Game 1 at the major.
Yeah. That's a pretty rough start to your major run, is having to face up against the TI champs right away, who, again, really...
They're executing well.
They are executing very, very well. I mean, these guys are young Dota addicts, you know? They won TI and they just kept playing more Dota. And Yutaro is, well, he's having a great time because they're going to take the bottom lane of Barracks. They know that Fnatic can't fight, not into this Aegis, not with heroes missing.
No way.
And Yutaro, he mana voids to get the small stun to finish up Januel. Oh my goodness, what a killer instinct, just diving past tier 4s to make sure that it went to Wyvern. So now there's still a man down for another 40 seconds.
Yeah, no buy. That's going to be another lane. And Collapse, he's looking top. You know, he's thinking about more here with the reload.
He is. Relocate coming in.
They can reload Bane for the grip.
They can't. They relocated the Bane? Damn, that's smart.
You got to get that BKB cancel grip in there.
That is so good. And they leave Yutaro alone. Well, not entirely alone. The Toronto Tokyo is there, but it's not like he's in trouble. Who's going to kill him?
He's immortal, and he's got Aegis of Immortality as well, so...
Yeah. Double immortality for this man. Collapse actually burrow struck himself into an awkward position here, but he's got BKBs, so...
You were talking about this mana void, son. We've seen Yutaro just insta-throw it out off these blinks.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting way, because you have this new talent, right? This 0.7 second mana void.
Yep.
I mean, not super new, but it makes this a decent duration stun when we're talking about how much burst AM can do out. It's a pretty interesting way to use it, and it looks pretty good, honestly. It's like a mini Abyssal, you know? You're not getting the huge damage, but...
Yeah, I mean, when you've got Butterfly Scotty, just your right click seemed to be enough. As now Jabs, self-fuels, but he doesn't really have a Timber Chain to be able to get away. The Cold Embrace delays the inevitable at this point, as he is still dead.
All right, Raven on the back line, but...
I mean, yeah, they tried. They're going to go for the supports at the same time, though. It's Collapse. He's already done his job. DJ, he's just going to watch from the trees as Raven goes on a suicide mission. Team Spirit, man, what a game one from them. I mean, this was a laning phase that actually went, I would say, pretty decently for Fnatic. CS-wise,
it was going okay, but
yeah.
Again, if we go back, that first blood to AM top,
yeah, that was
the
rough.
one guy you do not want to give it to in this game. As we saw, especially when they commit the IO to that AM lane, right?
Yeah.
I think it's different if it's an AM Bane, because I think the lane will progress a little better for Fnatic. You won't be able to play as aggressive. But when they commit the IO is the one who, do you want to win the Sand King lane more, or you want to win the AM lane more? And I think Spirit, perfect read, it's about this anti-mage.
Yeah.
Like, win the AM lane, get him accelerating. He's going to take over this game. They have no catch. He's going to hit his timing way harder and faster than this CK with a 13-minute Battle Fury, as long as he has a good lane. He can even win the lane, as we saw, versus
Yep.
the double melee support, the downside of putting that Coddle mid. At the same time, just stack Ancients for collapse. He's getting farmed too. Everybody's getting farmed. Everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Hard to beat Team Spirit when all three of their cores are having good games like that.
Yeah, we contrasted that with the free farm of our mid Coddle, right? And unfortunately, Armbell, particularly that safe lane position where he gets caught there, there's a
Yeah.
huge difference where the AM gets this free game and is accelerated, and our Coddle has this free game, but one pick off really sets
I mean,
it
he was
back
also
so
using his
far.
game to try and accelerate his
Yeah.
CK lane.
Yeah.
And it's hard for him to shut down the AM. I don't think he can do much at that point in the game.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you get some weird cheeky kill. But honestly, the way the heroes function, I think he made the correct decisions in that early game. He was getting decently ahead. But just too much split push for him to deal with alone. And then if those fights don't go your way, like, they need to get a fight into a Roshan, into an Aegis.
Yeah.
To progress the map. And that just never clicked for them.
All right, well, Team Spirit, they started off TI having a slow start, but it seems like here at the Major, a blazing finish for them as in this game one anyway. Let's see if they can continue to pull it off going into game two against Fnatic. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We just had a crazy game one or at least there were some crazy team fights involved in game 1 between Fnatic and Team Spirit, though ultimately it was kind of one of those games that it felt a little inevitable that Team Spirit was going to win it, right? Just this AM having such a free game is tough to be able to start.
It definitely felt like they were in control.
Yeah.
That's how it felt to me. 90% of that game was Team Spirit playing out their draft, their lineup to exactly what they want to have it be able to do. And that early game, I don't think it did Fnatic any favors in terms of stopping Spirit getting to that acceleration point.
Yeah.
Like when this AM ends up with a 13-minute battle fury in a game like that, versus a team like Team Spirit, it's going to be an uphill battle. I think also Timbersaw, again, we went back to this pregame where I feel like Fnatic's a lot about how aggressive Jabs can be in opening up the map and setting up stuff for his team.
Yeah.
If his lane goes bad like that, that felt like a disaster for Fnatic in terms of DJ didn't even really get to lane. Like, he's like ganking bottom as level 3 monkey, but so what? And then Jabs is just 1v2 getting killed. He can't pressure the enemy carry because the hero interactions were just too bad for him, and he didn't have help in this monkey.
Yeah.
That feels like a pretty bad case scenario for Fnatic to me.
And I think that lane matchup, AM versus Timbersaw, normally that's fine. Or even like Timbersaw has ways to be able to pressure AM, right? But it's the IO that makes a big difference.
The IO
there.
helps a lot.
Yeah.
But I think there are a lot of lanes AM can pretty much just do fine in free farming it.
Yeah.
I think the issue is like, is that pairing gonna kill this Timbersaw later? Because that's what you don't want to have happen. Because that's what really accelerated Yatoro's game. It was the first blood kill, and then 1 or 2 of those kills later. There was the other kill where Toronto Tokyo rotated to the jungle and they killed him. I don't even think they had a ward for that. I think they just ran up, X-boated him. Those are the kills that really give, I mean, not only the gold for AM to get that early battle fury, but the levels.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he ends up being super level starved. This fight was just bonkers.
Yeah, it really was. Team Spirit doing such a good job playing around the trees, playing very elusively with their Kunkka and Sand King. Just could not be stopped. It's great.
They're just so good at playing till the last breath.
Yeah.
Something I think championship teams do really well. They understand when they're committed, they understand when the fight's committed, and they will just play it out to the last bit of HP. They're not playing selfishly, they're not playing for everyone to survive, they're playing for the team fight win.
Yeah.
And prolonging it, getting time and space for people to come back, those types of things. And they're a championship team for a reason.
Yeah, I think
it shows.
What I really appreciated was Yatoro using his farm to aggressively like blink in and give vision and ideas about like what was happening.
I mean, I was looking at the stats. He took the most damage on his team by far. And Collapse did the most damage. So who's really the carry and who's really the 3 position going?
Yeah.
Yo, Yatoro, go and make some space for me. I'll deal the damage at the end of the fight, you know?
Yeah. Because I think other teams would be like, and other carries perhaps would be like, oh, Kunkka run in, or like blind blink stun for me sort of thing, and then AM tries to blink in and finish off that hero. But like Yatoro's just like, no, I'll be the initiator, and you guys use the information that I'm giving you to be able to get the right disables on the right heroes.
And I think it's also how you're supposed to use this IO hero if you're playing this IO for the carry pairing, which is what they were doing, right?
Yeah.
Because we were talking in the draft, though. If you go for the Mag, you go for the Sand King, where's your IO pairing? Then it has to go to the carry.
Yeah.
I think that's a totally good way to use this hero, but you have to understand how you're playing the fights and around this hero. You're using this hero to buff your carry. So your carry has to play like a man. He has to go in and start hitting people so you can get the buffs, you can bait the damage, you can use the heals to set up for your other damage to come in, which is this Kunkka Sand King. And they really understand that well, and that's when this IO hero can just look like a beast.
Yeah.
And it's another reason why this hero is not that easy to execute for a lot of teams. Because a lot of carry players, maybe they don't want to play that way. Maybe the team isn't super comfortable playing that way. Maybe your draft doesn't function as well around that type of idea. Maybe you play it in this other way of the 3-4 IO pairing, right?
Yeah.
And so this hero can become very complicated for a lot of teams, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this hero over the course of the tournament. Certain teams like Spirit might be super confident first phasing it in certain matchups, and other teams, like I think in a lot of the Group A games from today, I didn't think I saw IO once.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember. Maybe one game, but
I think there was definitely, or at least for some teams, it's got to be first ban, right? Do you think
Maybe,
IO is going to be elevated to that point where IO goes back to being in that first 1-2 ban area?
I mean, if you see games like this, depends.
It makes
depends
a
how,
convincing
again,
argument.
the hero's as good as you are at a team at using.
Yeah.
Which is true of any hero, but I think Isle in particular, because the hero innately is not doing anything for himself. He's not like some Enigma who you can set up and you'll blink black hole and he'll kill people. Isle's never a hero that kills anybody. He's about a hero that accelerates other heroes, uses their net worth, uses their strength to control the map and build that league even more.
Yeah.
So you have to have a really good understanding of the team of who you're using this hero for, which is a deeper concept than just we think this hero is good on its own. And I think Spirit, they showed they can play it through this carry role. I think it works for a lot of Yatoro's hero pool too. Like we were talking about Ursa, Sven, all like good there.
Yeah.
That helps as well, right? If you're playing Deuce of Terrorblade,
Maybe not so much, but works out for them here. Team Spirit looking very, very good in their game one. And well, if they are slow starters, then I fear the Spirit at the end of this tournament because they're already looking pretty sharp. But let's see what happens in game two. Let's see if they still look that good or if Fnatic can strike back. We are going to be right back, and then we're going to have the draft for game two.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. 'cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now.
Game 2, Fnatic versus Team Spirit. We're going to see whether or not Spirit can keep this train running and go ahead and steamroll through Fnatic in a second game, or Fnatic's going to be able to show some of the Southeast Asia promise. I mean, they were the #1 seed for a reason. They have, they were not my favorite going into this year. I think, like, Boom, most people, especially now, agree that, like, Boom, everybody backs them. But there's no doubt that this roster was going to be going to majors, that they're chock full of talent, and that I think this roster, like this team in general, like, you should be showing up at LANs. You've got so much history here. You've got players who have performed under the gun at multiple TIs and at majors. In fact, let me give a quick Shiver fact here. She gave this one to me for free. Very nice of her. Jabs is the only player to have played in every single position for Valve Majors and TI. Which is crazy. He's played 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, it just took him, 7 years to find out which role he wanted to play. Takes some of us a little longer than others,
I mean, he started off, right? I'm trying to think. I think he started off on the old Fnatic as 4. He moved into 5 position recently with DJ and Jabs. When they paired up, he's like, okay, I'm moving to 5 position. At TI9, he was playing carry. He played mid for Team Faceless. That was when he was playing, like, Tinker and stuff like that. And now he's playing offlane.
Why not?
Why not?
Maybe he'll play Tinker offlane. That'd be pretty spicy.
That would be spicy. We've seen some people trying it in pubs.
This is an interesting first phase exchange, because I think we're going to see this Storm. He's going to be tried a lot, at least at the start of this event. How strong is this hero relative to last patch, and how much are people figuring him out? And especially for Fnatic, this is a hero that can be really good for them. It's a playmaker from mid that can also scale and farm, kind of right up Armel's alley.
Yeah.
At the same time, I do feel like this hero's getting figured out a little bit, and Team Spirit's not going to give away that Coddle Storm, because they know all about Coddle Storm, right? This is a team, the last 4 games they played to get here were Coddle Storm, Coddle Storm, Coddle Storm. You know what, the 4th game? It was also Coddle Storm. And they won all 4. So if any team believes that that combo is broken, it's probably Team Spirit, and they're going to deny it here.
Yeah.
The trade-off is this IO Bane both ban. All right, you get out some of their strongest heroes from that game 1 that caused you problems. You give Collapse Mars. It's hard to ban this guy out. At the same time, you have to have a good game plan for what they want to do with this hero. And that is stun and teamfight you.
Do you think that Coddle Mars, like that pairing, is good enough? Or are you searching for more heroes to be able to utilize Keeper of the Light?
I mean, who doesn't synergize with Coddle these days?
Everybody's got spells.
Maybe
everybody's got mana.
It's probably easier to name who doesn't work with it. It's probably like Nature's Prophet or something. But even then, you get the shard, you double sprout leash someone. I don't know. You
Life Stealer. That sounds pretty bad.
Well, don't pick Life Stealer. That's another solution. But yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Coddle's also just, again, it's one of these support Spirit play that's a ranged support laner that neutralizes or wins a lot of lanes, sets up for their Tricore scaling later. The team fight's super strong. He's just a very strong range laner that's hard to punish. There's not always directly to counterpick it. And at the same time, I'm thinking about, like, this Collapse guy, he farms so much, and he has such high impact in the fights, that people, they like to ban out a lot of his heroes. But at the same time, I feel as though he knows how to scale on anything. And this Mars, for me, Team Spirit Mars, the one point about it that I find terrifying is it reminds me of the way Amar plays offlane for OG a bit. This Collapse guy is gonna scale on any hero. Like we saw last game, this Sand King, He knows how to itemize. He's got strength, Blink Shard. Not that other players don't, but they're very confident in it. This Mars, it could be Armlet, AC, BKB, Satanic Mars. And this is suddenly a hero that's scaling and dealing more physical than your carry in the late game fights. And so again, Spirit's getting a Blink Initiator, they're getting a strong laner, and they're getting a hero they're confident scaling with. That's why this hero is just so good for them, and they're going to take it every time.
The response of the Pugna to these two. I mean, I know it's one of the more favored supports right now. I feel like the Nether Ward is pretty insane, but other than that,
I think it can be okay versus Mars.
Yeah.
Like you're a sustain healer. Mars jumps somebody, you decrep, you start draining them, you drop the ward. Suddenly you're taking a team fight with a bunch of magic damage into that 25% reduction.
Right.
I think it can be decent. It's another save that can pseudo bail out Storm Spirit in the fight, maybe a little bit. Maybe not the most reliable, but he's a skeleton.
Yeah.
You know, skeletons can do some work.
Skeletons can do some. All right, Tiny. There's another hero that uses Coddle really well, and I just think Tiny's insane. I know we were kind of talking about this before. I have a problem with this hero. I think the fact that it can be a top tier carry, a better version of Sven, and one of the best like combo like instant blink, 100%, 100 to 0 kill you heroes at the same time. It's just like that's way too much. And he's one of he's the best tower killer. Like he's the best building demolisher in the game. You can never try and throne race against a Tiny.
I think Lone Druid might have some arguments there, but yeah, he's
right,
he's good at a lot of stuff, but let's not oversell this hero at the end of the day. He's not a skeleton, he's a rock. That's the one downside. And
hey, wait, are we playing some sort of weirder version of rock, paper, scissors here? Skeleton?
Is this Hoodwing Beast? Or, Dragon Knight. I was thinking they might just try and force Beastmaster, but Coddle is like just so good versus that hero on lane, it's hard.
Yeah,
because that is an answer Fnatic has had versus Tiny in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But it's obviously harder to do that from this first pick position. DK is another kind of interesting answer to this Tiny carry in terms of you get that damage reduction. You're super tanky, so it's hard to jump. And you also have like these damage over time. You can kick him out of lane, take his tower, accelerate the game that way. So it's an interesting answer. This hero has some really nice interactions. I kind of like it. This DK Hoodwink can be really terrifying on the map if the lane goes well for you, and you can get to that Blink Shard pretty fast.
Do you believe in the safe lane DK that's being run so far at this tournament? Do you think Fnatic also? Like, one, do you believe in it? And two, if so, if you believe in it, do you think Fnatic would run it?
I think Fnatic probably would maybe run it if there's some crazy good offlane pick. I think it's more likely they do that in a game where they're second pick and they can get some 24 for jabs. It's like that Beastmaster, and then boom, the game's broken, right?
Sure.
I think that's the type of scenario they would play. I don't think from first pick it's a bit harder to do because you don't get that super value here. Like this Tiny can still go mid, right?
Yeah.
And Spirit, they're prepping it for sure because they have Coddle Grim.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna see this Grim Tiny combo and this Coddle Tiny combo a lot this tournament. It's huge in the European meta. It's just so strong because it enables this mid Tiny to be super viable. This Grim Tiny combo goes back to OG runs at TI. That they really showed the strength. And even if you're playing carry Tiny, he's fine with these heroes backing him up too.
Yeah.
So this is a lot of the little synergies that Spirit's really good about. They like these little combos. They like the little lane combos. Again, double range support, bailing out the melee cores in the lanes. They have good initiation, good team fight, good pickoff. Very robust draft from Spirit. Fnatic's not really going to get any easy openings in this draft. So this is a game they really have to step up the execution and play good Dota. There's no way around it. You want to take down a TI champion, you're gonna have to
play some.
You're gonna have to step it up.
Goddamn clean Dota. I think on the topic of Grim, I think he works really well with some of the other heroes that are being picked right now, right? Like Sand King. I think Grim Storm is a pretty scary combination as well. DK is a pretty decent run. Because we saw so much DK Sky that now I think Grim and Shadow Shaman are kind of replacing that 4 damage dealer.
Speaking of this Tiny, what does Fnatic want to help take down these beefy frontliners? I know Raven likes to play some of these ranged damage dealers, but it's a question of, does he feel confident enough to pick them here when there's still potentially that carry swap option with the Tiny? And his heroes like, you know, the Terrorblade's out, the Medusa's out from earlier, the TA's out from earlier. There's things like Drow, there's things like Arc Warden, but do they look that great here?
Yeah, how do you pick them if it could be a mid-Tiny and a Mars? That sounds like a lot of...
Spirit's saying,
a lot of jump.
You know, good luck, we're going to take out some of these cheesy melee abusers.
They'll go for the tankier Wraith King, which obviously, like Spirit, full-on burst, right? Mars, Coddle, Grim, maybe a mid-Tiny. Like, you're talking burst on burst on burst. So having more durability probably doesn't feel too bad.
It's good for their team fight. Gives them another hero to go in and set up for this Pugna Hoodwink. These are two heroes that need cores to be able to stun and set up their spells. So I can understand the need here. It rounds out their lineup a lot. It's a hero that can accelerate the objectives for Storm as well, in terms of playing with this DK, taking early towers, taking early Roach, getting Storm that Aegis so he can go in the fights. Troll Warlord. I was going to say, I feel like Spirit wants another carry here potentially, and Yatoro will have his say. Pick me, last pick Troll. I go hit people with axes. That's my troll voice. You were not impressed.
That was a very good. I think the mannerism was right. Maybe the voice could have used a little bit.
I give it a 2 out of 10.
All right, so what, like Troll versus Hoodwink DK? Like, can you actually run DK out of lane? I don't think so, right?
Not that easily. Maybe you kill him once early, but I mean, at the same time, it's pretty hard for DK to abuse a troll because you can play that ranged game. This pick to me is mainly, I think he really likes the Wraith King matchup here, which I think should be good in general for troll, as long as you don't have ways of prolonging the fight. Pugna's pretty annoying in that regard, but outside of that, there's not a huge amount.
Yeah.
And like, you're just gonna annihilate this Wraith King late game if you get your items. Another big thing is Storm. I think Troll's really good at shutting down Storm.
Why?
You're one of these heroes when he goes in, if you ever blind him, it's super annoying.
Okay.
And then at some point you just ult and you net this guy and you 100 to 0 him.
And especially now that Storms no longer go the Orchid build, like there isn't that threat as much of like early on being hunted by the Storm and getting Orchid 100 to 0. Yeah.
So I think for your Toro hero, he's pretty confident in the carry matchup. He's giving some extra utility in terms of helping his team deal with the Storm in the fights, and like that was a good enough reason to pick it up. I also think when that Storm Tiny matchup is in the drafts like this, we're going to see it the whole tournament. A lot of these European CIS teams love this mid Tiny versus Storm. I tend to agree it's one of the better answers to 0 on the mid lane. Your timings are amazing. You have huge magic damage, burst, and stun to kill him in the fights. You're super tanky. You lane well. Yeah. So it's kind of like a free matchup there as well, which pushed them into taking another carry here. And I like it. I think this is going to be a hard draft for Fnatic to fight up into. It's extremely well-rounded from Spirit, and it's pretty much everything they want in a game.
Early smoke up from both sides this time around, as Fnatic, they did their 5-man smoke last time and immediately ran mid and got that nice aggressive ward that did net them an advantage here. Toro actually tosses the ward up to the high ground after, like, the smoke broke. They knew their heroes up here, but he threw it out there and got some information, but that ward's going to immediately get dewarded.
Well, someone's getting some gold.
Who would you give this to? Mid, right? You give it to Armel? You give him the solo experience for the ward too?
If he wants to buy the Sentry, yeah, he could just take it out, but you could always just take it on one of the supports, you know. Yeah. I would just take it.
I feel like when you know the ward so early, like I was a core, like if I was a mid laner, I feel like I would be calling for that, you know? Like I've got the gold for it, I could do it in time, you know? But
he might run one out and kill it later or something. It's not some crazy laning ward that's going to affect the early levels, so you can kill it later too. But
yeah, that's true. Spirit, once again, are getting the positioning here that they might be able to get 3 bounty runes, just like they did last time. Jabs does manage to get it here, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage on its way out. In fact, slowed down. The Breathe Fire is going to slow down some of that damage, but it still doesn't feel great. It's actually Fnatic who walks away with 3, so they actually won some of the 1v1 right-click wars on this right side. So
lost the regen trade zone.
Yeah.
That's worrying for this top lane. Like, Jabs goes in this lane already at half HP. And there's potential here that Spirit could abuse him off of this. This Troll's a really good early harasser. We're going to see he's just going to lay into him.
Yeah. So Jabs. We'll see what he can do, what DJ does in response to this. They're at least going to secure the range creep. But things are going to be a little bit rough going for them. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, we have the Mars, Keeper of the Light, versus Pugna and Wraith King, which I feel like that's a pretty decent lane for Mars.
Yeah, he should be chilling for the most part. Yeah. I think Wraith King can do really well versus Hero if he has the option to play aggressive on him with the skeleton timings and just gain the region advantage, abuse the level 3 skeletons in particular. But I don't think Pugna is going to be the one to do it in this type of lane, especially when you're just taking all this Coddle harass. It's like, it's just way too hard to get that region advantage where you can play aggressive. The one upside is they did get this hard camp block, which I think is super important for that lane bottom. Because this is a shove and pull lane, basically by default. It's every Coddle lane. Yeah, I fully expect Mira to try and deward that at some point.
Yeah, I don't know how you play a Coddle lane that isn't immediately shoving it into the enemy as quick as possible. Our mid lane matchup, Armel versus Toronto Tokyo. And Armel was quite the beast early on at being able to put a lot of harassment onto Toronto Tokyo. And once again, he's kind of in a favorable harassment matchup, right? Storm Spirit versus a melee hero.
Yeah, it's tiny a melee hero though.
That's true. That's true. He did just get that CS from like 300 range. So
this guy is. He is a hero. That's all I'll say about that one. But this hero, it's hard to destroy this hero mid. You can probably get a slight edge. I mean, Storm is just a ridiculous mid laner. Like, Static Remnant is it's an abomination of a spell, let's be honest. This thing is so hard to beat. He will out-farm almost anybody on mid lane unless you're killing him, which is almost nothing in this meta.
Oh, nice setup here. Bushwhack, and they might just be able to get first blood off this. Maposhka goes down as he underestimates the power of DJ's Hoodwink. Catches him with a crucial stun lead off here. Bottom lane, they're going to get a little bit aggressive. Like you said, if they can use the skeletons aggressively, they can actually beat out of Mars, but...
And they didn't get this big camp, so... Yeah, Fnatic's doing a decent job of controlling these side lanes and winning them both. And this kill top, along with how that lane was going, super big for them. I can't overemphasize how much... Like, this DK... He's going to be able to do some work in this lane with the levels. That's all he needs. So anything that accelerates him there is amazing for their game progression because it's not only going to kick Yatoro out sooner than he'd like, but it'll start opening up these towers, which anytime you can open up the map for Wraith King Storm, they're going to love it because they'll use the space a lot. On top of this, DK wants to be this early game initiator. He wants to get a fast blink in this game and set up for his supports, make stuff happen, play with his Storm aggressively. Now, this is the lane you want to be going amazing if you could pick one.
Yeah.
And it's definitely going pretty good for them.
Yeah, especially considering the start and our concerns about like maybe Jabs being in trouble and getting run out of lane early.
Exactly.
He even like went for the skill point of Dragon Tail to ensure that first blood, and obviously it paid back in huge dividends being able to get a first blood bounty like that. So.
And I think this lane is generally like pretty good for him over the course of the lane, conceptually. It's just Dragon Knight's he's a high regen off laner with armor, right? And all Troll wants to do is he wants to harass you early so he gains advantage and then continue to harass you so you can abuse CS. DK just doesn't give you that window. Maybe you kill him once early, but eventually it's like a Timbersaw type thing. He just has too much regen.
Got it again.
More aggressive.
Maposhka, he's going to give away the Inkswell. They do manage to get it, though. The miss came in and almost saved Maposhka's life.
Take a lot here, though.
Yeah, on his way back out, they're going to get a couple swipes in. And while the support is gone, they're going to keep up the aggression on Yatoro, unfortunately missing out on that Bushwhack.
I was going to say, get some more damage in there. That's a 2-on-1. You don't get that harass.
Yeah.
Dragon Knight's invincible at this point.
Jab's actually going for a second level of Breathe Fire, which I don't know if that was purely because of the... I figured you would just be going Dragon's Blood because, you know, regen and armor against Troll.
Oh, he's playing to win this lane.
Damn.
I like it. I think this is a lane they can win with how it's going. I think it's a good read. You know, why do you take a passive, man? Passives. They're skillless. You can't do anything with a passive. And bottom, skeleton push.
Yeah, they've been keeping this up. I'm a little bit surprised how much they've been able to push in this bottom lane against a Coddle, but...
I think it's just this Pugna Coddle matchup. I know a lot of people talk about this, that you drop this Nether Ward down. It's a huge time Coddle doesn't want to use Blast, and then you're reducing the damage on the lane. You might get a zap or two off. It's kind of an annoying lane matchup for Coddle. And Pugna's also a pretty fast hero with high base damage, so he can right-click you pretty evenly, whereas normally Coddle can outrange some of these trades. Maybe just an annoying lane for Spirit here, but as usual, Mira's getting up the stacks. At the same time, though, it's blocked, so...
Yeah, very awkward.
Fnatic
And-
one step ahead here.
Yeah, they really are. So he's just going to have these two to be able to farm, and even that, he's having a hard time cutting through them because, dude, these guys, by the way, not the Satyr Tormentors, these Acorns, Warpine Raiders, those guys have crazy stats.
Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta make some jungle creeps broken every now and then, so you know,
like
Shen and Ench have a good time.
You know, like Harpies and Frost Armor has been a constant one.
So this early game is going a lot better for Fnatic than last game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there's anything on Spirit's side that's like snowballing and accelerating out of control. Their lineup is functioning a lot different too. It's not really designed necessarily to do that, but Fnatic's gonna have a decent window here in this mid game where they can try and make stuff happen and blow it open. Especially with this early DK6, I think is like the big thing top. They did get that region on Storm, so maybe he rotates up here and try and make something happen. Like the catapult's still alive up here too.
Yeah. It seems like Spirit have kind of made that read. They did like a really aggressive lane ward. And
Yeah, I noticed that. It's a good read by them. They're thinking about it. Because Yatoro knows this DK, he has 6. Like, all right, this guy wants to kill me. We're seeing how passive he's playing.
Yeah, yeah.
And Fnatic, they're smoking up here.
Yeah, they bring in the 2 supports. Ooh, okay. They managed to TP Armel to bottom lane to be able to get that kill and collapse. Well, we'll watch the setup here.
It might make Yatoro think he's not getting ganked here.
Yeah, he's like, no storms here, but it's actually the 2 supports. Now they are going to TP in the Tiny, and things may turn here as Fnatic got to be careful. The ward's already down, but Toronto Tokyo doesn't give a damn about the ward. They're just going to all in onto this Dragonite, and he's going to throw him back. He could not get off the stick charges. Ultimately, Team Spirit had just enough burst damage.
That was almost an insane series for Fnatic in terms of if they get that TK out there, it's super big for them.
Yeah.
But just a nice
big
read.
kill.
Yeah, Armel, he's going ham.
You blew it! Blew the man down!
So Armel in his first rotation catches 2 heroes back over to top lane. Genuel is in some trouble here, and Jabs won't really be able to stop it either. Toronto Tokyo, much like Armel, the mids did that rotation and then did that thing where they just kind of hide out and keep farming neutral creeps and stay off map, and then they go for the gank again.
A very symmetrical game.
Yeah. Oh, missed bushwhack. Not that it maybe matters. Mira's still dead. Toronto Tokyo might be able to catch Armel, though. He's low on mana. He's got a couple of bottle charges here. The silence on him, plus the stun. It's going to be problematic, and DJ can do nothing to be able to stop this combo. Armel cannot get out. Big kill for Team Spirit in response.
It's a super huge kill. Armel is snowballing so much, but now you're shifting a lot of the momentum back the other way.
Oh, the healing cell save. DJ, he's going to chase him into the trees. He's got another one of those scurries, but he went right, and Maposhka stayed to the left-hand side, out of vision from the little squirrel.
That's a high-level Grimstroke, so that's a decent kill to get.
Yeah.
His Grim's almost level 6 off some of those kills, which again is going to pay dividends because his Tiny is almost up to Blink already. He's rushing it.
Yeah. They're going to go for this immediate execution onto Yatoro. Now, Yatoro made the read. He saw the TP coming in on that lane ward earlier, so he dodged the big jump from Storm, but it's too much for him to be able to get away. He's dead. 6-3 now for Fnatic as they pick up another one.
So this is the rotation I think I wanted to happen instead of that bottom one, because I think it's the more impactful one. I think that collapse kill bottom, and then he got the other support up. Maybe that support kill shouldn't happen. I think that was really good for Armel's game. But at the same time, we saw Spirit earlier was preparing for that type of Storm rotation top.
Yeah.
And when they turned it around, that's what they were thinking about. And they played that sequence really well. But I wonder if Storm was there, if that just breaks the game even more. That's kind of the small differences. Like, you can make a good decision in Dota. Maybe it's not the best. That's just like your read of the game. And
right.
It's not a fault of Armel. It's not like this move he made bottom is bad by any means. But it's a question of how you want to accelerate the game, and this is why Dota is so complicated, because sometimes there's multiple good decisions.
Oh, this is such a big kill if they can get it, but Armel is actually going to back out at the right time here. The scan from Team Spirit had the Storm Spirit when he was low. Genuel is dead, though, as he does instead tank that smoke gank with the Siege Wagon pushing in, so Team Spirit's going to be able to get a little bit of mid-tower damage off of that before Storm Spirit comes back into play here.
They're still controlling this triangle.
Yeah.
This is decent play from Spirit. They got this bottom tower for free.
Oh, Mira trying to tank for the Siege Wagon. Did manage to get the Blinding Light, and that just might save him. Oh, he's going to go back in, but Armel dodges away from the Inkswell. The toss over to the side. Mira, he is still alive with a silence out. Oh, he gets shot by the Hoodwink, but it may not matter. This trade-off is more important. Armel saved by the Decrepify for a second, but eventually he will go down with nowhere to run to and nowhere to hide. No hiding for the Squirrel either. DJ, he gets caught by Toronto Tokyo. The Inkswell stun isn't quite there though, so DJ might be able to stay alive here. Hidden in the trees, Collapse here. Cutting down. Raven's gonna be able to cut across. He gets the stun onto Toronto Tokyo. They throw out the arena, but Toronto Tokyo, he's trying to get out of this arena in a way to safety, but cannot do it. Jabs ends up finishing him off with the help of Raven, who gets the last hit. Now Maposhka is gonna be chased down potentially as well. Raven is like, get the hell out of my way. I've got a stun. Gets it off now. Spear to the side. Oh, they managed to dodge the nuke coming in from the Hoodwink, but if he can't go up the high ground, it means he is susceptible to Jabs' rank flicks instead.
I bet Toronto Tokyo's wishing he could take back that combo on Storm, because I think if he dies sooner there, the rest of that sequence might go better.
Yeah.
That was just unfortunate on the toss target, but a little overextension. Big kill for Wraith King. He's going to have, this is a really good game for Raven. He's going to have a really nice timing here if he chooses to go this Deso route in terms of the objective taking. And again, his objective taking along with this Dragon Knight, who's also had a really good early game, is what's going to push that Storm into the mid game. Even if Armel, you know, died twice here, it's not going to matter as much because his other cores can help him make up for it.
Right.
And Spirit, feels like they're a little pressured here. Again, going for this corner gameplay, but
this one, it's going to be on a 5 position, may not be able to get that much. The final bit of nukes while the Decrepify goes out is going to be enough, but if they trade out, ooh, the Bushwhack actually got cut away by that small zip of the Storm Spirit. Now he gets speared up. Oh, no! He trades his life for the Tiny instead of just outright killing the Tiny and getting out. But if they can get some more heroes here, Raven, he's going to be able to chase down the Mars to give respect to the Inkswell, play it out, get rid of the silence, and get a stun ready to go. Couldn't get the blink in time. Collapse gets caught first by Jabs, who blinks first and gets the Dragon Tail stun. Collapse hoping to be able to hide in the trees, but the flames and fire will run him down, burn him to a crisp. Meanwhile, though, Yutaro did get a free mid-tower.
Yutoro's never sleeping on the job. This guy's always getting something done.
Yeah.
But a nice rundown from Fnatic there. That was kind of similar to that gank we saw in game 1. Again, to this corner of the map, trying to find the solo core farming there, but this is why this is a hard gank. The response can come super fast on that tier 1 Radiant. And again, this Tiny's looking, but this is just a hard part of the map for them to find these kills. It's very deep. You're not going to have the vision. The tier 1 response can be fast. It's a tough one.
Sorry, I was laughing at Toronto Tokyo using the neutral creep to toss over to the lane, the lane creeps, to try and get some CS and push in the wave. It was pretty cute.
Efficiency.
Max efficiency.
Every little bit.
He's got an Arcane Rune and a Coddle, so I feel like, yeah,
we're smoking again.
It's go time. It's time to make some more moves happen.
This is a lot of moves for this Tiny.
Yeah.
We're seeing it reflect in the net worth. Not that this is bad, but they really are trying to get a lot done in this window, and I can understand why. They're super strong off the back of this Tiny.
The smoke leading out. They're going to go for the quick kill on a collapse with the rest of Spirit. He's going to be able to respond. He managed to get off the arena, actually keeping Raven at bay. Keeps himself alive, and the backline gets caught. They get caught by the double sounds of the Grimstroke. Jabs just managed to get a stun, and Maposhka couldn't quite finish him off. Armel and Raven are kiting out Yutaro right now. Yutaro's going to have to pop the ultimate and manage to get off the ensnare onto the stun with the toss up in the air. Toronto Tokyo ensures the Storm Spirit kill, and they finish up the first life of Raven, who tries to go for the kill and does manage to get it. Yutaro dies, and maybe Mira's in trouble next. Jabs and Raven couldn't quite catch him. Another combo laid down. He's going to go for a TP out. No more stunts, and he's right. He's safe. Jabs went in, though. Jabs went in by himself with his carry leaving, and are they going to run out of damage? Damn, Jabs with the double bracer, 1 stacks, now a Pugna TPing in. They don't have enough damage to be able to take him down the first time. But a second with the Avalanche, with the Inkswell, with the Urn, he turns around, does manage to get the stun off.
Get the toss.
Whoa, a little bit a life drain, couldn't get the toss off. A bushwhack goes in, and now Armel, he's back into play, zips in, finishes off the storm. A toss over, awkward positioning, almost getting Maposhka killed as Toronto Tokyo, trying to save his own life, almost kills his support. But great idea there from Jabs. I mean, he had a better read than I did. I was like, 1 versus 3, what are you doing? But he actually managed to bait them in and get the tiny kill.
I mean, he had no choice.
Yeah, it's
You're
true.
stuck in the arena. You got to fight, so he's TPing in there. I almost think Raven could have maybe taken that fight with them after the tiny combo because there's nothing left in the tank. I understand him getting out there, though. He feels like he's having such a good game. Dying there is such a high risk for minimal return.
Yeah.
And Fnatic showing some scrappiness in these fights. Again, I think Spirit's feeling a bit... It seems like they're pressured to make some stuff happen, and that fight execution was, again, insane. Multiple heroes living on 30 or less HP there. Both Collapse and Yatoro.
This has got to be their last smoke, right? It's got to be their
about
last
to
smoke
say,
for
like,
a while.
How many do these guys have? But this has got to be their last one. And again, the same 3 heroes, the kill squad here.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Collapse, the 1 position is farming, and Yatoro on 2 also farming. Toronto Tokyo taking up that 3 role. They're looking on mid. Their ward's dying, though.
Yeah, that kind of gives away the smoke gank, right? There's an ward that appeared out of thin air.
It might have been there. I'm not sure if it was there but from the previous fight or not. But yeah, Fnatic definitely smelled this one. And honestly, I'm not even sure that if they go in there, I think they die on the return. Yeah, no one on Fnatic's alone, so it'll buy some time on the map.
You see, they got this line of vision, a little bit of vision in their enemy jungle, river ward, and top. Just this little like line across, protecting their triangle area. Team Spirit, now out of smokes, are gonna have a hard time with that kind of vision.
So these early tiny smokes, they accomplished a little, but honestly,
not enough.
I don't think they did enough for how much was invested in it, and I don't think Team Spirit's super happy with that. Maybe if that mid fight goes better, I think they would have been super content, but this is going to give Fnatic a decent window because they are going triple BKB here. Normally, I think you can go more aggressive with Deso on Wraith King, but this is just... They're going to have all 3 in the next minute. And if we look at what Team Spirit has to deal with it, not a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think Yatoro's big enough yet where they have enough damage to pierce these BKBs and take that fight in the 9 seconds where DK's stunning somebody, Wraith King's stunning somebody, Storm is stunning somebody, Hoodwink's stunning somebody, Pugna's got an Abyssal, he's stunning somebody, so you're going to have to take the fight once you get locked down, and triple BKB is going to be insanely strong for Fnatic here.
Do you feel like by doing this like all-in triple BKB, especially on the Wraith King, is there a certain amount of a lead? Like, how much does Fnatic have to get accomplished with this, right? Because you can't just have like an even, like 10, 15 minutes from now, the game can't still be even.
No, you want to get stuff done,
right? Yeah.
This is not triple BKB keep farming. This is, I mean, I hope not. I say that, and historically, there's a lot of teams that keep farming. I think it's triple BKB, force the Roche.
Yeah.
Or, like, you have the vision. They have some good vision on the map. Just smoke, take an aggressive fight, jump a core. I think if you jump any of the cores, you can take the fight afterwards because there just is no defensive capability on Team Spirit right now. They don't have their own BKBs. The Troll just got a Manta, but he'll get chain stunned. And this is not like last game, where last game Spirit had double saving supports. They had a sleep turnaround, they had an IL heal reload turnaround.
Yeah.
This game, Grim Coddle, double aggressive. So if you jump the Team Spirit lineup, the fight should go a lot better for you this game. And that's what the BKBs are allowing them to do. So I would really like to see them get something done with it. Or even just force this tier 2. And this is the power of Wraith King. He's super good at just doing these casual tower pushes. And like, you can just hold his BKB super long because he has that first life.
They do a vision here, but Armel with that BKB
Nice
and the bushwhack
bushwhack.
follow-up, that's a beauty. Tiny just needs a little bit more damage, and Jabs is on the other side. He can lend a helping hand, but he can also maybe help get Mira, though nobody else was able to chase after that. He'll do a bit of mid-tower damage. Raven's actually making the call. Let's just go high ground, guys.
Why not? 20 minutes, you got the skeletons. You have Tiny dead for 30. You know he doesn't have buy. It's a poke here from Collapse. All right, BKB forced early on, though.
Yeah, he throws out the arena here. Jabs is stuck inside of it, but Raven still has an extra life here. Jabs, he's going to be the victim of this arena, perhaps. Oh, no, the Decrep, Utoro. Okay, fortunately, he's able to close that distance just in time. Whirling Axes help finish him off, and it looks like the rest of the team, they actually need to get out now, so that means a +1. They're going to be able to find the Pugna kill. Collapses Killer Instincts, once again, netting a really favorable response to what was kind of a disastrous setup. I mean, the fact that they were able to go high ground at 20 minutes as Fnatic, that was looking a little dicey for Spirit.
I think you're probably supposed to go Roche there.
Ooh,
and it's a guaranteed Roche for your Storm.
Now they've given away a Roshan to Team
Potentially.
Spirit.
This is not one you want to give away here.
But at the same time, they don't want to give up more pickoffs, and that's what's going to happen. Toronto Tokyo tosses back whoever gets too close, and it looks like now Roshan is going to be given up.
No mana on this Storm. What a disastrous like 2 minutes there off of what looked like, I was going to say, a beautiful use of your Observer Wards with the early BKB on Storm and that Arcane Rune to get that double pick off. I think if you instantly go Roche Pit there, you convert on that, and maybe you go high ground after. A bit of mis-sequencing maybe, and underestimating how confident Spirit would be to take this fight. Also, Jabs, he just gets stuck in this arena and doesn't have his BKB. It's flying out here.
Yeah. They had their BKBs flying out, and Armel used a big jump at the very start for a fresh BKB on Collapse.
That Drain also self-interrupted, I think, so...
Oh, really?
Maybe just some minor misclicking. Maybe it saves him, not sure, but either way, he's throwing a lot back. And
a lot could be forgiven here if they manage to pick off Utoro with his Aegis. They're actually circling around here. Jabs, if he finds him...
Can you find him, though?
Spots him for a second, can't get off the Dragon Tail quick enough, and pushed away by Mira. A missed opportunity for Fnatic as Utoro, he knows he almost just bit the dust there at least once.
Insta TP's bottom.
Oh, yeah.
He's just going to get the lane pressure back out. Use this Aegis. Not be afraid of anything on the map. Knows they're all top. That was another Arcane Rune for Armel, too, so that was a fight they would have been super happy to take. This Storm Spirit, Hero's a powerhouse for a couple reasons, but the nulls, the effect that the nulls and the Kaya have when this hero, when he has an Arcane Rune, is just something else. It's... the way it compounds is ridiculous.
Ooh, Fnatic. Could this be the same mistake twice? They're going to go for the high ground push again. But this time they're facing up against the team that has Aegis.
This is an interesting push. Maybe, I mean, they know this troll TB'd bottom, right?
Yeah.
It can't be here.
That's true.
But it's a hard push. I mean, a lot can go wrong. I think they're feeling that from last time.
So maybe their confidence whittled away from a bad fight.
I mean, it's also just, you go there, you hit this tower, you force some heroes back.
Yeah.
You get some vision. It can be a pretty low committal move. You don't even need to necessarily bring 5 if you know they're not going to fight you. It's like an information play, you know?
Yeah. It's also, I was going to say it's a game of chicken. Because, like, Team Spirit also said, you're not really going to go high ground. They didn't really rotate heroes up there. They weren't, like,
was smoked, so...
Oh, really?
I think they might have smoked Troll to try and get him back there faster.
Oh,
I think they actually thought they were going to commit to that high ground, and then once they saw they backed off, all right, I'll keep farming.
Yeah.
But...
so I mean, that means they did get something out of him.
Yeah. They don't know it, but it's another smoke down for Spirit, and we saw them use a lot of those early on.
What do you think about this Linken's over BKB from Utoro?
I was just looking at that.
Yeah.
It's something interesting about this team. They really like these Linken spheres. I remember watching a game of theirs where they had 3 or 4 at least in a game where I didn't even think it was that amazing, but...
Utoro, he just showed himself in the top lane, so Fnatic are immediately going to make their jump into bottom. They're getting the chain stun onto the Mars. Collapse gets off the BKB, but he's already taken too much damage. They try and go for the kill onto Armel, but he got off his BKB first, but they're recalled in Utoro, so he is actually here. He's going to be able to help them win the fight unless, oh no, this chain stun, Toronto Tokyo gets away. Wraith King, life number 1 down, but Jab's still chasing after Toronto Tokyo. He's going to be able to get him. He's got a Dragon Tail for Utoro as well. Raven, if they can help him out, they should be able to keep Jabs alive here, keep the chain stuns, but no, Mira actually with the magic damage is able to finish off that Dragon Knight, and Fnatic are gonna have to maybe keep on the retreat here. They're trying to finish up the Aegis, but at the same time, it's only up for another 70 seconds, so.
That's a decent fight for them. You ideally want your Storm Spirit to live through these, but they'll definitely take it on the back end of this Aegis. The tiny kill is huge there, and this is a really big kill for this Dragon Knight to get the levels off it and everything. Fnatic's starting to pick up some of their scale here. And again, the early game was so committed for this Tiny in terms of trying to make stuff happen in those smokes and stuff. He's still a little bit far behind. It puts the scale back on this collapsed Mars, which we've seen him do a lot of work on this hero.
Yeah. What a big part of this fight is the fact that they just picked up the shard on the Coddle, which is something that Fnatic did not expect. So Troll being able to be there in that fight is what helps the get the kill on Storm Spirit.
And just a really good ult here from Yatoro. He's getting a huge amount of work done. I honestly thought they might have been able to extend this fight here, at this point in time, if you can kite it out, but that Coddle Blast taking out the DK.
Yeah, that was massive.
That's the power of this Coddle hero. Also Mira in general. I feel like Mira's it's like an unsung hero of this team,
Yeah.
He's like the quiet guy. You don't hear a lot about him. Everybody talks about Collapse Magnus and Yatoro Hero Pool, and this guy is always having high impact every fight. Super solid. I feel like he's never feeding. Kind of reminds me of like Sox's playstyle.
Yeah.
Just super consistent, always has high net worth, always has high team fight impact. Maybe not like the flashiest plays every game, right? But honestly, you cannot ask much more from a 4 position. I feel like he's done a huge amount of work this game in terms of... He was having a rough one earlier trying to get the vessel charges, but Coddle does a lot of damage in these fights if he's untouched in the back and left to get 4 or 5 blasts off.
Have I told you my Mira Snapfire story?
I don't believe you have.
Let's see if there's going to be any sort of clash here. Well, Posh got bought up an early gem and gave it over to Mira, and they are ready to fight still because the recall.
We can tell him to pause the game if you want us to tell a story.
It was
just write it in the all chat. I'm sure they won't mind.
It was when we were covering Eastern Europe last year of the DPC, and Team Spirit were like these no names basically at the time. And
whoa, who are you calling a no name there?
I mean, it's true. On their very first season of DPC, there was a lot of these players who just were not known at all. This was like their first team for many of them. And we had a game where Mira, I looked it up beforehand. I was like, this guy hasn't played like any Snapfire. And it was like, oh, it's his first professional match on Snapfire. Maybe he has a Smurf and he plays a bunch of, he's played a lot of Snapfire or something. We get him in the post-game interview where he dominates with Snapfire. They win that game. He dominates with Snapfire. And we ask him about it. I ask him, so how much Snapfire have you actually played? Because this is your first professional match with it. And he was like, he said, I haven't actually played any pubs with it. Just a couple of scrims. It's not a hard hero. Pretty easy. I was like, what? What do you mean? You can't just show up to professional matches having to play just a couple games on a hero and win like that.
I did that for years. I just wasn't as good.
Well,
if you're as good as he is, you can do that,
Yeah, that's true. So I like that instance of like, what the fuckery? I just point to Mira as being like one of the most individually talented Dota players in the scene.
He's definitely very, very mechanically skilled. That's also a 4-player thing, I want to say.
Oh,
every team I've been on, all these 4 players, they think they can play every hero in the game. You ask him, any of these NA4s, on teams with Crit, Zai back in the day, MSS, they're all, oh, you want to play Brewmaster? Oh, sure. Oh, you want to play Beast Position 4? Oh, yeah, I'll play that. They think every hero's their signature. And speaking of signatures, Collapse Spear back.
They are going to be able to get the chain stun here for first life. Ormel's going to go for the quick kill onto Mapochka at the same time. They do have a really good arena that catches the 2 supports. DJ gets himself out with the ultimate to Crepify. Januel is keeping himself alive. Armel's out of mana, and that's going to leave the Wraith King behind on his second life. And Javs now no longer has any damage behind him. Mapochka, his buyback ensures that there was going to be a successful fight for Spirit no matter what. Fnatic losing out on 3 heroes, 2 cores in that fight.
That is the power of this Troll Wraith King matchup. If you get on top of him and there's not that control that can come out behind, good luck. And we were talking about the aggressiveness from these Spirit supports. So one of the interesting things these guys always think about is they're really good at balancing the offensive damage with the defensive capability. We saw this Linken's on Yatoro. We see a Glimmer on Mira. We see the Shard on Mapashka Grim, which is a huge dispel this game. Because if he throws it on this troll who gets jumped, or this Mars who gets jumped, it stops the chain stun from Fnatic, and their lineup is built around this chain stun in the fight, right?
Yeah.
What we saw in a lot of those earlier fights is the DK blink into the bushwhack.
Toronto Tokyo. Oh no, the two supports. They need a little bit more damage. They're relying on. Okay, the life drain finally finished them off, but they might get stopped here in their tracks. They are going to be able to get 2 of them with the spear. Pretty nicely done, but to your point, that is a massive kill.
Yeah, I mean, 2 supports stalling out the game there, getting a huge core kill will help reset the map a little.
Yeah.
But these fights are getting hard because, again, the defensive capability to stop some of those chain stuns is what's going to matter the most. And the second that happens, Troll gets his ult off, he gets his BKB off, Mars gets his BKB off, and suddenly, like we saw there, you're in a man-to-man fight without disables versus Troll. That's a hard hero to man fight.
Collapse. Saw the opportunity here to be able to catch jabs. Missed out on this.
him.
Oh, a ranged bash from Yatoro as he flips over to the melee side just in time to be able to get the bash. And now they might be able to get this Dragon Knight with no longer having the
He
BKB.
bashed him
Got him
again.
again. Another ranged bash.
This guy's paying
Raven's
game or what?
coming in, but what? He doesn't have any heroes, or does he? Armel with a fresh Aghanim Scepter is going to be able to get a 2-man pull, but the damage behind it, minimal. Double BKBs pop right as the Bushwhack was coming in, so no disables stopping them from being able to beat down Raven on a second life. Now Armel speared over. Oh, that is just sad. That should have been a spear to the cliff, but apparently not.
Well, this guy hasn't hit enough spears. He can miss one every now and then, you know. He's human. He's not a
Is
pure
that even
god.
a miss? You should be able to spear to this wall, right?
No, you can't spear this.
Wait, what? Oh, that's right. They're not cliffs. Sorry.
It's amateur hour over.
Yeah. My bad. Maybe it was aiming for the tree over here.
It's another fight that's just so hard for Fnatic once this troll gets the man up on that Wraith King. And we saw that Ags. It looked decent, but the thing about the Ags Storm this game is there isn't really any follow-up. Maybe you land some crazy good bushwhack, but...
I was going to talk to you about the shard and, like, who's going to get it? Because surely, like, Troll Rampage, do you really want that? Oh, apparently, yes, you do want that.
I mean, the status resist is pretty good this game, right?
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you use it for the other one, but conceptually, it's not the word. It's not that bad of a shard.
Yeah.
Also, all his other teammates have it. So...
Oh, shit, they all
it's 5
do.
shard gaming. I don't know. It's just such a hard game for Raven to run in and man fight. And it feels like if he can't, I don't know where the damage is going to come from.
Yeah.
This is, again, into Spirit's wheelhouse. Like, this point in these types of games, they're just so comfortable. I mean, probably a lot of teams would be pretty comfortable, to be honest, but...
It's Spirit's wheelhouse, for sure. Collapse. Doing a really good job in the last team fight of being able to catch the Pugna, which is one of their answers to Troll, right? When he pops that ultimate, is to Decrepify.
Yep.
But, like, Collapse immediately put pressures on him, and now he's got even more pressure. He's got an overwhelming blink.
So. Of course he does, you know?
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, again, he's basically been the 2 this game. So him just playing greedy and building the scale and up that damage is... It's a decent way to do it.
He's going to go for some chain sending of his own with Refresher next item.
Also, I do want to mention, though, those ranged first hit bashes. I mean, come on. I know your name's on the Aegis, but, like, yo, chill out, dog. You know, yeah. This guy's a family.
You don't think that first one? Didn't he do the switch over to melee trick?
He skull basher.
Really?
Yeah. He's just
Well,
he's
no,
just
I'm saying when you switch over to melee, it counts as a melee
sure,
hit,
but it's
right?
still
It gives
like-
you the melee percentage.
Still first hit bash, you know?
That's true.
You
That's
gotta
true.
be salty every time.
Force Staff gets Raven just over the line, saves his reincarnation for another day, and that day is coming soon as Team Spirit They have 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Surely they want to be able to use it, especially with a BKB in his backpack right now to replace the Aegis on the second life. So
yeah, he's too rich. You gotta donate something here, man.
yeah,
Share the wealth. Collapse, he's looking.
he's looking.
Seen
He's got
this
the
one before.
Inkswell, jabs. Doesn't
the
have
stun.
BKB, so with the Inkswell stun and the spear up now, Yutaro not quite sure if he wants to commit. The Decrepify's actually saving some time here.
Storm
Jabs
jump.
looking to be able to get out. Armel only grabbing Mira right now as the BKB goes down from Clubs. Oh no! Armel bashed up! He needs to be able to jump now, and he barely gets a little bit of distance. Yutaro cleaning up other heroes on his way to the Storm Spirit, though. The Dragonite as well as the Pugna get blasted down. Yutaro is going to lose. Oh, nice jump from Armel, but what a response from Toronto Tokyo. He's out of mana now. Toronto Tokyo catching him with the toss, but it may not have mattered. Armel
Need more nulls.
fully committed that mana, and yeah, he's only got 2 null talismans, so
He does have buyback.
he does.
Has fallen.
Does he have the heroes behind it to be able to
I don't know.
stop Yutaro?
There's no troll ult. There's no Mars ult, but
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
it's one of those things where if you don't take this fight, is the next one going to be better for you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
At least have 5 heroes, as they do have the tier 2 up top lane, so they could just kind of keep it here. Oh, stop Mira. Somebody stop this man. He's D-warding right in front of your base with no allies.
He's got an A on disc.
Love this
Oh,
part.
jeez, he does.
And Yatoro, he finishes Abyssal, so
Yeah.
Storm's game just that much harder. It wasn't hard enough. And they're just gonna go down top, try and close this game out. Refresher on Collapse, so double arena. It's gotta be some crazy extended fight for Fnatic. Abuse the Storm base jumps.
Radiant
Like, play for their BKBs to be down so you can get multi-core hero pulls. And that's what's gonna allow Wraith King to go in the fight. It's not impossible. This Storm Spirit hero is really strong at defending base. They also have this Boomerang up on Hoodwink, so some increased burst potential.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like they are lacking in damage, particularly. So,
Raven's
high ground.
in.
Yeah, he's going to try and quickly kill Moposhka. They do manage to get him. The first life may be forfeit here for the Wraith King to actually interrupt, though. Bushwhack does go down. They're
dead.
trying to change that stun. They manage to get him with the chain stun. They finish him off. Toronto Tokyo dies as well. Collapse, who went for the backline as his job, gets one, but he BKB TPs out for the rest. Jabs and Armel could hunt for the rest of these heroes. Do they have an idea where Maposhka is? Doesn't look like it.
That was insane burst. What even was that? Just Boomerang Hoodwink ult on this troll. Yatoro did not expect it. He had opportunity to pop BKB or ult, but he just did not expect how much burst was going to come out. Wraith can crit afterwards. That seemed like such a weird jump to work out for Fnatic there by Raven.
Yeah.
It's a great target for him to find on that Maposhka. Grim instantly gets the burst, doesn't miss. And then, but then he's kind of stuck in there, right?
Yep, yep.
And if Team Spirit just commits with all their cores and the BKBs, could have looked like those other fights, but insanely nice gameplay to find that window there. They know their win condition in terms of how to win these fights. It is bursting this troll before he gets anything off. Extremely nice spellcasting here by Fnatic, especially DJ. Getting all of those spells off incredibly fast on that troll.
Raven, I guess he feels like he needs all of his items, so he's going to go Moonshard. Like, he's not going to try and replace something with an AC or, like, replace his boots.
You need the burst. You need the burst, I guess.
Yeah.
The other option's Divine, I think.
I mean, I'd be okay with that. It's just, it's weird going Moonshard on the hero that, you know, has the crit that's based off of cooldown rather than
Maybe it's for the night vision.
Oh,
People always forget about the night vision,
the
but
night vision.
he's going in like that.
Dire are scanning.
So Fnatic showing some life here, bringing this 20k advantage back down by a decent chunk.
Yeah.
Now Storm is up to Lincoln's in level 25. If he can get to the shard, these Overload procs are pretty significant as well, and now the damage is starting to pick up. As long as they can extend the fights, I can see the later portion of the fights going very well for them.
Yeah.
There's a question if they can survive to that point. We even saw the Halberd on Jabs doing some work there.
They have a double damage on Troll. They're trying to do one of those plays like one person is defending, they pick them off inside of the base, but they're patient enough. They might just be able to catch. No, Fnatic is actually 5-man TPing back before they show anybody. That's pretty smart. They knew.
I wonder if they saw any auras. I don't even think Spirit has an aura, do they? That's pretty weird, but like normally when you're in these situations, you just click on the waves, right?
Yeah.
And you'll see like something. You know they're there. But I actually think Spirit doesn't have a single aura.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
That's pretty interesting, but you know, just good read by Fnatic, not giving that window, and now they're smoking up down mid.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Speaking to the longevity of team fights and such, with an Aghanim Scepter complete for Jab, so he's also a significant threat. Not the best damage, but
it makes him a lot tankier.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the biggest thing for me is like he will just survive a lot longer, and that's what counts. Like you either want a crazy good storm jump or you want to extend the fight.
Yeah.
Anything that helps these is what's Fnatic's looking to do to win this game. And they're getting some items to extend these fights. Again, the Halberd, Glimmer Force on the Pugna, the Satanic on Raven. This is a build designed for him to last as long as possible, not kill as fast as possible. So they're looking to extend the fights, potentially just take it around their base and then swing the game that way. Which again, not a bad route to take when you're playing these Storm Spirit lineups, because that's where he thrives, off these just fountain jump.
Looks like he's also thinking about overwhelming Blink. Is that is Swift Blink just not, because there used to be a period of time where the Wraith Kings would go Swift Blink. I mean, everybody was going Swift Blink back then. Is it not the preferred item now for these strength carries?
I think the Strength Blink got buffed a bit, the Swift Blink got nerfed a little, so it swings people's opinions a bit. And I mean, he's a strength hero, right? So
sure,
you got to go for the theme.
Extra burst damage.
He's just looking here.
He's going to walk right in. Toronto Tokyo, he's actually going to go for it. Actually goes for the toss, but not a toss backwards. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight trying to interrupt Yotaro. He gets a Glimmer. He gets his BKB off, and he starts focusing down on this Dragon Knight. They manage to kill him, and he does it. Oh, he gets the bash Armel. Last seconds. Oh, no. A tree swing finishes him off. I think it was even an Echo Saber swing. Catches Armel when he had the mana to be able to zip away. What a disaster. And with no buybacks from Armel or Jabs, Team Spirit, they can end it now.
Yeah, that was the Storm Spirit buying out there.
Yeah.
It's probably the game, but that jump did not work out for Raven like the last one.
No.
Gets his team baited a little bit. We're just seeing how much damage Yotaro does when he gets the opportunity there. And that is that Troll Storm matchup in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Like, it is really easy to just get 100-0, and once that happens, even just forcing you out of the fight. This is a very tough matchup to play.
You're going to try and hold out for Megas here, but with 45 seconds left on the Storm Spirit, probably the best hero they have for a home base
Raven bot Divine.
Okay, let's see what Raven can do here.
Big
They're gonna go collapse first, immediately get Spirit back, and Yotaro's just focusing on the buildings. Maybe he'll take a little bit of time to go for the Wraith King here on his first life.
I mean, he wants his
Activates
rapier.
his BKB. He wants that rapier into his own hands.
Pops the
ultimate immediately. He's
ulted, he can't get it.
He can't pick up the rapier. Oh no.
Your end game screen, why?
The end game screen is gonna look so bad for him now. 5-slotted troll at 43 minutes.
What's he doing?
That's he doing. That's a
What a noob.
what a shame. An unfortunate performance from that man right there you see on the screen. Unable to pick up the finishing Divine Rapier in time, but all around Team Spirit. This game being a little bit more of a back and forth. I mean, there was definitely some periods of time where it felt like Fnatic really could take control of the game, but ultimately, for me, anyway, my view of this game was like Fnatic making decision-making. That was maybe a bit of a mistake. They just made some errors that threw away what I think was sometimes their lead, whereas I don't think Spirit really made a whole lot of errors.
No.
They just took advantage of moves from Fnatic.
I think some of Spirit's smokes to that top are a little low probability.
Okay.
I understand what they're trying to do on the map. I think the timing and the heroes they're combining are correct. The idea is correct, but I think I actually wasn't a fan of them going like top multiple times with that tiny. I just don't think that smoke's going to hit that much. unless you have the wards there, which I don't think they did.
Yeah.
Like I preferred in game 1 where they did that stuff where they went to the triangle or you go like around mid somewhere. I think those are the higher probability ones. You go to a rune. I think them going top, like this Tiny got slowed down a lot. But I think Fnatic, this game goes back to that. They got the triple BKB timing. They were in a decent position. They get that jump mid. Tiny's dead for 40. Do you go high ground? Do you go Roche?
Yeah.
And the decision making there and the execution is what's going to determine that game. Like that is the pivotal point of that game if you go back and watch this replay. Because everything after that is kind of just, this troll pick's going to take over. Like there's not a lot of answers with him. He has the Grim Dispel behind him. He has Glimmer Caves from Coddle and every other item Coddle can buy because Coddle's going to get rich. His 2 other cores are super tanky and scaling as well. It's a hard game at that point. So to me, it goes back to that mid-game fight. Do you commit for the Roche, get the Aegis on Storm, snowball it that way? If you go high ground, we've seen some of those high grounds work, like EG. They're really good at doing those 20-minute high grounds when they're super snowballing. It can work out.
Sure.
But then your execution around that has to be really crisp. And you end up feeding a kill there. Tiny respawns. Spirit goes and does Roche.
Yeah.
Just wasn't there.
Probably not the best time to be taking any cues from evil geniuses anyway, so.
That was him, not me. I didn't say that one. I don't want to get sued.
Unfortunately, they do go down 0-2 here, but it is against the TI winners. Hopefully, they'll be able to pick themselves back up because they have a double header here, as we're going to watch them in the next series, and we'll also talk about this game a little bit more right after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's cover. Everything came so easy. It's electricity.
All right, post game here for Fnatic versus Team Spirits. We are going to be able to get a post game interview pretty quickly here with Miposhka, but we do have to wait for another post game interview that's happening right now, so we'll be able to get that. But we could talk about this series as a whole. And
Making a TI winner wait.
I know that's real damn shame.
The boldness, the audacity.
I feel like if any, I feel like of all the people to be affected by a TI victory, I feel like Miposhka in the history of TI winners has got to be one of the ones who it doesn't get to him too much. He just seems like such a nice, wholesome person.
He's like the same
you know?
before and after. He's just.
I feel like he would be.
He went in. It's like, how do you want to do it this TI? I'd like to win it. Then he won it. Like, what are you gonna do now? I kind of want to go to TI and win TI. You know?
Yeah, like I remember a post-game interview we did after like the first season of DPC when I was on the BTS side of things. And we talked to him about that, and he was very humble about the fact that like, oh, we just need to like we asked him like, are you guys, you know, what's the motivate? Are you guys really like heated up to win a 2-time TI? And he's like, well, we need to win the DPC first. You know, he had just won TI, and he was like, we still got to win our region so we can go to the major. You know, like
CIS region, no joke.
That's true. That's true.
You can't be sleeping on some of these teams come out of nowhere,
No,
get the
you cannot.
hawked into the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's what's happening right now. BetBoom has taken some things over, but Team Spirit perhaps doing even better here. And we do have the post-game interview now with Miposhka, who's going to be joining us. Miposhka, hello, sir. I don't know. How much of that conversation did you just hear?
What?
Do you remember an interview we did at the start of the season with you? We asked you.
No, I'm not remember.
Okay, we asked you then about winning a second TI, and you said, "Well, first we have to win this DPC." And I thought it was very humble of you. You did make it through the DPC. You are here now at the major. This first series has gone very well for you. What's the team atmosphere like?
Can you repeat, please?
How are you guys feeling after that win?
Don't know. Feeling great that it's first series and we was not really expect that we will win them 2-0. In my opinion, no,
really?
In my opinion, yes, because like we didn't expect anything from the team because we never played against them, so it was not really surprised, but I'm happy now.
Okay. So you're keeping expectations like low for the team,
yes,
right? You're making sure
course.
You respect every opponent, right?
Yes, of course.
They gave you a bit of trouble in this second game, at least from our perspective. There were some times where you guys worried at all in game 2?
Not really. There just was some moments where they could attack us, and that was surprise for us, but they didn't do it.
Yeah.
So I think full game was under our control.
Did they surprise you when they went for that high ground push at top lane?
A triangle.
No, top lane, the tier 3. They were hitting tier 3. Did they surprise you that they went for that?
Though, I was surprised that VK start hitting our tier 3 where we start fight.
Yeah.
That was kind of strange.
Yeah.
Well, I have like a billion questions I could ask you, but I'm kind of curious. Do you feel going back to TI and even now, that you guys, do you just execute better than your opponents, or do you feel you're constantly ahead of people in terms of picks, meta?
No. I don't think. No, we didn't think like this. Like sometimes we can feel that our draft is better, we have better matchups and everything like this. But I can't say that like we're not feeling so much confident in every game, you know. So no, we always think is that we might lose. So we're focusing on game and focusing on some things in game.
Do you guys, in terms of your prep and how you draft, I feel like your drafts are very consistent. They're very focused for what you guys want to do. Do you take into account a lot what your opponents want to do, particularly later in the tournament? Or is it just like you guys just know what you want to play? Yeah, there's always those little matchups, right? There's always the little things of specific heroes, but it feels like you guys always get your wheelhouse.
It's kind of true, but we're trying to adapt at tournament. Like we're watching some other teams, what they're playing, what heroes are strong, what heroes are winning. Also, sometimes we might think that our heroes is not that strong enough, especially if we're losing with them. But so we're trying to adapt at every tournament. It's not like we came with some strategies and we're gonna pick only that heroes which we're confident in.
I have one follow-up to that in terms of, we were discussing like you guys at TI, you had a really rough start to that event, and then you just progressively got better and better. And here you guys are looking pretty good. And do you prefer having the rougher start and then you can learn more? Because some players and captains actually prefer losing at the start because it kind of forces your team to, all right, we got to figure some stuff out, you know? And when you come in and win right off the bat.
Yeah, I know, understand what you mean. I would say that it's like too early to decide that we already have a really good start. We won only one series.
Sure.
So it's too early to say that like that we are definitely strong, I think.
But would you mind losing a couple games here or there so you guys don't get too cocky? Or?
No. We're focusing on every series, on every match, and we're trying to win every game. So we're not thinking that would be better if we lose because we can maybe figure out some things. So we never thinking like this.
You said you were looking at some other teams for this major. Who were you looking at?
You mean the picks, heroes?
Yeah.
I don't know, every team. Like just watching which teams are strong, what they're picking, just trying to maybe steal some strategies.
Yeah. I mean, what about like China, right? Because we already had their tournament, and LGD looked really good. Was that a team that you guys looked after at all, or you just treated everyone equally?
It's not like not only LGD or some other team. We're watching every team at every tournament, trying to just find something new for us, some maybe good strategy, and trying something new. Always trying something new.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Can I ask one more? One more? Just one more.
Can we ask one more?
Sure.
All right. If you don't want to answer this, it's kind of specific. But going back to that game one, you guys had last pick there, and you were considering Yatoro's hero, and you ended up going with Anti-Mage. You had that IO lineup, IO Bane. I was thinking you guys were pushing more towards like an Ursa or Sven direction. Was there something that made you choose Anti-Mage over those heroes that...
Yeah, I thought about Ursa. I even said that maybe, what about Ursa? I asked Yatoro, but he was too confident in Anti-Mage. He said, like, just pick me Anti-Mage and I will kill them all.
Well, he was right. He was right. All right, Bapochka, we asked a lot of questions. Thank you so much for answering all of them, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. See you.
Bye. See, so wholesome and humble.
Too humble.
Too humble.
I was going to start yelling at him. Where's this TI cockiness?
All right, we do have another match that is going to be coming up. We're going to say goodbye to Team Spirit on this stream, but we are keeping Fnatic on, and they're going to be facing up against TSM. So we're going to have that matchup, which I'm interested to see how TS, because they've already played a series, right?
Did they?
Yeah, I think so.
We'll have to find out what happened in that.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether or not, because it could be both teams are on a downswing, or maybe just Fnatic needs to be able to pick themselves up. But I think we can go ahead and go to a break here and come back, and we'll talk about that next matchup after that.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out.
Let's hurry up and get this started. Let's go! Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's get crazy. I know you're ready, so keep steady. And let's get crazy.
I should hold.
Get out. I should get out.
Hold. Hold.
Get out.
With Pepperstone, you can automate your trading to stay on track, no matter what your emotions are telling you.
I need coffee. Coffee!
Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell, you were here at the request of Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
I intend to push your limits. Show me what you're made of.
Nice.
Having any fun yet?
nights covered. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's cover. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hello. We've got our second series, or fourth series. If you're watching this stream, it's your fourth series. It's our personal second series, and really what matters is in the eye of the beholder. So, second series of the day. TSM FTX versus Fnatic. Did you just give me the stare down? Let's take a look at all the matches that have been happening today. We've got 3 different streams, 4 different matches on each stream.
Too much Dota?
Too much Dota?
No.
There was such thing.
Exactly. Trick question.
Yeah.
You passed.
Remember there was a period of time where there were people complaining about too much Dota? I get to see Secret versus Liquid all the time. It's happening every week. Oh, this is too much.
Some of those were teams.
Yeah. But some of them were viewers too. And I was like, please stop this. Stop
Remember
this.
there were
See,
too many lands.
Yeah.
Remember that problem?
Too many lands.
Wish you had that problem now, don't you?
I remember a period of time where it was like 7 weeks of just I left for LAN events, and I did not know when I was coming back because LAN events were constantly being like put in, and I didn't know what I was going to get invited to next, so I just left.
I mean, there
for
were
an undetermined amount of time
going on during LAN events.
That's true. It was a period of time.
That's like a LAN cube.
I think I was gone 7 weeks in a row. Every week was a different LAN event. It was a good time. Good time. And now we're here in the first LAN event with a crowd.
In 10 years.
10 years. It's been 10 years. Yeah, we finally get to be able to have a crowd. I am super looking forward to that. It's going to be so nice to be able to have, from a player side of things, right? It's different, right?
It's a huge difference.
Yeah.
It's like night and day.
Yeah.
An event without a crowd is not a Dota LAN.
And I know one team who really, I think it would play well, or at least one person who would play really well with a crowd.
Moon Meander
of TSM.
I knew he was going to say.
And we have an interview not with Moon Meander. It's with Dubu to be able to talk about their matchup against Fnatic.
We became better as a team to perform. So that make us have a higher chance to qualify TI. Yeah. It's just simply because we are better than last year.
All right.
Bold words there, fighting words. I honestly thought he was going to end that because we're better than everybody. I was going to be like, yes, some cockiness, finally. But no, apparently every Dota player is just the most humble person except the people on my team. I don't know how that has worked out historically, but that appears to be the case here.
I mean, you haven't. Did you ever listen to your players in their post-game or pre-game interviews? Like pre-game interviews.
No, because they made me do all of them. But
yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
No, I'm serious. All these guys are super humble.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, it's not like that behind the scenes.
No.
Once you're on these teams, it's all trash talk. This guy sucks. That team shouldn't even be here. I'm glad they didn't make it. It's fucking...
Okay, but Dubu, Dubu and Moposhka, I feel like that's real.
I mean, those guys are actually humble. Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying anyone in
Dubu,
particular.
I feel like none of the Korean legacy players, of like MVPs, MVP Phoenix and MVP Hot Six and those guys. I feel like they're all pretty.
I mean, I'm trying to think of who I can call out right now and not get. Retributed on.
QO is definitely talk some friendly shit, but I've heard that in person, but that's just because Blitz and QO have a funny dynamic. But
I mean, Seb likes
all
to
of
talk
them
trash,
are so
right?
nice.
Seb's known for talking.
Yeah, Seb.
Or Peter.
PPD.
Peter back in the day. Peter would talk trash to his own team. That's how good Peter was, I was in there sometimes like, God damn, this man goes hard right now. That's how you. But that's American Dota, and that motivated people for a certain period of time. Like
yeah, and then eventually it made them crumble.
The trash talk, this region was born into it. And speaking of NA Dota, we're gonna get graced with some.
Graced.
The number 1 first season, number 2 second season, TSM, FTX, Moon Meander, Neva got sponsored for like 2 years, but now he's here.
Hey, he's got a sponsor. He's got a team. He has worked so
Look at how
hard.
happy he is.
Yeah. He's
so
worked
happy.
so hard to be able to be here in this place that they do not want to go. They do not want to be the team that gets knocked out in the group stage. And they have already done a decent job of setting themselves up for that. They played a series before this against Gaming Gladiators. They did go 1-1.
And that's a good result. Gaming Gladiators, no
strong.
rollover.
No.
And they looked like they kind of owned them game 1. They got destroyed game 2. Stuff happens. But game 1, they got their IO, and they got that IO Lesh combo for Quinn, which he's super comfortable playing, so he looked good. They got a win under their belt, and an early win for them is really big because now they have confidence, right?
Yep.
All right, we're not just like hindered by some stand-ins and whatever excuses. We're here to win. We're here to, and hey, that's a dub for the NA boys here. First dub of the tournament.
First dub of the tournament. We should talk about that.
Hopefully not the last.
It would be pretty sad. We're setting this all up and they go like 1-14. We want to be able to talk about this draft, but I do want to point out, just for anybody who hasn't been paying attention, TSM FTX do have a stand-in. Unfortunately, Saberlight had COVID. In fact, Abrial also had COVID, but he's good now. He's here with the team, and he's here just in time, but they do have a stand-in in Quinn. So Quincy Cruz, very own Quinn Callahan, is going to be standing in. He's going to be playing in the mid lane, and Brial, he does this all the time. He's too nice, He gave up his mid lane. He's going to be playing off lane. He does this all the time. He does this in pubs. He does this in NEL. I don't know if he wants to be playing another role or if he's just a really nice person. So if he gets another mid laner on his team, he just, you can play mid. But he does play a very sick off lane for a couple of heroes. Mars and Titan.
All right, well, I'm going to finish that point, then we'll talk about this.
Yeah.
It's because Dota players like to play roles they don't play.
Yeah.
Because they think they're going to go on there and destroy everybody because they're like, oh, this looks so easy. You just see these guys make it look easy. I can play Sand King and farm Ancients and blink on somebody, no problem. And then you go there and you get your ass handed to you by some 10K safe laner who's played this matchup 100 times more than you will in the next year. And you're like, all right, can I play mid again, Moon? Not feeling so great. So that's the one thing. That's the cockiness I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I am very happy to see this Phoenix hero start to make a debut in this tournament. I think we will see more of this hero.
Yes.
I think it's very strong with all of these blink stunners in the off lane. The Mars, the Sand King, the Magnus even was the Chinese combo for a long time. Even DK, if we're seeing more DK, Phoenix is super good to back up these single target initiator stunners. Gives you the AoE, gives you the sustain, gives you the team fight, gives you everything. It's just a question of, can you get this hero through the early game? I think that's his biggest hole.
Yeah.
I think even we'll at some point see Seb play this hero. He was spamming it in pubs. So some 5 Phoenix might be on the horizon. I think his laning is better than it used to be. It's not crazy, but
Fire Spirits is probably in the best place that it's been in quite some time, right?
This hero, he can like draw lanes. He can pseudo win lanes if you get the good counter pick matchup as well. Like there's certain carries he pairs really nicely with. Going back to when IG was playing this hero at some of the past majors, you're talking about the Kaka Lion type lineups with the Phoenix Lion. they were really good at understanding how to make this 5 Phoenix work in those lanes, picking very strong synergistic laners that will carry him a little bit. Troll was up there, Wraith King was up there. These types of stunner go in and can defend the egg is super nice. I really like that Troll Phoenix combo. I think that one's underrated. Medusa Phoenix is another one people go to.
Yeah, I really like that one because having another core that can defend the egg feels really, really good. Yeah.
So, I mean, Furion's also another one, but that one's more... It's uncommon, you know, and they do ban this Dusa from Fnatic. And we're still seeing this Dusa be pretty high priority in a lot of these games.
Ban away the Dusa, ban away the Abaddon, who's been making more and more appearances. Abaddon, Undying, Treant Protector, if you are playing up against T1, is something you're going to have to worry about. Some of the melee fives are coming back. The psychopath fives, as I like to call them.
All right, I'm making a prediction, Cap.
Okay.
Last pick Arc Warden for Fnatic.
Oh my God, he calls it right away.
It's gonna happen, unless they take their carry here. You know, I'll look foolish, but that's my bold prediction of the draft.
Okay, why exactly? I mean, it hits egg, but Arena defends really well against ranged cores.
I'm just feeling it.
Okay.
I think there's one, I want to see it, I'm feeling it, so I'm trying to make it happen, you know?
Okay.
I think it's a Raven hero. He really likes it for some of these tanky melees he can bully in that lane matchup. It's an egg killer. They're going to want an egg killer down the road. It could just be like a Mirana hero or something. But then I'm wondering, you know, do you have enough team fight to go into Mars Phoenix with that? And where's the damage coming up? I think the biggest thing about this Dragon Knight hero is you want some team fight behind him. You want some damage follow-up. In terms of easy pickoffs, make the hero feel good. And when the 5-on-5 happens, you want his jump to feel empowered. So anything that does one of those two things is going to help your Dragon Knight. Coddle, he's helping a little bit with some damage follow-up, but Coddle kind of plays the map and does his own thing. It's where you kind of want that Mirana Hoodwink type hero, and speak of the devil, there is the Chipmunk.
Yeah. Is Skywrath Mage just not... I mean, we just saw so much Sky DK before in the DPC.
Skywrath Mage, this hero always comes back for like a week and then he disappears for a year. That's always what that hero does, so...
Fair. Viper, which I feel like might be Bryle's hero. Just
that's
sorry, they already
that's
have
a
Mars.
Quinn hero right there.
Yeah, sorry.
And maybe they'll do some flex, but this just looks like mid Viper, and I mean you could play mid Mars, but I would prefer to see Quinn on this Viper and Bryle on the Mars.
Yeah.
Quinn has played a lot of Viper. He likes winning lanes. Viper's a lane winning hero, so fits the bill. I think it is a little odd to pick it blind. I think typically Viper thrives when you see a matchup you can force and you guarantee it.
Yeah, that is kind of weird, right?
You play around it as well. Like the thing about this hero is you can't win the mid lane as hard as you used to, and he doesn't farm the camps as fast. So ideally what you want to have happen with this hero now is you don't want to put him on an island. You want to abuse a mid matchup, gain an advantage, and have your supports come and gank for you, and abuse this position of weakness to force the enemy to come and fight your really strong Viper in a disadvantageous position because you won the lane. And it's a question of, is Phoenix Monkey doing it? Not sure.
That's a lot of smart analysis you're giving right now, but ultimately you were wrong about the Arc Wardens, so I don't trust any of it anymore.
You think so? That's what you think.
It's the Lifestealer mid.
It's still coming.
It's mid Coddle Lifestealer support for an Arc Warden. It's going to be a 5 Lifestealer.
Mid Arc Warden.
Mid Arc Warden. Okay.
Thompson would play it.
Yeah, Thompson would play it.
Yeah, see, now my analysis doesn't look so dumb, huh? Doesn't Cap?
but that's like I feel like that's every, you know, like you always know the Thompson fans. It's like you know like that South Park thing. Simpsons did it. It's exactly like that. Anytime you talk about like somebody doing something like, oh, this is cool, new build and stuff like that. Somebody go, but Thompson did it.
Yeah, I can tell you something Thompson didn't do.
Yeah, what didn't he do?
Whatever the next TA build is.
Oh, okay.
Thompson does not play Templars.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so why Lifestealer here? Just because, what, it's an egg hitter, does well against Mars?
Egg hitter, decent Mars matchup on lane in some ways. It can go bad, but generally good, and you can dispel the Viper goo in a fight. They don't have a lot to enable him, though.
By that you mean the Q, right? Not the...
Yeah, like the stacks, right?
Yeah.
The same thing as TSM is banning Veno Beast. Almost points me towards Carry Monkey, which don't think is terrible here.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it a good matchup against Lifestealer?
Yeah, generally. Like, at some point, you can go Scotty Basher type items. That man fight just becomes impossible.
Yeah.
And they're threatening this DK lane, too, which... that lane's not that amazing for Monkey. But it would, like, force them to pick another hero mid into Viper, which DK doesn't want to go there anyway.
Yeah.
But maybe TSM's just super happy to give, you know, this Monkey a lane with another support pick here to punish DK. Yeah. And that's a way to kind of threaten, like, oh, where are you going to send this DK?
Right.
Which could be like Witch Doctor or something. Could be kind of cool. Bane is still in the pool, I think. Which looks pretty juicy here as well. I think anytime you can get, like, BKB Pierce versus Lifestealer, it just makes this game really hard. Maybe there's some carry. I mean, there's still Terrorblade. It's an NA team after all.
Did you say Winter Wyvern?
I did not.
That's a hero that protects the egg and is good against Lifestealer.
You get the triple bird strat.
Yeah.
I always believed in Phoenix Wyvern. My team never did, so.
Oh, that's a shame.
Moon Mander's probably like, well, let's pick Wyvern. Quinn's like, I don't know.
You should have had me on that team. I believe in Winter Wyvern Phoenix.
Well, if I ever want to destroy my career further, I'll pick you up, Ken.
Thanks. You've got my number.
Why do you think I'm here now?
All right, TSM, they've got 5 seconds to give us our last pick. Is it going to be the Monkey King carry and they're picking up a 5? Nope.
Shaman. So they do go for that support pick, carry Monkey. That was the direction I was thinking, but I was thinking something that interacted better with the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
This is kind of more like, I mean, it's a classic TSM hero. I think Moon will probably play it almost all the time, and he's just super confident on it. Gives them instant disable, even more team fight and ball.
They
like
didn't have any Roche taking.
Yeah,
right?
their
heroes was terrible.
It helps the Roche a lot, which is the one thing I really like about it. And because Viper, Monkey, Mars, Phoenix, these are heroes, insane team fight around the pit, but no one's killing it.
Yeah.
And now they have a way to kill it, which is super nice. And this hero can be good versus Lifestealer in a lot of aspects if you get the initiation on him or the super long disable. There's no dispels in this game. It's a pretty good Shaman game in some ways.
So I was going to ask you at the start if Viper mid was advisable against what could be a mid Coddle. Because
yes,
I mean Viper, like he has some extra magic armor, but like you have no way to stop and catch Coddle, right?
And I honestly think
you still lose the lane, right?
I don't want to say they forgot about this, but it feels like they forgot about it.
Oof.
A little bit. I think this matchup is pretty bad for Viper, unless Quinn's not even taking the Viper. So they were debating it there, right?
I told you it was a Brile Viper.
Okay.
How dare you?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you saw that coming. Don't worry, they're picking Arc Warden next game. But I honestly think this caught them off guard. It slipped their mind. Because they're thinking the whole draft, it's like Coddle Hoodwink supports with this DK.
Yeah.
That's what they're thinking. And then, last pick Grimstroke. Now Coddle's going mid. They don't want to send Viper mid because pretty bad matchup. And now they're going to have to send a Mars mid, which not doing much better.
Yeah.
The upside is you get this Viper Lifestealer lane, which personally, I think if you're a very experienced Viper player, you can destroy him.
Yeah.
I do not think Lifestealer does well in this lane at all.
No.
I think it's like a 90-10 if you play it really well. He has no help from his supports either. They can all in the Viper early, which is I think what you play for, honestly. Or you try and dodge the lane. I don't know. So that lane can be rough for Fnatic here, but free mid-Coddle game, in my opinion. Looking pretty juicy. We did see Armel have a really good early game on this mid-Coddle earlier, and then it didn't go so well.
Yeah, he made one questionable rotation, which I feel like I've seen that exact same questionable rotation from his mid-Coddle during the DPC. There was one the C match, I think it might have been against T1 or somebody, he made that exact same move, where he TP'd to defend the safe lane, and he just immediately got caught out, and it was rough. But the current score in draft predictions is 1-0. But let's drop into this series, which is currently at 0-0 between Fnatic and TSM FTX, as we're going to see both teams lining up for a 5-man smoke. A 5-man smoke, but not everybody's going to be playing together.
It's a 10-man smoke.
Yeah, 10-man smoke. But they're all going to different areas, or at least TSM is.
Quinn got the first obs, but he won't see anything.
Yeah.
And Dubu, he is blocking this Coddle small camp. So this is something we saw Fnatic try and prevent earlier.
Yeah.
And here they're going to let it happen, but they have 3 sentries already. So one of these instantly goes to Armel, and You'll probably just pre-place that. Or place it the second he sees it's blocked, and
yeah,
maybe you'll get one camp out of it.
Quinn did the nighttime tower trick, which is basically you hover right on the outside of that range. And so he knows there's a ward somewhere that was giving vision, because otherwise at nighttime the tower can't see you. So he knows that they did place a mid ward, and he was on the right-hand side and placed his ward aggressively. So I bet he knows it's somewhere in this area.
Might be a hard one. I mean, it's kind of easy to say, oh, just place it in the middle of this upper river, you know? But
sure.
Because they smoked and warded it, they know they also smoked and warded. Yeah. And it might make you think it's more towards the center of this ramp.
Yeah.
I mean, he did run there, so he knows there wasn't anybody there. But I don't know. It's kind of tricky. It's like you're going to play mind games yourself. I think it's a pretty high probability they get the D ward off this, but we'll see. Looks like just rune trade.
But not quite close.
I think over... What are you going to say? Go ahead. No,
I was I was saying nothing of importance. That's what. As I was literally going to say rune trade. That's it.
Oh.
And it wasn't a rune trade. You were wrong. Again. Jesus, SVG.
Oh,
you gotta get your shit together.
If I get another one wrong, I get fired.
This is a goddamn major. Come on. It's 3 going the way of Fnatic.
Well, what I was going to say is, looking at these lineups, TSM, the name of the game, is what happens when they group up. So what happens when these wards get dropped, and there's this monkey ring, and Viper sitting there being Viper, and there's an arena, and there's an egg, and there's all this massive AoE that you have to fight into, and Fnatic, their lineup kind of functions around DK jumping some dude.
Yeah.
Or Coddle. I mean, if Coddle goes super ham, he goes super ham, but in general, these fights are like, DK goes in and sets it up, and then Lifestealer and Coddle can commit their damage on the follow-up. There's a lot of AoE to do that into. And so it's going to be kind of a dance around the edges of these. How much does Fnatic commit to the engagements? Who do they commit on, and can they get the right jump?
Okay. So vision and initiation then sound like super important for Fnatic's side of things?
Yeah, I mean, if this was still like the old Harpy creep meta, I'd say that was coming out.
Yeah.
But I also think spell immunity is really nice for this game, because another way you can commit in these super team fight heavy lineups is you jump a single dude. Okay, they all stand there and look at you because you're golden. Right? That's like the other way to do it. And that's kind of part of the strength this Lifestealer picked this game. When he's raged, not a lot doing anything to him. Now, you have this Viper ult and you have Monkey when he's super strong, and at that point the game's going to be hard for him, but it's a decent window he can get in there and do some good stuff, especially with like this Grim Shard that could come out. That's another Dispel. This is a really good Dispel game. I think you can Dispel basically all of TSM's like important damage spells in the fights.
Oh, Moon Meander gets a little bit too aggressive here. We'll tank an Inkswell and a slow from the Stroke of Fate, and it's going to have to go for a TP out. Otherwise, probably chased down by the Lifestealer. They pulled the lane back, though, and that's the beginning of a very dangerous part of the laning phase for Lifestealer, right?
I mean, Bryle's super happy here. He's getting full solo XP on a triple wave. There were no pulls that happened. There's only one small camp, and it's Cobalt creeps, which don't do anything. So he's going to get a free level 3 here. No regen basically traded for it. It's a pretty decent start. And I think this is a very favorable lane for TSM. Like, this is the lane I think they want to snowball the most.
So, well, like, this next couple minutes sounds crucially important because they're not, like, soloing the lane. They're not doing that well just yet. I mean, Raven's top CS.
No, this is like they're playing this early waves to trade, basically.
Yeah.
They're basically playing it saying, we're going to destroy you later as long as Viper doesn't get killed or something level 1 or 2 off some weird rundown, which I don't think could happen anyway, but whatever. I think it's like a fine way to do it as long as you start to ramp it up, you know?
Sure.
It can also just be some of like, it's Bryle and the whole thing, right?
Sure.
Maybe they just, all right, I'm just going to like pull for you and set it up. We'll make it simple. Like, there's probably a better way to play this lane for the first 3 minutes, but you know, he's not an offlaner.
Yeah.
So make the game simpler for yourself, and already early salves, so they're going to start to win this lane. And again, like, they got the lane back. You can pull this small camp, but it's not going to do much here when there's double range creep that Bryle can hold.
Yeah. Knowles not doing quite enough. Maybe if it was the Ghost Camp. Actually get aggressive here, catching Moon Meander. Bryle's going to go for the kill onto Januel, and they might be able to get that kill first. They're going to be able to get the first blood. And now Moon Meander, he's actually fine. The slowdown of Bryle. The Courier is going to die. Raven is also going to be in trouble here. Bryle is going to keep this chase up. Raven,
he lost stacks.
Oh, he lost the stacks. That's really bad, but Moon Meander's still on there on the other side to collect the kill. Massive pickup. At the same time, Phoenix does die bottom lane to the Hoodwinks, so both off lanes winning.
I mean, one is winning more, and one is more important.
True.
This Viper lane is not easy. I don't think Lifestealer can really enter this lane anymore. This is a lane you have to kill the Viper early, and then you get some extra levels, and you go jungle. It's just so bad. And those types of engagements are... You don't have enough damage to all in him there, you're going to get turned around way too hard. This Viper's level 5 now.
Yeah, he's a level and a half above Raven, and he's also going to get level 6 way before Infest is up on Lifestealer.
There's no way Raven's getting another CS in this lane.
Yeah.
He should get 0 CS for the rest of this lane. He should be forced to jungle from this point.
But what does Lifestealer do? Like, he's not a great jungler at level 3, right?
I mean, no. This is generally why people prefer the flash farm carries and see some Jingu stacks, but...
And rain drop just enough to save Dubu's life from a second death in this lane.
And this monkey's job is like, they're not going to win this lane versus DK. Monkey doesn't really have aggressive potential on him, but he can get his Phoenix through the early game. And that's what's the most important thing about Phoenix 5 is anytime you can get him pulls, it's amazing. Anytime you can get him the levels, or if you can leave the lane and give it to him, which is not usually reliable these days. Top Viper.
They do still have the grab here. Shackles for Moon Meander, but there are too many heroes here, especially the TP and the call. Oh, it's just enough. Big kill from Armel as the blinding light was just enough to get the Viper kill.
So some over-aggression throwing the kill back. They did get this Coddle TP, but he's super happy to mop that up and get some stacks on the way back.
And Quinn, he had to kind of deal with the Siege Wagon push, especially against the Coddle. Pushes in the wave constantly, so he hasn't been able to make any moves just yet, though he did find an Invis rune.
This is a decent rune on this hero. And he has Arena, so...
Ooh, they really want to catch Armel here. Moon Meander's going to pop out. Shackle, and that's going to be enough to... Oh, the missed spear. That a disaster. Quinn's got to get out of here. He pops the Invis on Armel, offering him a high five on his way out the door.
Quinn out, my boy.
That was a rough one.
That's why I just cast Rebuke first, man. I'm not good enough to hit those.
Yeah, same. Just, you know, it's guaranteed. Just slow him down. Coddle's too fast, man.
He wanted to look good, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he's trying to impress him, like,
yeah,
on the stand-in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you guys sure you don't want to kick Bryle for me, huh? Quincy Crew is not doing so hot lately. 3-3. TSM FTX kinda, you know, they had a nice, good top lane going on. Bottom was doing okay, but now things seem to be getting a little bit out of control. Tomato outside of vision just long enough to be able to jump to the trees. Jumps out before he can get hit by a blast from Armel. And gets away at a very crucial time there.
They really are trying to use this Coddle to sway the other lanes. We saw it in the other game earlier today too. And it is a style you can play with this hero, but it has its downside. The downside is, like, even if you get those kills to work, your game gets slowed down, and all of your timings become just a little slower. Yeah. And in Dota, that can mean your impact. You're not hitting your peak at the exact optimal point where you want to be. And for a hero like Mid Coddle, that's super important. This hero's all about your early item timings because you flash farm to get them, you're ahead of people, and you abuse the net worth advantage.
A lot of heroes here. They're going to immediately spear the Keeper of the Light, who also had the Inkswell on him. And Quinn gets a refill on that bottle. It's a regen rune top lane.
You fools think you're going to get a rune from Quinn.
Yeah. Quinn has made it very clear. And he's like, you guys want me to stand in? You have to secure me all of the runes.
Armel, he's just running back bottom.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to catch him too. Doesn't even need Armel's help, it looks like. Just jabs and DJ, maybe
Fire
not.
Spirit.
Oh, the burn! The poison from the green dragon brings down Tomato.
This this is where his lane matchups just... It's pretty hard, especially when Scuttle has early bots and he can always TP or rotate blind. Like, it's really hard to read. The upside is you can put these supports mid and get levels on them, so Moon will get like some very much needed XP off this mid. Shadow Shaman's a hero that probably benefits from this the most. As long as you're not losing towers, you're okay with it. Quinn
Quinn runs into him, but he doesn't actually go for the arena on Armel, instead going for jabs, but he gets bushwhacked. How is the tree still up? Wait, what? Spear, jabs, too far away and too tanky. I thought trees automatically died inside the arena. Even after the arena walls go down, it continually kills trees. That's why you can't do Hoodwink plus Mars. Did they change that?
Are you also hearing music?
I am hearing music. I don't know where that's coming from.
We're just getting some cool vibes.
Is that music, you guys?
I wonder if the stream can hear it.
I don't know. But
maybe the stream hears it, maybe they don't. They think
funky
we're crazy.
grooves here.
Yeah, they just saw Tomato died and start playing some funk music.
You know, Tomato's rocking a little bit of a funk hairstyle lately. He's been growing out the hair, wearing a headband. Kind of like it. It's groovy.
Let's see here. TSM getting to some decent level timings here. Almost Shaman level 6. Oh, and he gets the most broken item for this hero. Tumbler's Toy. I think this is one of the most broken neutral item hero combinations, in my opinion.
Oh, really?
In terms of changing a hero. And they're straight in the Roche pool.
Well,
this is the Shaman life right here.
Yeah, they changed the Death Prophet Exorcism to be a little bit weaker against buildings, but there is still the power against Roshan for Shadow Shaman. And they may be interrupted here in a really bad way. They do manage to get the Soul Bind onto two, but the blast actually knocks them apart. Roshan's just about to fall. They're going to get in there. The Inkswell, but the Ace is already been picked. Oh, Jabs picks it up right in front of the Viper. DJ, he survives, gets off his ultimate, slows down Quinn a little bit more. He tries to get him a Sunray heal. Is that going to be enough? No, blasted back, right back into the rest of Fnatic. Quinn does manage to take away that Aegis. Stroke of Fate misses. Quinn, does he live here? Tomato actually, the last little blast. Oh, he gets him. Armel had the nice read. Just enough blast charge time to catch that mid laner.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Hesitation. A little hesitation from TSM. Also, Dubu did not have resources to join that fight.
Yeah.
Like, even if Fnatic takes that fight, it should be an impossible fight for them. You have the Monkey's not there with Wukong. The Phoenix is not there with Egg. It's just 3. They get a really good soul line, then they break it. I don't think that should be a fight that Fnatic can take and get away with murder like that. Quite literally, and that Aegis steal.
Yeah.
Kind of a big loss for TSM there, because I think they were in a pretty decent position and it's throwing a little back, but...
Yeah, they could have been in a position with Quinn having an Aegis and Blink Dagger right now.
Yeah.
That
and
would have
maybe
been...
even 2 kills on top, like,
yeah.
Fnatic wants to contest.
Bottom lane, they go for the rune, contest here, and they're going to catch Moon Meander and get the double damage over to Jab. So perhaps, I mean, he's still got a little bit of a window where they're going to have DD and Dragon for him, so they can maybe hit mid tower. Or not. Maybe bottom tower. Yeah.
I think bottom's the more important tower for his Lifestealer's game over the course of the game, but...
Okay.
Mid tower is always a little higher priority.
How is his game? It's okay.
I mean, it's rough, but
Armlet's here now. Yeah. I mean, comparison to Monkey King, it's not that different. In fact, Tomato's about to drop down again here as Armel delivers the finishing blow.
This is a game Armel is taking over slowly but surely.
Oh, the Blink Dagger. He needs this kill so badly on Armel. This time the spear does land. They need a little bit more damage though. The Fire Spirits go up. They're actually going to drop the egg here. Armel, knowing he's dead here, is going to try and commit for the egg, but he can't do it by himself. DJ is already full retreated out here. TSM, FTX rotate multiple heroes, but they do get multiple kills for it.
I mean, that's super worth. This coddles the entirety of Fnatic's lineup right now.
Yeah.
He's Alchemist, he's Storm Spirit, he's some other hero all combined into one.
Yeah.
Anytime you can take this guy down, it's like a sack of gold. He's super high level. You get a lot back in return, and you get a huge period where he's off the map, which is probably the most important part.
Right.
Because TSM, they're really happy to take these grouped up fights. They're kind of sad when the map is getting split and pushed around them, and at least in this early portion of the game. just because their catch is pretty much all in this Quinn Mars blink.
Yeah.
And he can't be everywhere. So I'm gonna see an early smoke in the triangle here. Try and find the monkey again.
They got the wards to be able to catch him. The Inkswell with the Dragon Tail stun and the Bushwhack on top of that. More than enough burst damage to be able to catch him. And just in case, a silence Dubu, maybe catch him as well. Armel couldn't quite get the solar bind before vision was lost.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So good moves being made from Fnatic here. Really abusing this monkey. Up to 3 deaths now. Not ideally where this hero wants to be at this point, and it's giving a lot of space for Raven to catch up after what was a really rough laning stage. Got recovered a little bit by Armel, but he's back up to the top here.
Oh, they didn't want to run into the 5 position with this smoke. I think they would have liked to be able to catch probably Armel's target number one, right?
I mean, he's always number 1, but
Radiant's middle tower
you gotta catch him.
Yeah,
this man's a Ferrari out here.
Yeah, and he's just driven his way over to the bottom lane. Quickly takes that. No.
Slowly takes the last hit on the tower. And he's going to have himself well over 10,000 net worth here pretty quickly. Wards drop mid lane. Fnatic going to respond. Well, they respond well enough, though. Straight up spear out of nowhere. Bryle. He's going to deliver the damage enough to be able to finish off jabs. And now Fnatic may have to give up on this tower, or maybe they're going to still try and form a defense here. Armel setting up. Tower's going to fall. They get the soul bind to be able to stop the TP out. Dubu's stuck inside the war trap, and he's dead. Fortunately, Quinn does not get hit by that sharpshooter. Or maybe unfortunately for DJ. Blink back before the Urn Take could catch him here, but they're going to be able to catch him on the other side. Raven cuts across. We saw him do this a couple times in the Spirit series, where he tries to get active and wraps behind from wherever he's farming while his team is making that play. Super nice rotation.
Yeah.
Kind of awkward fight by TSM, though. Dubu ward trapped himself, and then he had no dive, so he tried to TP out. Fnatic's like, oh, okay. And then they just soul bind and kill him.
Yeah.
Very awkward type of engagement for TSM. I honestly don't think this early game is syncing up that well for them. Like, the position's okay, but it's been awkward, and Fnatic's done a nice job taking advantage of some of these little missteps to get back, like, not back in this game, but to compound their advantage from the laning phase on the back of this Coddle.
Yeah. Watch that last fight again. I mean, it was a clean execution on this Dragonite, but yeah, the Sunray in, and that causes some serious problems as they stick around to try and get the tower last hit. Dubu stop at the soul bind. Like, if he's not there, the soul bind doesn't catch Quinn.
Yes.
And Quinn, in turn, doesn't die to Lifestealer.
Yeah, and they can even just dive in an egg on a turnaround or something. Like,
sure.
It's just so awkward.
So as a result, Fnatic sitting in a very pretty spot here, 3,000 net worth leads, especially considering the way that the early part of the laning phase was going. Our Lifestealer's made a full recovery. He's actually ahead of the Monkey King, 8,000 net worth. Obviously our Mel, our Alchemist Light is just chock full of gold. In fact, he's going to have an E-Blade pretty quickly here.
Moon setting up bottom. He has Blink.
You're trying to get the Blink spear back or something. They're going to go for it right as he starts backing away. They feel like this. Oh, no, they actually go for it. But he's already popped the rage. And now Mars with the missed spear is feeling a little awkward. But Armel may still be burned out. Might be able to get that one kill, and they do manage to get it. The egg is going to force the rest of Fnatic to retreat. In fact, DJ may end up dying here. Bryle didn't commit for that one. He's got to get out of here as now Jabs is going to show up. Lifestealer gets on top of Bryle. Bryle has nothing to save him here. The Sunray's not going to be enough heal by itself. And Fnatic, even if they lose Armel, still managed to win a great team fight.
Just another one of those engage. I mean, that is a 4v5 from TSM for the most part, because Tomato's not going to join that. But it's just an awkward thing, and so I mean, sometimes that's also the stand-in factor.
Yeah.
You're going to lose a lot of natural team fight synergy, natural communication, but that's one where when Moon goes in and hexes, you blink, you spear this Lifestealer back into a shackle.
Yeah.
I think that's a free fight right there, because there's no way you can engage that deep into Ward's Egg. But Lifestealer lives after the hex, then he gets his rage off. Quinn blinks in. It's kind of an awkward arena spear. It's not ideal. Like, maybe you can egg aggressively there, but it's hard to know because those supports can come in, Coddle can come in and right-click you down. So again, these fights are a lot about TSM anchoring the position of the team fight where they want to, and not overextending into the mobility of this Coddle, giving DK a free jump. It's going to turn around fast for them.
Deal with the ward on the high ground, but their own ward was spotted. Quincy crew, knowing that Fnatic is going to try and take down this ward, they're going to try and fight around this. They see Raven, they deal with the ward, Hex, and immediately blink out. They don't want to try the same thing twice, but they're going to get caught. Jabs, Dragon Tail first. Raven on his way, slows down Quinn, slowing him down to a crawl with a solar bind. Oh, the double shots come in, and they do manage to catch him. Bryle trying to keep his distance. The Inkswell is not going to be able to get the stun. Moonmeander quickly deals with the Hex. Nice Hex out, and it's going to be able to put Raven in an awkward spot with the, oh no, the Shackles now. Also the Wukong's command, cutting him into a corner that Jabs joined in. Oh dear, that was unfortunate for Fnatic. It did cost Quinn his buyback to ensure that team fight for TSM FTX, and apparently Fnatic's not done. Oh, what a bushwhack! A 3-man from DJ with the blast burning through at least Bryle, maybe more. The solar bind, they're actually going to be able to cut down that bind thanks to the egg usage here. They're spearing back into that egg. DJ will fall as a result. They're going to go for more. Moonmeander pounces onto Armel, a massive one. And they're going to be able to get it no problem. The level 16 Keeper of the Light with 12,000 net worth goes down. Look at how much gold he gives away.
Item and a half for that Shaman right there.
Yeah, seriously.
That was a crazy re-engage. 3v5 basically. They got a decent amount out of it. It looked okay, but
yeah,
that turnaround, it's going to help that Quinn buyback feel a little bit better. It boosts his gold back up. But
I mean, what a beautiful bushwhack.
Yeah.
And if they see that, like, okay, Bryle's dead, Moonmeander's super low, but the egg.
I think they really wanted that link to hit the Shaman.
Oh, yeah.
Watching it, and I think then that fight maybe goes a little better for them, because now Moon gets that re-engage at the end, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a little unfortunate that that link went the other way, but I think they also could have just chilled after that.
For sure.
Kill. But, I mean, it's good heads-up play. Like, you should be taking advantage of all these small opportunities. And especially with Fnatic's lineup, they can do it. It's part of the strength as Coddle. He gives you infinite mana resources, so you just keep looking for everything that the enemy's going to give you. And, again, no stop.
Oh, they're so close to being able to get the kill on Bryle. Instead, they'll find Moonmeander. Bryle maybe would have been the better pickup, but he played cautiously enough that he doesn't get caught.
This is the Roche window.
Oh, that's true.
Every one of these kills can snowball into a little more map control. Maybe you get a D-ward off this. Maybe you can control some high ground. The Roche is going to be super big if Fnatic can deny it from TSM. Because again, as we saw in that early game, TSM is super happy to just walk in there and drop everything. And say, come fight us. It's where their lineup thrives. You are not winning a fight around that Roche pit unless you're super far ahead net worth.
Which would you say 4K isn't like quite enough? Or
it's not enough. I think you need like BKB on Dragon Knight so you can just stick to the engage and maybe take some longer fight through the ults with an infest heal or something.
Sure, yeah.
But I think at this point, like that Roche fight's impossible. I think that earlier one was just a little misexecution, and again, the Phoenix and Monkey weren't even there. If you're talking a 5-on-5 Roche fight, good luck. It's not happening.
Quinn, I guess, really wants to finish up his BKB. I mean, he's just wandering on the enemy side of the map with no mana. So he's gonna go back. Fnatic, Inkswell, Blink Up. They're just kind of like looking for anything they can catch up here. They won't find anything though.
Ultimately, I think this game is a lot about Tomato's item. Like that's what's gonna win them the actual fight in terms of damage. If Viper lives a long time or they get some crazy hex, that's like awesome too, you know. But ultimately, this game is about how much Monkey can get that allows them to just man up in the fight, especially versus lifesteal. Like Scotty's a huge timing for this hero. And Quincy, I say Quincy because I see Quinn. He's fooling me. He's fooling me. TSM looking for the jump here. No vision though. It's a hard one to go into.
They're going to go back inside the Roshan pit, but the tree that is laid out from DJ gives vision.
I don't think you care. I think you just do this.
They know, they spotted Tomato on top of the trees. They wanted to be able to go for him. They take the ward that was placed in, and they're going to start dealing with this, but I mean, there still is really good poke from the Stroke of Fate and the Illuminate Blast that come in.
As long as Tomato doesn't get jump stunned all in.
Oh, yeah, he's going to preemptively pop his ultimate.
He's
Raven's
low,
going to go for it, though. With the Inkswell stun, maybe they can get it. No, it's going to be a race for it. Raven, no, Tomato picks up the Aegis. Quinn, meanwhile, Arena that catches two in the back lines. They manage to be able to deal with both Jabs and Januel beautifully. The Lysos's actually going to pop out and see if he can re-threaten some of these heroes with TSM. They catch one with the Bushwhack. Moonmander's going to die. Dubu trying to dive his way out of here, but a bigger kill would be Tomato. Take away that Aegis and maybe even a second life, but they can't quite stop him.
Got the vessel.
Jumps into the trees. As long as he keeps hopping south, he'll be good.
This Coddle does so much damage. It's insane.
Yeah, seriously.
The end of that fight with the DK shard blasting people into it. The Infest comes out. We're seeing the power of Armel's network getting put to use in that fight, but again, it's very hard to commit in there, and Tomato played the fight correctly. Early BKB guarantee the Aegis drop. They get the shard off that too.
Yeah, who got the shard?
Dubu picked it up at the end, but I don't think he took it because I think he already had it.
Oh, really?
Though they gave it to Moonmander, which is one of the better shards in the game. Like, I think his shard's amazing. It lets you use shackles for farming, which is amazing for the hero. Like, you can shove waves with a shackle, and I mean, it just makes your shackles way better.
They don't have a BKB interrupt, right? So if he manages to get to that item, super scary.
I mean, anytime you can get free cast range on Shaman, it's huge. So
yeah, for sure.
It's a very nice free pickup for them to get. Don't think there was really anything better. I think Quinn already had his. Maybe they gave it to Quinn. I think they gave it to Quinn. There's no way Quinn would have bought one.
Oh,
so I guess Moon bought his.
Some people like the double spear. Does Quinn not?
Well, I'm just saying if he's going BKB.
Right, yeah.
Like,
yeah,
you wouldn't have bought
right.
it before finishing BKB, so
Yeah,
that means they gave it to him. But I think both these shards are good. I like the double spear. I've always liked the double spear. I think it does more on average than people give it credit for.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, it's nothing to, like, sacrifice your build for, but it's good.
And he should have that BKB now. It flies in, and this is really well timed to defend bottom lane. Oh, no, the rage came out just as Moonmeander tried to go for the jump. Now, Bryle does manage to get the Viper Strike, but there is going to be the save of the Infest. Jab's going in. A big fireball that Moonmeander's just going to get burned out from with the help of the Infest as well. But a spear actually catches Raven. He has another rage coming in with a Satanic as well. But if he stays alive through this, it's going to be enough. Now they can go back in with Armel. That's exactly right. Quinn doesn't have his BKB. Armel offering him a hand in friendship or in foe. Armel diving in deep with this BKB, blasting Bryle back in. The Bushwhack is there as well. Armel starts backing up, throws one last round of nukes, and that finishes up the Viper. Now the stun in. Oh, Fnatic are absolutely relentless, and they might just be able to kill the Monkey King twice here, as, he's immediately going to be caught by the Bushwhack, and Sunray will not do anything to save him. Dubo's dead as well. He's silenced. He's ethereal bladed. Maybe he can get rampage for Armel. What a beast. What an absolute read to just run into the enemy team like that with his BKB and make sure that no one can escape.
This man thought he was a god. He might be a god this game.
Yeah.
Adding 5 to that stat total. Hope you had him in your fantasy. This game will push him up there.
Oh yeah, where's my fantasy?
Feasted that fight. What was the damage output on that fight? 8,000 damage from this copper. The next closest was 3,500.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's ridiculous. What is this hero?
Tried to go for the spear. Doesn't catch him. May be punished. Will be punished. He's going to be forced to use the BKB. Now they're going to try and... Okay, they can't keep Jabs in check here. Soulbind, that's going to be enough. The double blast coming in from Armel to finish off Moonmeander and do some damage to Bryle. Carries back, but does Fnatic care?
I don't think so.
They're checking. Look at that. The Bushwhack blind over in the trees trying to find Tomato. Tomato's saying, no way. We're not fighting anymore. I got to finish my Scotty.
I tend to agree. I think that fight was a little... It's just awkward timing-wise. Because he's so close to Scotty on this monkey, and it's such a huge item in this game.
Yeah.
And again, the execution is just a little off.
Okay, jabs, no spear. Oh, he died inside of the fountain. The damage over time was just enough.
Radiant's
Viper
middle
doing
tower
work.
is under attack.
Can't underestimate his damage.
He's got a Hurricane Pike now. They got Elena Barracks, obviously fantastic for Fnatic. TSM will have their own little moments to be able to be hype about. They've got a Scotty now on Tomato. How much does that change the team fights? Because they are getting whomped by Fnatic so far.
It helps a lot. You're talking about like move speed, attack speed, these types of reductions on lifesteal when he's trying to position and run away from certain fights, especially with a Satanic build. Yeah. It adds up. And it lets him man fight a lot more. And Moon finding the pickoff here. This is like what you want to be happening with your Shaman gameplay, ideally.
Fade from memory.
I was talking in the earlier game. I think this Scotty is the best timing for the Monkey this game.
Yeah.
But they're in a tough position to use it. Fnatic's just super far ahead. This Coddle's an absolute monster to deal with. He's going to have a Octarine pretty soon here.
Oh, Quinn, he's going to run into him. Does manage to catch the Hoodwink, pops his BKB to ensure Armel doesn't do anything there. He has one last Gonser Rebuke to finish him off.
Nice find by Quinn, and starting to get some pickoffs here. They're looking top too, but it turns daytime.
Yeah,
Coddle's ally.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to catch a Coddle during daytime is it's twice as impossible as catching him regularly.
Raven's also going Scotty.
Yeah,
he's getting up there.
Yeah, he's got a Heaven's Halberd, and he's going to have a Scotty of his own soon, so at that point...
The thing is, the fights are still so much about how TSM positions them and who this Shadow Shaman jumps.
Yeah.
Like if this Shaman can... I mean, he's on his way to BKB too. If he can get that, it's super big as well. Because there's no BKB cancel. So he can blink in BKB, Hex Shackle the lifesteal or something, and you just all in. And there's no save for that. And I think it's like their best route to victory in this game. And I think the way Fnatic avoids that is you jump TSM. Like, just play super aggressive, run in there. Do not let TSM choose where to fight and how. Play with the vision advantage. Or you can itemize for a save, which... I guess they have this E-Blade, and like maybe you can E-Blade the lifesteal, he doesn't die. It's probably accurate.
Yeah.
So maybe they're not as concerned if they get jumped if the like Raven just plays super aggressive. I think that's another route to take it.
Aghanim Scepter almost done for DJ, which that's another person you probably want on your fantasy points. I saw him earlier sitting right next to you. 17.2.
Yeah.
He's at a great
Raven, he's just running in.
Yeah.
And he's warding even for his team, so.
I love this new development of like the cores bringing wards with them to sit when they're the ones frontlining like that. They have no range. Genuel is going to be saved by the Infest for now, but he's still going to get popped. There's too much damage here. Moonbeater instantly gets the Hex off. A two-man bushwhack, though. And Raven, he gets off the range and now turns. Satanic doesn't get a whole lot of time to be able to use it. He's chasing on the trees.
Nice
Speared
spear.
up inside the Wukong's command. They can't save him. Fnatic, they need to be able to get out of here, but they think they can still fight, it looks like. They're playing around. Armel's blasting. Look at him slowing down Quinn constantly. Jabs does get caught here, but he pops his BKB. Quinn is going to get burned out. Armel is destroying this back line while Monkey King's being chased down by Jabs. They caught him with the Solar Bind as well. He can't get out of here. He's slowed down. Inkswell stun. No carry, no problem for Fnatic.
What do you mean no carry? This Coddle's the carry. Tell you that much. This man's carrying every fight.
He really is.
All the lifesteal has to do is bait the ults and the BKBs. And then once they're down, this Coddle just dances around everybody.
Yeah.
There's just no catch for him. The Shaman goes down and he can kite the Mars, which is basically what happened. And he will kill you. He will kill you very fast and very hard. Once again, dealt the most damage in that fight.
Yeah. I mean, combined with the fact that he's got two big damage dealers in his supports as well. And the fact that Jabs is also pretty damn farmed. He's level 20.
Yeah. I haven't talked about him a lot this game, but he's done his job.
Yeah.
And ideally, if he can ever find like the Shaman, I think that's the best jump. Phoenix as well, since there is no real save. Taking these supports out is just amazing for his lifestealer and Coddle to be able to engage.
Sure. What's going on with Dubu here? do like the Holy Locket build because he had 2,400 net worth saved up.
It's a tough ask. I mean, the highest impact item I think is Ags. You can save his Shaman, but it might be too much to ask.
Blink stun. Tomato.
Viper's just gone.
Yeah. Tomato trying to hit. Oh, the blast! It stopped him from getting up the trees, and now if they catch him right now with the... Okay, never mind. They're going to turn around. They're actually going to go for Raven here. Raven, who has a double damage, but if they keep him chain stun, it's going to be okay. The Soulbind's going to go out, and they need to be able to bring Tomato out of this area. The egg is eventually going to let up, and Fnatic go right back in for the kill. They finish him off. They catch Moon Meander as well. He's going to get shot down. Bushwhack pulls in Dubu to his death, and Quinn, the only member of Quincy crew and the only member, the only survivor of that last team fight. Oof.
Not what you want to see there if you're a TSM fan. This is Fnatic understanding the fights and just playing them to perfection in terms of what their heroes want to do. Like, Lifestealer goes in, he knows he has this Grim Shard behind him. It's always going to bail him out in a situation like that, which means he will be able to get the Infest. As long as he goes in and baits a lot of those ults, Infest the DK, reset. We saw it bottom as well.
Yeah.
That second engage is a guaranteed win for them. Like, there's no way TSM is winning that second round engagement. It has to happen in the first. And that's basically Lifestealer or Coddle gets all in. And even as we saw earlier, if Lifestealer gets all in, you're not guaranteed to win it anyway. So
true.
Fights are just hard for TSM. They have to find some really good initiations. And that's the problem with this mid Coddle, why he's so annoying in these games. Because who is finding this perma-hasted dude?
Yeah.
He's too old. He's on a horse. Can't do anything, this guy, man.
It's true.
Horse has wings.
He just pops BKB at the first sign of any danger, which was Quinn showing up. But really, Quinn's just trying to finish off his refresher right now. BKB almost done for Moon Meander, so there's that as well. But meanwhile, we have Scotty finished for Raven. We've got an Aghanim Scepter for Jabs, and he's the one carrying the cheese with an AC on him. So the difference between like 5 minutes ago and the Dragon Knight now is massive. This guy is like a true secondary carry.
Yeah, he's the third carry that has come online.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Raven is the third one in net worth, actually, because the Aghanim Scepter given to Jabs, so he actually overtook him in second.
Everybody's trying to carry this game.
No, Fnatic doing a good job. They try and lay down some vision real quick, see if they can get the initiation. They almost get it. Force Staff gets him away. Hurricane Pike keeps a little distance from this Dragon Knight. He's going to be forced to use his BKB. The Wukong's command is really well placed, but Jabs can just float over the area with his Black Dragon. Oh, what a bushwhack. A two-man. Bryle in some trouble, but there is going to be that egg. That caused a little defense here. Quinn does manage to catch a really good arena, but the rest of his team was kind of stuck on the high ground. They could only take down that Grimstroke. And now they're missing some serious ultimates for the next part of the fight.
Moon was so close to getting that shackle.
They tried to stop him from being able to heal up. The spear goes down.
This is decent. You got the full shackle here.
Ward trap. Yep, they might be able to burn him out. Oh, damn that damage. Raven's not even going to lose his Aegis. Oh, Moon Meander tries to grab him again, but the Infest, and now Moon's going to get turned around on. They do have the arena. They try and hit for the spears. They do manage to take the first life. The spear actually landed on DJ, but Tomato doesn't have the Wukong's command. Quinn and Bryle are chasing in, but Raven is right in the middle of everybody right now. Armel does finally go down. Quinn finishes him off, but Raven is totally uncontested right now. Turns around, Viper Strike. Oh, God, it's so close. But the slows, they're just enough. They turn around, slow him down a little bit more. They have the spear back. He's got a rage. He's got a TP. He can get out here. And he will. It's just going to be a range barracks.
Top barracks are under attack.
I mean, honestly, it's not the worst case scenario for... I mean, these fights are just so hard for TSM. I feel like any time Armel dies, you probably count it as a victory.
Yeah, seriously.
It's buybacks for them, especially on Bryle. That's really costly, but you don't have a choice. And honestly, I think Quinn played that fight like a beast. Like, he just went on that backline, got a 3-man arena. Yeah. And there wasn't the follow-up just because, again, the fight's so hard for these supports to commit into. But he got 6 or 7 spears off in that fight.
Yeah, it was a lot.
And, I mean, Moon, This is a really hard game for him because he's just always worried about this DK stunning him on the going if he doesn't want to commit that BKB. And it's hard for him to commit it because he has to weigh how much damage his team's going to be able to get out in the time one guy shackled.
Yeah.
And that guy might get E-bladed. You know, he might get Grim Dispelled. Those are the things that are really weighing him down, especially his Grim Dispel. Because even if you shackle someone, you just throw it out. And you're losing like half that duration. Definitely not easy fights, but they're stalling this game out and they'll get another one. Dubu gets found.
Pop. DJ finishes him up from long range. He's got the level 20 talent, soon to be level 25 as well. So that bushwhack radius, that's pretty scary.
Raven has all the items Tomato wishes he had here.
True. Tomato, Scotty, Basher,
Penta Edge Sword.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one.
It's the other advantage, you know. TSM cannot get these neutral items right now.
Yeah.
There's also a Witchbane on this Grim, so there's another Dispel.
Oh, that's nice.
Cleanse.
Yeah.
Passive Subjugate.
Yes.
Bet you didn't know that's what that was called.
Subjugate them.
Why is it called Subjugate?
Yeah, what about, well, you're it's a witch bane, right? So it's the bane of witches. So you're subjugating, I assume, witches, bringing them under your control.
By burning their mana?
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, and of course, you know, Spell Prism for this Coddle. Because his cooldowns weren't short enough.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What is that cooldown? 8.6 on Illuminate. Bryle does have a Manta, so he's able to dodge that initiation. That was pretty important. Otherwise, I think that was Fnatic ending the game right there.
Probably. He has no buy. That was a very bold position by him. But how do you go on this Dragon Knight? I guess
jump in, tries to go for the arena, but Quinn blows up. No buyback there. So they're going to try and do a bit of damage to Jabs as he flies his way out. And without the arena, how do they get a good egg Wukong's command?
You got to have the Hex Shackle the Century right here, I'll tell you that much.
It's all on Moon Meander to try and hold this.
Buy Ags on Shadow Shaman and get like the Storm Vortex, you know, where you can shackle 5 people.
That's kind of what he needs against Fnatic right now. We're 27k up, and all 3 of their cores are absolute monsters. Throwing out stuns, throwing out whatever damage they can. Look at that damage from a distance. Tomato just lost a third of his health. And surely they're going to go back for the ranged barracks. Call it Megas.
No one can even walk up here.
Yeah. TSM are deciding they're going to hold against Megas.
Slave still has almost 5,000 HP.
Is he really? Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, he infests the DK. DK has 5,000 with that Black Dragon resistance as well. So, talking about where's the damage going to come. I mean,
true.
Sunray, this is where Sunray thrives. That's the power of this hero. He'll let you cut through these heroes even in the ultra late game like this. But you kind of need to be able to sit there and channel it on somebody, you know?
Yeah.
That's the issue TSM's having is the lockdown. This Grim Shard's causing them a lot of problems. This Coddle has caused them a huge amount of problems all game, and that was kind of the gotcha pick in the draft. I think they just... It's hard for me to say they forgot about it, but it felt like either that was what happened or they underestimated how much mid-Coddle was going to screw with what their draft wanted to do.
Yeah.
Because this is not an anti-mid-Coddle draft. Here's Infested Dragon Knight. That's a good find.
That is a very, very good find. One of the best. He does have buyback, though. Quinn's going to throw down an arena. Arena number 1. He does have a second one if they really want to try and kill Jabs here. Tomato, he wants it. He's going to jump forward. Quinn goes for another arena. This one does manage to catch Januel as well as the Dragon Knight. But Raven's inside. He's already killed Boon Meander a second time here. The burnout, the Sunray. Oh, it's so close. But Jabs, He gets a Shadow Blade. He gets away. The sharpshooter shot hit Quinn, and Quinn won't be able to blink out and stay alive. Armel does take a bit of damage here, but he still has his Ethereal Blade if he wants to use it. Bryle, he's going to be slowed down. Solar Bind, he gets rid of that with the Manta, but now the Ethereal Blade slows him down, and Abyssal as well. Ah, god damn that magic damage. E-Blade, Boomerang, Dagon, Solar Bind. He's taking like double the magic damage, and Dubu is going to perform a little disappearing act here. Fnatic going to go ahead and siege some fountains. Oh, fountain farming of Tomato.
The reward for a well-played game.
Woo! Fnatic putting on a show. What a way to be able to bounce back against the TI winners. They lost those 2 games. But here against TSM FTX, they seem to have gotten a bit of mojo back, or maybe TSM just isn't the same caliber team at all as the TI winners. Fnatic take it away with the mid-coddle that, I mean, that just Armel dominated, man. Whew.
Yeah, that was a way smoother game than the one earlier.
Yeah.
I also think the itemization was just way more natural for him. That game earlier in the day, he felt pressure to go like 3rd item BKB. This is not the position you want to be in. This is a snowball hero, positional-based hero. Abuse the move speed, abuse the cast range. Just play for pure damage. I like this much better. He's just itemizing to take the game over, carry his team. It's exactly what he did. TSM has no answer for this hero at all, in my opinion. And I think he's one of those heroes in this meta. It's like, it really reminds me of Alchemist in these old patches.
Yeah.
Like, you get this hero, he's just a first phase hero. You can kind of move around a little bit in terms of laning, and then you don't have a way to deal with him. He just feels impossible to touch. It's like, even if you touch him, it doesn't matter. You just get so far.
Talk about more than game 1. We're going to go to a quick break, come back, talk about it a little bit more.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discover underneath last night's covers. Yeah. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body.
All right, game one, Fnatic. Pretty good. Pretty strong performance by them. And what a way to be able to bounce back after what was a pretty rough loss, I would say, against Team Spirit. But they bounced back in really good form here in game one against TSM FTX. But they do still have to be worried, I think, for game two. And TSM FTX did prove that they can take down a tough team in Gaming Gladiators, who they managed to go 1-1 against. And we did talk about how this coddle was such a big issue all around.
Yeah, I don't even think this game was like some crazy outplay game. If anything, I think it was more TSM fumbled a bit in those early games in some of those team fights.
Yeah.
Which, you know, they're not their full roster, so it's hard to put too much pressure on that. But I think this game, like, I don't think TSM was outclassed in terms of the execution in this game. I think this coddle was just way too good in terms of the strategical value and how much it does for his lineup, salvaging. Like, you have to remember, this coddle also salvaged this lifestealer early game, too. A lot with that double kill top.
Yeah,
so it's not just that the coddle was a problem for TSM. It was the coddle's a problem, and this coddle is alleviating some of the other problems for his other heroes.
Yeah.
And once those timings get switched up like that, especially for heroes like Viper, there's like a Viper Mars lineup. It's super snowbally lanes-wise. Like, you pick this Viper, and you're trying to force a matchup that he can dominate the lane. If he dies once or twice, especially to a enemy hero that's snowballing on his own, which was coddle in this game, suddenly those cards get flipped a lot, and you start losing a lot of value, and the enemy team starts gaining a lot.
Yeah.
And that's where we saw this lifestealer catches up, and maybe TSM could have executed some of these fights on the road, but Fnatic, they understand how their lineup functions. They're playing it super well at this point. I mean, we see Armel. He knows he's a god. He's on Mount Olympus.
That was such a cool play. Just walking in like that, forcing like solar binding and pushing the Viper back just to ensure one more kill, at least. And it turns into more because TSM are obviously trying to turn and fight with their Viper.
Yeah, look at this chaos.
Ooh, perfect timing.
And you know, he's like, yo, I got a rampage,
Rampage?
boys. Don't touch him.
Rampage?
Because see, they all backed off, you know. They're good
Hell
teammates.
yeah. They are good teammates.
Some teams, they would fight for that, but they give it to them.
We saw sometimes there was points where TSM could all in and commit here, and this is one of them where they managed to force out the Infest, force out a Rage, and they managed to bring down Raven, but Armel, look at this, is positioning up there in the north, and he swings over through the lane to left-hand side, cuts down Quinn. He's like, you don't have BKB, I'm gonna stay on your ass.
Yeah,
you ain't going nowhere.
No way you're doing anything once the BKBs are out.
Yeah.
So, nice game from Fnatic. I do think they should not underestimate TSM going to games 2. Not that they will, but again, I do not think that was some insane execution outclass. And I think TSM, they're honestly playing pretty decent, given the situation, which is basically, they're kind of missing 2 players, right?
Yeah.
That's a hard position to be in, but I honestly think they're playing good enough to take games off these teams. They already have. I think they were playing decent enough that game. And I honestly think their draft was pretty annoying for Fnatic to play into if they didn't get this crazy coddle pick. I think it would have been kind of an annoying game just because they can do such the early Roche with the wards and just 5-man, and it's kind of a style TSM likes to do. Like, we've seen it over the course of these NA DPCs. They really like these 5-man lineups, ball you out, just take over the map at that 20-25 minute period, gain an advantage, and go high round early. Could have happened that game.
All right, well, we'll see what does happen going into game 2 right after this break.
Let's hurry up and get this started. Let's go!
touch me. It's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. That you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. That you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity.
Welcome back. It's the last game of the night on this stream anyway. Though, I feel like we're probably one of the slower of the stream. So maybe the last game of the night, period. TSM FTX versus Fnatic.
Speak for yourself.
What, you gonna...
Fastest caster alive. I don't even know what that means. Is there a speed?
I thought, I was like, you gonna watch some scrims later tonight, or like what? You got more Dota?
I might try and get in on some. Might try and hit up some boys. Give them some draft suggestions.
Hit up Snaking.
Nah, Snake. You know, he doesn't want anything from me.
I mean, do you
He's
have
a successful European captain
with,
now.
With all your EG shit talk? Do you have any friends in the EG
shit?
camp?
When have I ever shit talked EG cap? If anything, I remember you were throwing some shade earlier.
That's true. I was. Yeah. It's my bad. Not a great start for them. 0-4. TSM FTX, a little bit better start. They're 1-2, but they would love to be able to make that 2-2, and we're going to see if they can do that here in the second game where they have banned the cuddle.
If it's annoying, just ban it.
There's a lot of annoying heroes in Dota.
That's why we need more bans. We got to amp it up.
What was your favorite draft format? Do you like this one? Very few bans at the start.
I mean, which tournament did I do the best at? Whatever that one was, I'll say that was my best. That was my favorite format.
What? I mean,
I know which one I did not like, which was there was the one with 3 bans.
Okay.
In the first phase, right?
Yeah.
I thought that one was garbage.
We used to have 4 bans. Was 3 just a magic number? I mean, I guess some of it just depends on some meta things, right?
Look, maybe I'm just like a old conservative or whatever, but I think 2 bans into first phase oscillation, into ban, you flip it back, you oscillate again, into second phase. That one's maybe debatable. I'll consider some options.
You don't like the boom boom pick in the second phase? You don't like the, I don't know the numbers.
No, I think this current setup's fine.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just saying,
a big word like oscillating. And it got me
yeah, I'm just trying to confuse you. But what I'm really saying is, like, if you want to change something about the draft, I think the options are to change something in the second phase, or the picks going into that phase, or where you can skew stuff. I think the rest is, it's like pretty standard, you know.
Phoenix as the 4 position behind Dragon Knight. You talked about this last draft.
I mean, this is Abaddon coming in, right? This is 99% Abaddon right here. Fanatics.
Shadow Shaman, Abaddon.
It's gotta be, man.
Great duo. Abaddon, great against EK.
Yeah,
great against
they banned
Phoenix.
it last game too. So you know, it's one of the things you can tell that they think it's powerful, but there's that other one.
Okay. Why the Deucey here?
I think Fnatic felt that this hero was broken by the end of their SEA regional season. Like, they played Boom, they lost to them. It's Medusa, it felt pretty strong to them, and then they started picking it, then they started first phasing it. He's like Deuce Treant openers, whatever. Then they'll win every game with it. Now, okay, this hero's just broken. They upped the priority right. We come to this tournament, people start banning it first phase versus them. That's going to strengthen their confidence. All people don't have answers to this hero. I think they are just extremely confident in this Medusa. This is a hero you can pick early and build around because she is one of the few carries who gives you BKB piercing teamfight AoE, as well as being a ranged laner, which means she's pretty robust and harder to abuse than the melee carries. So there's a lot of upsides to this hero that make her a pretty robust early pick in a lot of games, as long as you're confident helping her play into the bad matchups.
Yeah.
And some of those matchups aren't even really in the meta. Like, I think Invoker and Nyx are up there as some of the ones that are, when they're strong, are pretty good. But
yeah.
I don't think we're going to see either of those heroes that much at all this tournament. I think they could come in, but we're just not seeing them. So when stuff like that is out, like PL is not super popular. There's a lot of stuff going for it. It's also a nice hero to pick up here with this Shaman as well. I think traditionally with Shaman lineups, you want heroes that can protect him in the fight.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of heroes we're never going to see, I mean, well, there you go.
I mean, it is good against Dusa.
It is.
It's good against Shaman as well, right? In some ways? Wait, no.
It's,
Shaman has a disable that doesn't do damage.
I think
it's really
most,
good against
most
Nyx.
people like Shaman versus Nyx.
Yeah, I think
You're
so
a ball
too.
hero, you're an objective grouper, you have insta-hex.
Yeah.
It's a pretty annoying matchup. The lane can be okay for Nyx, though, I think. You can just, like, mana burn him. Be pretty annoying with the high regen.
Sure.
But TSM is one of the teams that will play this hero, and there's Abba. I mean, I think that Abba was guaranteed. I mean, it was going to be that or Tree. They banned the Tree, which I can understand. And they're just worried about this group up sustain, but Abba does that 100% as well.
Do you think they intentionally left the Abaddon in?
It's just like you can't ban everything, and they probably felt the other heroes were just more powerful.
Okay.
The downside, though, is this Abaddon, like, not only is the in-game matchup super good in terms of helping his Shaman, the lane is really good with Dusa. It's a very strong synergy lane, and I think traditionally Abaddon destroys Nyx on the lane as well. So it's not really like a salvageable thing. It's kind of just this Abaddon's going to have a great lane. He has a great laning partner who's going to have a great game. He's going to be great in the team fight. He's going to enable your other heroes. It's like not much more you can ask from your support in that position. And just even more ball to throw on top. This is how you want to abuse the Shaman hero. You want your 5-man to be stronger. And then what happens is you use it to gain an advantage. Shaman uses this advantage to get faster items than the enemy in terms of him getting to a fast blink, which means he can abuse the map. Basically, at some point, Dota, there's some people who believe this philosophy. I won't name names.
Okay.
I won't say it's true either. But there's some philosophy that in Dota you have two choices. I'll name it. It is Eternal Envy, going back a long time.
Oh no, you're spoiling Eternal Envy strats.
But he had this idea you only have two choices on everything in Dota.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm not sure I ever really learned what it means. I hope he's listening to this cast right now. He's probably laughing.
Okay.
It's all on good terms. But one of the things is, like, in Dota, you can either team fight or you can play the map.
Okay.
There's like really broad categories. There's obviously a lot more detail, right? But basically, if Fnatic's saying you cannot 5v5 us, then TSM's option is to try and play the map with this Nyx and DK pickoff. And in theory, Shaman can, like, you can play that game back, you know? Maybe I'm going to pick you off with this last pick mid they get. And that was where I would really like to see Fnatic pick up a last pick killer mid. A spirit hero, something that can play with the Shaman pickoff, so you also have that option.
So from my perspective, Razor is not, I mean, that's still a team fight here. I feel like Fnatic are, I mean, it's a heavy focus on lanes. It's beating out the Tidehunter. It's really good against Dusa as well. But it's not backing down from team fights.
No, and TSM doesn't have to, right? It's not as if TSM, like Fnatic saying, oh, our 5-man ball's super strong, but that doesn't mean they'll win the 5-man.
Sure.
So, just something that TSM has to consider. You know, it's like last game. What happens when Fnatic goes in the Roche pit early? Do they want to contest it? Do they want to take that fight? This is your chance to build the draft to do that. But you can also just choose not to and play for other things. And I think this Razor pick, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Fnatic's last pick here, because this Razor can go mid, the DK can go mid. They can play either one carry. This DK can still go off lane. So they're basically showing no lanes here. And it makes this pick from first pick pretty tough.
Yeah. It also gives them what I felt was they were kind of lacking some serious damage.
Yeah, some scaling physical, a way to enter the fight as well.
Yeah.
Like, these heroes that can kill you during the BKB duration are very good versus Tidehunter, because you just go on him and then he can't ravage you. If he dies before your BKB's out, it's pretty sad.
What do you think about Naga Siren for FTX? TSM.
5 seconds remaining.
I think it's unlikely.
Okay.
I think they're a team that only will pick that hero when it's super clear.
Okay.
Naga game.
My slight problem here is that they have like small protectors of the egg, but they don't have like a guarantee from my perspective. And you also said one way is to be able to play the map, and like Illusion Heroes obviously do that in a special way.
I think this game is more about the Sunray and the damage fallout for Phoenix than the egg.
Okay, okay.
I don't think the egg is too like crazy for them into this Abaddon who can double dispel.
Yeah.
It can be pretty hit or miss. And like Fnatic still has an option to pick up another mid. I mean, Lina is like a classic for Armel. It's pretty farm heavy. I would like to see the more active Spirit side, but it's a question of like, again, this Razor can go mid. He might be worried about some of those matchups, but honestly, things like Ember I think are very good for the game. Like Ember Void, even though there's this Nyx, can't do everything.
Yeah.
But they still can go this just like Lina type route. Wind Ranger could be a possibility here. It's a C specialty right now.
Well, they've got 20 seconds to be able to figure that out. I don't know. Spirit Hero, I just worry about Nyx DK.
It's annoying. It's annoying for sure. I mean, that's the thing about Nyx though. Like Nyx doesn't want to make you pick 90% of the heroes in Dota. If you think about it.
Yeah.
You can't overthink. You have some tools to deal with him.
Oh, they're gonna do a little swerve here, and we're gonna see Tidehunter upped in priority, and he's gonna go mid.
Maybe not.
What, you think Beastmaster mid?
Could be like the Beastmaster. I mean, Quinn doesn't know what it is. That expression. He's like, what? It could be this old school, Ags mid Beastmaster, like Axis type build.
Could be.
It's
carry
still
Tidehunter.
viable. I had a guy do it to me in a pub, and he destroyed me. So
really,
I'm inclined to think it's still viable. But I mean, it's another hero that doesn't care about Nyx. Kind of hinders his game. You get even more attack speed aura for the egg. There's not a lot of like summon wave clear here.
Does Beastmaster do that well against Razor? Can't you max out Plasma Fields and deal with the boar decently well?
I mean, I don't think the lane's amazing. I think the in-game is really good for Beast.
Yeah.
The BKB piercing roar is super nice. The boar slow, like you're giving extra physical to this Dusa, and tied with the minus armor, you can melt the Razor in his BKB. Anything that makes that BKB duration hard for Razor to engage in the fight is gonna feel good. So I can see this Beast being good. It's just a question of like, where's Beast and Tide gonna go laning setup wise and make it work.
They go for the Lina.
They take it.
So is this going to be off lane DK? Yeah, and they're gonna do the safe lane Razor. We'll see which matchup is Tidehunter or Beastmaster.
I mean, it's gonna be tough for either. I think these are some heavy lane dominators.
It's gonna be a safe lane Tide. Hell yeah.
Interesting.
Beef boy.
I mean, mid-tide.
Or sorry, yeah, mid-tide.
Yeah, you were getting me hyped there. Now I'm starting to think, what's Thompson's Tide build? But
I was hoping
now I'm
we were
thinking,
gonna
what is
see-
Thompson's Tide build?
Yeah.
He's the one that comes to mind.
What is the Thompson Tide build?
I don't know. It's probably some wacky shit nowadays. Like Broach or something. Broach Anchor Smash. Does that even work?
I mean, I feel like your build can't be that different just because Aghanim Scepter is so good. Like, I could see a faster Aghanim Scepter. And
maybe.
get
I mean,
the Blink
there's going to be
secondary.
some physical damage build, right?
Yeah.
Like the phase. I don't know. What is it? Phase. There's no way you go phase drum.
I mean, if it was carry, I would say Echo Saber Tide.
I just know there's probably some physical mid-tide build. You end up with Deso.
Yeah.
Plus something else.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the something else is, but you could also go to Ags. Like, I think this is a good Ags game. You can play more utility. Like, I don't think they're going to lack damage. What they kind of lack is some gap close.
Yo,
that's their issue this game.
Imagine if they both go Axe. Tide and Beastmaster. And they're just gushing and axing and gushing and axing and gushing and axing.
I'm just going to keep letting you do that until the game starts.
And gushing and axing, and let's go into the game as we've got game 2, last game of the night of day 1 of the Stockholm Major. Fnatic versus TSM. 10-man smoke out. I feel like like nowadays, when you don't smoke at the start of the game, I'm just kind of like wondering, what are you doing?
This is usually how the meta goes. Some people start doing it, then you feel like you have to do it to deal with them doing it.
Yeah.
Now everybody's doing it. And at some point, it'll just disappear. It's the will of the game. Can't fight it. But I think the most important thing about this game is they last picked is Lina. It's TSM kind of identifying, though, where they want to take this game is abuse the range and abuse the fact that, all right, Fnatic's ball is super strong. They can go to objectives, but they don't have the jump to get on top of this Lina, to get on top of this Razor before he chooses to engage. So TSM can choose when to engage off the back of DK and Nyx.
Okay, yeah.
The issue is going to be there's an Abaddon save.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of team fighting counter initiation. So TSM has to be careful how they engage, how deep they go, and how much they commit. Because they can very easily get turned around on because their committal is a single target on a dude. Whereas Fnatic's is Stone Gaze, Ravage, Hawk Vision. There's an Abaddon save to enable this Shaman to get spells off. It's a lot of turnaround, a lot of objective taking.
Do they need to force fights, though? Because I feel like despite, like, oh, they're heroes traditionally, you look at them, they're like, oh, those kind of, like, mid-game heroes. Like, nowadays, Razor, Lina, like, those are big late-game hitters, and they're both very good in the matchup against Medusa. And she's matched up against Nyx Assassin, who's really tough to deal with as well. So,
yes, I think TSM is favored late game.
Yeah.
In the ultra late. I think Nyx Phoenix are just pretty hard to beat Nyx Phoenix in the very late game. Shaman's very powerful, but probably give it the edge to TSM. But it's a question of, like, how do they get there before... If you just give up too many objectives nowadays, the Roche gold just adds up too much, right?
Sure.
At some point, you have to fight the Roshans because they just drop, like, 10k net worth of items. Okay. You know, right? If Abaddon just gets a free axe this game, suddenly the team fight changes. We've seen that a lot.
Yeah.
So that's where, at some point, you have to take that fight. And so it's a question of TSM getting the best advantage they can when that moment hits. So it's as good an advantage as they can get. And already, we're seeing lane dodge.
Yeah. So they are trying to get to the lanes that they want to be able to get. So what? They want the Razor against the Medusa instead of beating out the Beastmaster?
Yeah.
Maybe that matchup's harder than I thought.
I can kind of the thing I think they're thinking about is, like, Nyx as a hero, you have to pair him wisely most of the time, or you're going to end up pulling waves. So who's laning with this Nyx that's going to create a strong lane? It's pretty much only Razor.
Yeah.
And then you don't want to put them versus the Beast, because you have, like, very little way to deal with level 3 and level 5 boars. So I can kind of understand this laning setup, but at the same time, I think Razor in the off lane, at least from one, he can struggle. It's not that easy to just run people down. Sometimes the lane's super deep. But they have decent equilibrium here, and Abaddon Medusa is not going to punish an offlaner super hard. It's good at securing Deuce's farm. It's not that amazing at just running down some offlane ranged hero, which is what Razor is.
Quinn tried to deny away the refill on the bottle from Armel, but...
And this is the lane that can go TSM's way really hard, I think. I mean, Quinn is one of the best Lina players in the world, and he's one of the best laners in the world. So this is ideally where he can thrive and get out some decent advantage. It's hard to do on mid nowadays. It really is. I mean, Tide has Kraken too. You can get all these water runes, but there's potential there.
Dubu wanting to stack and get the 3-minute bounty runes here. DJ's going to interrupt it as best he can. Doesn't actually get it away from him, though. Only has Ether Shock. Didn't want to level up Hex just to secure a bounty rune.
This is all solo XP for Beastmaster, though.
Yeah.
And he's already up to Helm. He's complete free farm. And this hero with free farm and free XP is almost always a monster. And if summons are just, they hit too early a power spike like this, it's hard to deal with.
But can they really stop him in the first place? Phoenix,
that's another
DK,
question.
you know.
Probably not that well.
Yeah.
It's kind of like weather the storm, I guess, but this is, I mean, again, this was like the last pick Beast, right? So they're trying to extract as much value out of this pick as they can. Make sure he has a really good game.
Quinn creeping up in CS now, and Armel is running out of regen as well. So we were beginning to see what you were talking about. Before it felt pretty even, but now Quinn's really beginning to take a lead.
Yeah, he's exploited this pretty well in the last few minutes. Gained significant net worth advantage and CS advantage.
And they made sure he didn't get a refill on the bottle.
Which is nice. It's pretty big.
Yeah.
And this is where if Dubu feels like he's not going to affect this Beastmaster matchup, which they might have been able to affect it a little bit early, but at this point, you're not doing anything to Helm of Iron Will and your cores of DK. The best things you can do is sway mid, and that's either rune control or stacking.
Yeah.
The other thing he can do is he can just pull and get levels, because Phoenix is also a hero that does not want to fall too far behind in the level department.
No, certainly not. I mean, just being level 2 for a super long time feels awful in my experience.
Pretty good link.
Yeah, long
nice
link.
Carapace.
Oh, Carapace off of the Mystic Snake. But there was still a lot of one charges on Raven, so they knew it would not be wise to go for a dive there. Oh, look at that. Dubu used the Icarus dive on the range hits from the troll. So he brought one of the projectiles into the creep wave.
Yeah, very, very nice.
Very smart.
Though, it's kind of a pull that Jabs is happy to farm, so.
True, yeah.
Not ideal for him.
Definitely not as cool as it could be. But I appreciate the attempt. Another long link on Raven.
I think it's going to be about how much Quinn gets done with his lead. Because I think this Beastmaster is going to become a problem pretty soon.
Yeah.
Like, maybe DK can stand here better than I think, but I don't feel like he can once he has the Dom in level 6. And this bottom lane is not... I don't think it's going to be really a pressure lane. Like, I don't think you can go to this Razor. I mean, you can in theory. I just don't know if they have the supports to do it. And if it's something they really want to do. So then it's a question of, can you play through this Lina lead you created it? He does have Catapult, but...
They're trying to set out. They've got the Ravage. DJ's going to be able to follow this up with the TP coming in from the Abat and Dubu. He can maybe slow this down a little bit, but the disables are going to last so long. Moonbander's here as well. Nice stun. Quinn's going to be able to get out. Gets a refill on the bottle, too, so that's really important. He can stay in lane now.
Yeah, and salved up.
And salved up.
So this is a good move by TSM. You want to play through this Lina, make sure she does not die there. Nice go attempt with this Ravage, but it's a hard gank.
Yeah, it would have been like a really sneaky pickup on a kill and a matchup that was obviously very favored to Lina. But unfortunately, doesn't work. Now Ravage is on cooldown, and that means the side lanes can be pressured even further. We're going to see just that. An early rotation from Bryle. He says, "Screw it. The lane has pushed into the Beastmaster, into his tower. I'm going to make a rotation and secure a tower of my own."
This is a nice move. I think this
bottom tower is under attack.
might be the best move they could have made in this early game. Dodging this beast, which was going to become annoying. Getting the first tower of the game on their own. Bryle getting the early level 6 as well. So he's using his solo XP to benefit his team, open up the map, and get the early exchange.
Dubu can slow down the push and get solo experience,
yeah,
too.
He's super happy about this. Like, even if he ends up dying up here, he's getting a lot. I would even be fire spiriting this out, to be honest. Like,
same, yeah.
Just slow it up, and unless they're thinking of defending it, which looks like Jabs is kind of in the enemy jungle. He's looking for the Dom creep.
What do you want at start? What's the best?
Probably skeletons in a lot of games, I think.
Yeah.
Because that tower taking acceleration is so good. But honestly, most creeps are okay. You know, it's just about getting the extra damage and the little spell that most creeps have.
Hawk is going to be able to spot out this two-man rotation coming in from Moonmeander and Quinn. They actually get a little bit close because he dropped a neutral item, so he went back for it.
They get everything. All the summons.
Yeah. They killed a
lot of
Dom creep.
gold.
100 gold, yeah. A lot of experience for Boars.
And that's slowing him down, because now he has to go get another Dom. So now he has to go back to his triangle, get another creep, walk all the way back up. Remember, this is a non-boots Beastmaster because you rush this.
Yeah.
He has not gotten to do a lot with a lot of the solo XP he got as compared to that single move from Brile, I feel like it opened up a lot.
And if they commit to the top lane push, TSM FTX is already set up for a second push now on the mid tower.
Exactly. This is good pressure. Do you want to come fight this? It doesn't feel that easy. There's this Ravage play again.
Yeah, they're ready to go with the Ravage at some point. Baden's shield is going to come up and TSM FTX say, okay, he threw some heroes here. I think Fnatic did a really good job, though. They defended with just enough heroes while still pressuring top lane. So it looks like Dubu, Centaur stun, and will get picked off. He got a lot of levels staying up here, but eventually he does get rooted out.
That's life. I think he's happy with the levels he got out of that, for how long this push was delayed.
Sure.
And how much it costs Fnatic as well. And again, every time TSM pushes and they force a reaction out of Fnatic, I think they're happy. Because they just want this early game to get stalled into that mid. Like, that's where their lineup will shine, as long as they don't get grouped up and balled on too early, which is not what's happening. I think they're kind of happy with those exchanges. Anytime they can force Shaman and Abaddon to have to respond somewhere, it's not that great for them. And we're seeing DJ, he's kind of far behind on levels. The upside is he gave all that solo XP to Beast, but Beast honestly didn't get a huge amount done with it yet, which he still can. It's not like the end of the world or anything. But the downside is it starves DJ's levels a lot. And that's the downside of this Beast Shaman combo. Both heroes want a lot of early XP.
Yeah.
But they both can't get it. So TSM has a little bit of opening. They're going for Beast again.
They are. They're going to be able to catch him. Jabs is dead. They might even be able to kill his whole army here. LSA isn't actually up. Brown's going to go ahead and decrease the damage a little bit. And yeah, they'll clean it all up. Whew.
I mean, that's 2 times he's lost his whole army. So it's like 400 or 500 gold to Quinn. A ton of XP for this Nyx. Great use of the first Vendetta. They knew exactly where he wants to play and where he has to be. And again, that's your solo XP Beastmaster going down twice now. Not the game flow Fnatic was hoping for out of this later pick.
Oh, certainly not. Tomato threatening Armel, says, get the hell out of my lane. Armel.
He has another plasma field.
Should he have TP'd? Oh, he's going to TP now. Fortunately, oh, with the Tumbler's toy, he actually got close to stopping that TP. Whereas without it, it seemed like it was impossible.
That item's so good.
It really is.
It's like
Bots
good on
in.
any support.
DJ gonna be slowed down. It instantly throws out the egg. Very awkward. A very forced play from TSM FTX. They're not gonna be able to finish up the tower just yet. A glyph is gonna be used. They have the Dragonite though, who can poke at it.
He has Blink.
He does have Blink.
I wish they probably had the egg, but
Mel's here in the front lines. He's got an Abaddon behind him. It's not a hero that they really want to focus too much on, so they just get the tower. Oh, he's true. No, couldn't stop him. Couldn't deny it either.
That's a big rune. Like, Lena loves these haste runes.
Oh yeah, and that's it. They're immediately gonna smoke up with that haste rune bottled on Armel. They're gonna go. Ooh, look at that! A sneaky little Roshan play, huh?
Dire's top tower
This is nice. This is nice. This is the power of that Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, with the minus armor of Armel, plus
Gets
the fact that he
scanned,
can
though.
tank. Uh-oh. Scanned up. TSM FTX, they say, we know about this Roshan attempt.
This is a mirror from
We've
last
done
game?
this. We've done this before. We're gonna catch you in the action. Nice two-man set. Oh,
dead.
What? He didn't get off the ultimate. He got popped. Roshan will die, and they pick up the Aegis, but they gotta get out of here, or maybe not. Armel is actually using the haste rune to try and chase after these heroes, especially with the Stone Gaze being used. But as that fades away, they give up on it. Oh, Primal Roar doesn't manage to kill the Nyx assassin, but he has suicided into TSM FTX for that kill.
That is not worth it for Jabs here. His game is rough. Like, this is not the game flow he ideally wants at this point in time, and it's not like he's super far behind, but it just feels clunky for him.
Yeah.
The upside is this Dusa Beastmaster is pretty strong in terms of just, like, you get this Helm of the Overlord. It's such a good buff for Medusa. You're basically always useful.
Yep.
Especially on top of Inner Beast. So it's not like this Beast has to have crazy game flow for them to hit their condition, but it's not ideal. And it's going to give TSM a window in this next 10 minutes where maybe they don't have the best heroes for dealing with those summons on paper. They don't have like a Tide or Kunker's lane, but if you're ahead in net worth, you just throw all your spells on summons. And you have the items to back up the fight. It's good enough.
I mean, if they did not have 3 like anti-Medusa heroes on TSM FTX, I would be really excited for Fnatic's lineup, right? Because they're going to have Aghanim Scepter, Gush. So AoE Gush, AoE minus armor. They've got Beastmaster increasing Medusa's attack speed. They've got an Abaddon to be able to make sure she never stays disabled for long. And they've got another disabler in DJ. So I feel like they set up Dusa for a really sick game, but it's going to be hard against heroes like Razor and Lina that actually beat out the Dusa. We just watched DJ die from a smoke gank of TSM FTX.
Dusa can play into these matchups with like some end build of Swift Blink Scotty type deal.
Okay.
You just jump on them with, you know, you just Stone Gaze jump, run on them. You're so fast. People just get melted.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, but I tend to agree. I feel like the way this game is going, TSM's got to feel pretty happy with it. Like, Quinn's just been untouched. He almost has BKB, and Moon's gotten levels on this Nyx. He's honestly annoying, because this Beast Shaman would like to play the map, but they're kind of getting pushed in and outmaneuvered a little bit in terms of the vision.
Moon Meander's like, fine, you see me, but I'm gonna make sure that you don't get the bounty on the ward. Denies it with his Vendetta hit. Yule Scepter being built by him. They have BKB on the Razor now, so very good timing for all of them. Bryle is going to make sure he keeps scaling, so he's going to go for the Fireball pretty soon. The Shard. This could be...
Fnatic looking for this Razor, but he's home.
I mean, if they had been there, and I just don't see them being able to instant hex Tomato. He's got the BKB. They're trying to force it out. Oh, nice. They pump fake the Ravage, but at the same time, Armel's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Fortunately, the Primal Roar is going to be able to stall out this Razor, and surrounded by the wards, he's actually in trouble with the Stone Gaze coming in from behind. Raven with beautiful positioning ensures 2 kills and maybe a third as Dubu looks to be able to Icarus dive his way out of danger and will be fine. Raven's like, there it is. My job is done. Really great move by him. He TPs out and keeps farm.
It's just Arbel baiting that fight out. He has Aegis anyway.
Yeah,
so
that's
what
true.
does he care if he goes down? Because he knows it's just a BKB overextension by Tomato.
Yep.
There's no way around it. Even if Tide goes down there, you're going to die on the back end anyway because there's no turnaround. Like, you can egg, but you're getting ravaged. Someone's getting shackled, you know. That's the power of the Beast Prick versus Razor. You roar him near the end of that duration. It's going to set up the turnaround fight. Tomato has to be a bit careful about it. Or have his other cores with him, right? Maybe if Quinn's there with full resources and a BKB, they can just commit into the fight. But
do you think it's Tomato could have died if he didn't pop his BKB? Like, if they did Ravage and Shadow Shaman catches up to him?
I mean, there's definitely a world, but I think it's pretty hard. Like,
pretty low risk, yeah.
I think you just played a bit more patient there. I mean, he also probably maybe thought he can just kill this guy. But again, it's the Aegis bait.
He's like, wait a minute. This guy's tanky as hell.
Or slowed him with the Lizard.
Very nice. And Lizard is going to get ganked, though.
Laguna.
Trying to deny into neutrals. 250 gold. Aegis expires. Ravage down for 45 seconds. I feel like this is time for TSM FTX. They can make a move if they want to, but if they lose Dubu at the very start, that's probably not going to feel great. Maybe they can get the silence on him, but no. Tomato makes sure that they don't pursue. Mass TPs, though. They just showed a couple of heroes, so they want to make a move top.
They have a Hawk on him.
They have a Hawk on Bryle and Moon Meander. They're going to be able to... Oh, missed the ward trap. Can't quite go for the Shackles. Oh, he actually sidesteps the stun, and that Shackles was just good enough. Slows him down. The board catches up, and Bryle's then slowed down to a crawl. Really, honestly, very heads up.
This is what they want to be doing with the Shaman pickoff, because he rushed Blink.
Yeah.
And like really rushed it. Brown Boots Blink. So the combination with this Beast, I was thinking Spirit Hero to help him pick off. Beast is kind of like that through this the reroll, right?
Dyer's
He's
top
a
tower
very
is
map-oriented
under attack.
pickoff hero, can control the vision, control the pickoffs, let this shaman choose where and when he wants to jump. And this is the way to abuse it if TSM wants to split up this map. Meanwhile, your Dusa and your Tide get fat.
Illusion.
And Dusa is getting fat. Not fat enough to beat out CCNC, or excuse me, Quinn. Who is
CCNC. This man's living in the past.
Throwback name right there.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Quinn is still the highest net worth, highest level.
Yeah.
He's just farming.
You gotta set up for this one. The tier 2 is already low, though. And tried to go for the deny, but the damage came in a bit too quick for Tomato.
This is Helm of the Overlord and that Ag's Tide timing. This is where the ball from Fnatic becomes pretty strong for TSM to just head ram into.
Yeah. And they're still going to feel very strong in like 5 minutes when Raven has completed a Scotty. So definitely feels like this next 10 minutes is super spooky for TSM FTX.
This is where you have to shove the lanes in it and try and force a constant map state where Fnatic feels like they have to send heroes back, or you're evening out the trades. Like, you just want to punish the group. You don't want to be too defensive or too passive on the map, because then you just allow Fnatic to get the waves and get map control, and they can group up without getting punished.
Yeah,
that's the key. So like what Quinn's doing now is perfect.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This is where I think that the Shard is such a massive upgrade to this Dragonite, right?
Radiant's bottom tower
Because normally,
is under attack.
like, they have another hero that pushes in waves, super low risk.
Dyer's middle tower
And then Lita's boots are traveling everywhere, you know?
It's nice. It's definitely nice. It just helps the hero play the map, whereas before it's kind of slow.
Tower is under attack.
So in these types of games, it helps him give like an alternate way to build up his hero. And of course, I mean, the spell, it's a decent spell.
Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
They do backdoor the mid-tier 1 tower with Serpent Wards and the Helm of the Overlord creep. So Force Staff next for DJ. He's not going to go for, he's not going to try and grab a shard. He's not going to try and go for an Ether Lens.
There's the smoke on the back of that DK ult.
Yeah, it's just as the Scotty's picked up on the Dusa, though.
They're also going into this vision. DJ might be able to see it and pop out. Just on the edge. They know Beast is up here. They should, based on the aura.
Yeah.
DJ blinks out.
They almost catch. Ryle blinks forward, but doesn't actually catch the Beastmaster fast enough. Helm of the Overlord creep is going to die again. Goodbye.
Dyer's top tower
Minor
is
victory.
under attack.
Minor victory. Fnatic.
Oh, what is that?
What?
Januel blocked. He was standing on the Ancient.
They're gonna smoke anyway, man. No one's farming.
What? Dude, Jabs definitely wanted a creep there. Jabs is mad. He's big mad.
Yeah, he looks kind of mad right now. I thought they were gonna smoke. They called Armelda TP up here.
Yeah. Well, they don't have the Helm of the Overlord creep, so what's the point?
Oh, they called it off?
Yeah, they were like, no golem, guys, no golem.
There's only a small Hellbear in this camp. He's so sad.
Where?
He went. Jabs went to this other neutral camp, and there was only a small Hellbear. Someone killed the big one. Now he's going back to the Ancients.
Oh, you know what? Talk about Dusa buffs. They don't want the golem, though the aura is a buff. It's a nice one. They want the Thunder Hind Lizard, man. They want the Frenzy ability.
There it is, on demand.
On demand, 75 attack speed.
It's good. He had it earlier, too.
Yeah.
So, this is one of the better creeps you can get for most of the high damage range carries. The buff's just crazy good.
Yeah.
Even the slam's not too bad.
Radiant
it's a decent slope, like on paper. I mean, obviously, it's mostly BKB heroes, but...
You all of a sudden just giving Dusa an extra 120. Oh, Tomato actually popping the BKB as soon as Armel blinks in. But once again, it's just a bit of a bait. They're going to be able to get the Primal Roar. Moonbander's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to be able to save this guy. Tomato just dies like that. The same time, so does DJ. gets kind of beat down by Roshan in the plasma field. Ravage on 4. Beautiful timing there from Armel. They didn't know they had the detection there. Quinn does manage to get off his BKB, and they don't have anything else to be able to respond. They're all into the pit, trying to pick up the Aegis as quick as possible, and he does manage to grab it just before the disables come in. A second life for Quinn. Can he actually win this fight, though? It's not looking great. TSM FTX being chased away. Spike Carapace does stall things, and he managed to get one more stun in. He's out of mana. Does have one, pops his Manta, Razor's back into play. They do manage to get a stun onto DJ as he hops in. Quinn slowed down. Armel trying to catch up to him. The anchor smash isn't quite good enough. Maybe a gush. He's got it up in a second. Oh, it's not enough either. Quinal survives. Dubu keeps him alive through all of it. And Brya looking for a little bit more. Dives in, chases after Raven. No buybacks available. Tomato's gonna catch up with the double damage. Gifted from Gaben himself to TSM FTX.
Praise the
to
Lord.
ensure that they do finish out this fight for a full wipe.
And the Abaddon again at the back of that. That was a dieback for Shaman. Was a buyback on this Razor, but that's well worth it. Fight looked like it was going to be a disaster after Razor goes down for basically nothing in exchange.
Yeah.
I mean, DJ's life, but you're happy to trade that, which means they get to keep this Ravage up. But TSM, it was a crazy good egg from Dubu on the backside there that stalled out that fight long enough for them to reset. It even allowed Moon on this Nyx to get another round of spells off, which were super big. He used himself on like 20 HP and got another Carapace stun, which allows this fight to go on for this much longer. I mean, honestly, this Phoenix, Dubu was doing mad work in that fight.
Yeah.
Like, they do not really have a direct egg killer, right? It is more indirect, especially for the early game. These late game fights, it's pretty hard.
DJ setting up, trying to get the chain stun, but with the heals coming in and now a TP coming out from Quinn, they're going to be able to at least get DJ in return. Moonmeander actually pops the Vendetta and will not die to the wards either. Armel is actually somewhere stuck inside the trees. TSM FTX didn't know quite where. They'll kill the Helm of the Overlord creep again, and Armel stealthily escapes through the side lane trees. He is going to get found. Moonmeander spots him. He says, I can break him. I can stun him. Follow it up. Chain the stuns. Keep Armel down now. The Ravage is coming up, but he opts not to even try and use it as TSM FTX run down Fnatic for a lane. Both tier 1 and maybe tier 2. They're also moving to the other side of the map trying to catch Raven, but Raven wisely is already backed up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Remember, there is no break for this Nyx anymore. It was removed.
That's right.
You got tricked by Gaben.
Yeah,
but
classic.
Quinn did go Silver Edge. And this is really nice this game, because he can Silver Edge in with the Nyx.
Yeah.
And you hit him as the Nyx goes on the Tide, right?
Yep,
And so it's making this Tides game, it's annoying. Because they have some poke with Gush, but like, who's poking with it? There's kind of nothing.
Yeah.
And again, that goes back to the ball is strong from Fnatic, but I feel like TSM can choose how and when they want to engage. And if they do it on the right target, and they just BKB, that's the power of their lineup with the outrange. It's kind of annoying for Fnatic to fight at that point. We see the fight goes long, they kind of run out of damage.
They get a Scotty complete for Raven, but Quinn is going to have his own Scotty in just a minute here.
Yeah, he's having a great game.
Shiva's as well for Tomato now, so they've got the double slows.
This game is getting to be an uphill battle for Fnatic.
How do they? I mean, is it as simple as just hitting a big Ravage with like everybody going in?
I mean, that doesn't hurt, you know?
Sure.
I mean, honestly, I feel like they need at least something else on this Medusa to up the damage a little bit. But the fights are really just about how much this Shaman can get done.
Yeah.
They use just so much of their control and damage over the long duration of the fight that this Abaddon, this Dusa, this Tide, they're all there to kind of protect the Shaman. To make sure he can have a good team fight. If DJ can go in and find good targets, be able to get the long duration shackles, bait some jumps and get shielded, that's how they can bait TSM to diving onto them and then turn the fight around with Stone Gaze, prolonging the fight into the Ravage afterwards. It's probably your best bet. It's all about this Shaman. Let him find the jump. Let him start. Let him bait some stuff up, and then turn it around.
Smoke, it's gonna break immediately. TSM, oh, they're actually gonna go back in with BKB pop from jabs. Doesn't get hit. Oh, found the Lina. That's a really, really big kill. Quinn's gonna go down. Smoke gank successful, even if it wasn't the original outcome. They still find what they were looking for.
That is just ob sentry mid that Quinn was not expecting.
Yeah.
Catches him out. Maybe lucky, maybe skill. That's Dota 2, but they were planning these traps for the Shadowblade Lina, so it's just good heads-up play by Fnatic, and this is what you want to do versus these Shadowblade heroes. Play the sentry ops traps. Never know when they're going to pay off. That's a big way to pay it off.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures
Finding all their
are
tier 3
fortified.
items while they're about to finish off this tier 2 mid. Even taking the tier 1 bottom tower as well. DJ using the Serpent Wards for that. TSM sees some stuff used, but I don't think they feel comfortable making any plays until Quinn's back up. He's so much of their net worth.
You definitely don't fight without Lina at this point. Also, his Razor went Shivas over the refresher.
Yeah.
I think probably he felt like he was just dying in the roar for the Stone Gaze anyway. Like he just didn't have enough armor to survive the physical burst coming out. I think it's kind of a cool itemization this game. He also has Lina and Dragon Knight, who are also going to scale. So it's not like he has to itemize purely for damage. I think if TSM can survive the initial round of spells, the fight's pretty favorable for them. Like again, Nyx Phoenix are going to scale like beast too.
Yeah.
They see Moon on a sentry here potentially. Not their fight.
Now have Heaven's Halberd, so on top of the hero matchups, we also have some itemization like the Shivas you were talking about, but now Heaven's Halberd. That's going to slow down the Deuce's damage. Yep. But you get the right initiation. It doesn't matter. Smoke up. They're trying to go for jabs. This time they do get the Dragon Tail before jabs can pop the BKB because it's on cooldown right now. Yules is going to be able to stall him up after the Aphotic Shield. They get him. They get the Black Dragon for another 250.
This is the point in games where Abaddon feels kind of bad, you know?
Yeah.
Like his saves are not doing a lot just because TSM has so much ability to commit into the fight anyway. But he could have some clutch saves.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Quinn's just
Dire's middle tower
he's a
is under
beast.
attack.
Like if he just gets to hit people for the fight, it's gonna be hard to beat him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Also, this breathe fire. He did take the talent.
I think this is one of the interactions.
yeah.
It's not super obvious, but this is one of the interactions that makes this offlane DK really good in the meta right now because versus all these high base damage carries, he just destroys them.
Yeah.
See DJ get picked off here.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Great
attack.
combination of Boots of Travel hero that can easily kill anything that the Nyx Assassin finds.
Yep. I mean, Moon, he's on his way to Axe. He's scaling this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, I
Hero's
wasn't
still a menace.
I saw him building into the Aghanim Scepter out the quick buy, and I was like, I don't know if you're gonna get that before the game is decided one way or another. But he really is. He's got a lot of farm.
I mean, I'm sure if he wins before he gets it, he won't be too sad.
They also got the gem away from Fnatic. I don't know when that happened.
That was in the fight where Quinn lived with the Sunray. The Tide was chasing him. Tide had the gem that fight.
Oh, really?
So it's been a while they've had it.
Oof.
That's a big loss because you kind of need this to maintain map control versus the Nyx at this point in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Less chance of Moon getting caught by a Ward Sentry combination or getting spotted by the Hawk with a Sentry on top of it. It's a pretty massive trade over.
He can play pretty confident right now too, I think, because yeah, they can ravage him, but he can buyback, and they'll probably win the fight if they choose to ravage him. The other option is you can go in with a Shaman, but then you're giving this DK a potential.
Yeah.
So he can play decently aggressive on the map. I don't think you go crazy, you know. You're not like running into the triangle, but he's pretty tanky, and if he can give some frontline vision, set up the fight for his team, it's honestly not bad at this point.
Fnatic smoked up, but they didn't really go anywhere with it. That smoke wears out. They're trying to set up for Roshan right now. They're going to go a Force Staff on Raven into the pit.
Sneaky.
Very sneaky. With the Serpent Wards, they decimate this Roshan super quickly.
TSM knows they're going to be here in time. This could be another Aegis snatch.
It could be, but they have to be able to commit. Bryle needs to be able to get in there. The Boar slowing things down. He does what he can to try and slow down the damage, but ultimately Fnatic have already taken it. They get a Refresher Shard for Armel. That might be the dream. I know a lot of times here you really want the Aghanim Scepter, but double Ravage for these next engagements could be super big.
Kind of seems better. Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, Ags is... It's hard to turn down. The thing is, I don't think they have that good of Ags targets this game. Like, the Shaman one is a lot of damage. And this Dusa one is always nice, but I don't know if it's as game-changing as if he gets the double Ravage, I might turn the game around.
Sure, yeah. Especially with TSM having the net worth advantage, but Fnatic might have the advantage for this next fight with the Refresher Shard, Aegis Cheese ready to go. Dusa is going to be really tough to bring down twice. That's a lot of effective HP.
There's Ags on Moon.
He is setting up right now. See if they can fight around this one. Fnatic backing away from the area, but want to be able to poke at Bryle as much as possible. Bryle, though, super tanky. The Heaven's Halberd, they've actually burned away the mana of Raven already. So this mana burn, Nyx Assassin, Aghanim Scepter, they have to make a clean initiation. I don't think they can really last too long against this Burrow.
No, we also see this is one of those games where both teams kind of want to drag the fight into them. Like they want to bait the jump and the overextension, and it makes it way easier for the Tide to get the counter Ravages, and it makes it way easier to fight around the egg in this Burrow Nyx. It's kind of like a game of chicken. Who's gonna blink first, and do they have the strength to commit on?
They see a lot of heroes. The Lincolns protects Tomato from the initiation of DJ. Raven with his Silver Edge. Being pretty aggressive here. He really wants TSM FTX to go on him. With all these extra lives that he has.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Bryle, somewhat similar story here with 4,000 HP. He's got the 20% evasion, a disarm, BKB.
Is under attack.
These side lane towers are taking a bit of damage. This top tower is actually going to go below half health here. So a sneaky push from Fnatic. Mainly TSM FTX scrambling.
Raven's like, I know how to play this game.
Yeah.
Didn't work out for me earlier, but feeling pretty good with Aegis right now.
The Burrow's set up now. And Raven's like, nope. Nope. We're not fighting into that one. They took the tier 3. It was a nice move. Forced a response from TSM FTX. Honestly, like a small little nice victory for them.
It's a decent force back. Slowly gaining some net worth advantage back with this Aegis timer. I think it's pretty hard for them to just force a fight. Like the Nyx Vision, who's always going to be invis. They did get another gem back, which helps. And Moon, he's trying to set something up, but it's that Abaddon Nyx matchup.
In fact, he got the Psychic Headband too on Nyx Assassin.
Definitely nice.
Yeah. The increased range on your mana burn while you're burrowed. Very, very effective.
Biggest thing is this Lina, level 25.
Yeah.
Which means even more attack range. He has a full AC. He also got this Witchbane. There's one item you wish you had versus Medusa.
Damn.
That's also going to help. The thing is, I think his mana just gets drained like instantly anyway.
Yeah.
It might just be overkill. But honestly, it's decent here. Especially just because Lina is such a fast attack speed hero. Like, this mana burn will actually add up. There's also a possibility he can just mana burn this Tide. And it's kind of unexpected.
Yeah.
And we're talking about these double Ravages and everything, but like, you Ravage, you Gush, if you get mana burned a little,
yeah,
you might not have it.
He's losing like 650 mana per mana burn.
Yeah, it's a lot.
That's bonkers.
These 2 mana burns, it's really gonna screw with Fnatic in the fights if they don't get the jump first, right? If they get the jump first, it's very simple.
Yeah. Actually, what? He's losing more than that. It's 5.5. So he's losing well over 700 mana per mana burn. 3 mana burns, and he's just totally out 100%. And you could see that problem because Fnatic were not able to utilize the Aegis to be able to go high ground. TSM FTX, knowing the Aegis has expired, they're going to group up here. I'm not sure if they've got a smoke or anything.
They were dodging this Fnatic smoke. They did use DK form. They don't have any smokes. I actually don't know. Did they use them earlier? I don't think so.
Not sure.
They should have some left. I mean, they don't necessarily need them, but...
Yeah, that way you got Nyx Assassin Gem running around.
I mean, again, they're still scaling with a tri-core here with Phoenix and Nyx behind them. It's going to take really good jumps from Fnatic to win these, like, ultra late game fights. Maybe there's some potential with the 6-slotted Dusa. Like, you get a Swift Blink, maybe some Divine Action. That's where some of these matchups start to get skewed a bit.
Yeah.
Then it's like, does TSM actually have enough damage to just lay into him if he's going on you and hitting you first? That's the type of fight I think is the best for Fnatic here. But they have to be on the same page, and it has to be very assertive and fast. Can't, like, you know, go in and shackle some dude and start thinking about what's going to happen. It's got to be like, fight with the Beastmaster vision. You see people, boom, boom, go, Ravage, Deuces in. You're committing.
Yep. Is under attack.
So he's going to go with that Swift Blink. Next item. So he's following your suggestions. They're getting more items to try and help out this Dusa from the sidelines. They've got the AC. Where's the Solar Crest, man? Is that item just really that bad? I feel like that's one of like the quintessential help out your Dusa carry the game items.
It's been replaced by Vlad's, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like still an okay item, but it feels a little underwhelming for the cost right now, I think.
Okay.
Also, just like the way the fights pan out, I think having some of these stronger auras like AC Vlads tend to just be more value than like the single target amp. A lot of these games feel like it's very multi-core oriented in terms of where the damage output's coming from. So when you get these AC or Vlad's armor auras that are skewing the entire damage output of a fight, it just seems higher value than like soloring one dude. Now, you know, imagine your TSM. Who do you solar? Lina?
Yeah.
You have DK Razor too, so like, you know, just get Nora for all of them.
Yeah.
Ryle, he's looking.
I would say though, I mean, I don't know Fnatic's other 2 cores. I don't think they really do any damage. I feel like they just set up this lineup all just to buff up the Dusa.
Well, that is their damage though, right? Like their damage is through the Medusa.
Yeah.
So these Ravages and Gushes are gonna amp the Dusa's damage, let her hit you.
Yeah.
And the Beast is all about the auras and, you know, this roar on the Razor if you can land a good one.
They're going to need to stop him. He's got the 25 talent. He went for the attack speed instead of the links. Because I guess he only needs to link Dusa, so...
They're high ground again.
Oh, yeah. They're outmaneuvering TSM FTX a little bit and beginning to poke away at this top lane. They're not going to be able to get a lane of barracks or even the melee here, so that'll start healing back up. But it wasn't a bad idea. I mean, it's free in some ways.
They were trying to catch this Razor on the back and bottom too, but he's a hard hero to catch. He's just super fast, and I mean, TSM, they're going to communicate this, you know. He's not going to linger too far. You have to be really preemptive with that type of thing.
Yeah.
But this is... It's more time that Fnatic is kind of drawing this game out and evening it up. Full Shiva's on this Tidehunter now. Still has that shard. There's a lot of power still in just... They get the good jump. They will tear some of these TSM heroes apart.
I'll be creeping while you are sleeping.
I hate the new Tidehunter 25.
Radiant are scanning.
Not a fan, huh?
Like they took away the damage and gave him damage based off of proc chance. Like, come on.
Yeah, you gotta get that Moon Shard Mask of Madness build going.
Like what? I assume you go Ravage Stun just because the other one sounds so bad.
Yeah. I mean, with this build, there's no way you're taking Anchor Smash proc. DD.
Catch him with the impale. Get a little burn. He did blink in for that one. Try and slow down Armel, but can't quite do it. Black Dragon, Shiva's, Scotty. They have so many slows on TSM FTX. Ugh.
Yep. It's also a lot of damage reduction. Between the, this fire breath, all these, and those slows adding up.
Yeah.
Like if they get him all in this Dusa, he doesn't get this build.
Oh, this is one of those situations. They're going to force him to fight around the burrow. They're going to go for a fast DK kill, and it looks like they should be able to get it too. They've already taken some damage from Armel, but TSM FTX doesn't feel comfortable committing. The buyback on the DK, though, and with the wards being cleared out, with no Ravage being available, well, they do have the Shard still.
No BKB on Lina. It's maybe the biggest thing here, and they still have another Ravage off this Shard.
So if they get the right kind of initiation, do they have a smoke or anything? I feel like this is one of those times where if you can wrap around.
They have all the Hawk vision in the world, right?
That's true, yeah.
Just a matter of choosing when to. Raven's trying to get some mana off the creeps. And they're going to go here. This needs to be a fight where TSM's ready to pop BKBs and take it with the egg.
Quinn trying to back out egg, immediately popped. Tomato gets his BKB off, but it's a little bit late, and the Roshan is immediately grabbed all up by Fnatic. The egg managed to snap up on Armel. They break him here, but they're trying to back away. Mood Meander, beautiful three-man stun is going to ensure Quincy gets up to the high ground. DJ's going to pursue Hex and out. Quinn decides to fight it. Man fighting up against Jabs as Nyx Assassin was the target for the rest of the team. They do manage to get that kill onto Jabs and get the rest of the heroes out. Maybe a slowdown from the Gush. Chivas, but the buyback from Moon Meander says he wants to keep fighting. He's going to be able to hit the impale first. Follow up from Quinn.
Didn't break him,
bit
though.
of time, not broken, but the slows continue to reign. Unfortunately, the Force Staff, DJ, prioritized that item second. And you could see why. That extra defensive play gets some of his cores into a good position.
Massive fight for Fnatic, though. That's that DK dieback. He did not get his BKB off. You have to be expecting this Ravage to come in. So either you're fast enough or you preemptively egg to try and cancel the blink or something.
Yeah.
But it has to be one of those. The DK just dies without getting anything off. And then Fnatic, they get everything out of that Roshan. Refresher Shard went to this this Beastmaster who used it to insta-refresh and blink out of the pit to live.
Damn.
Kind of cool. I don't know if it's the highest value I've seen, but he also got the Ags off that, which went to somebody. I believe, to the Abaddon. So there's that Abaddon Axe kicking in.
Yeah.
And that is a lot of effective net worth. And they, on top of that, Aegis as well. So all three going Fnatic's way. Pretty much the dream fight. A core buyback, dies again. Triple items, you get this Ags on the Abba. Now your team fight's looking pretty strong here.
Yeah, it is.
This is why people like Medusa. This hero is just so powerful.
Yeah, even with so many answers on the enemy team, they've just built around this Dusa enough. Right execution. They can still pull this out. They've got a nice 6,000 net worth lead. They've got all the items from Roshan to work with. Let's see if they can actually take an objective this time around. Because last time they did that cheeky tier 3 tower push and stuff, but
they really like that cheeky tower push, huh?
They do, yeah.
It's a good move.
Yeah.
Remember, though, this fight was a fight that TSM was giving to them because they know there's going to be Hawk vision on that pit that Moon can't deal with.
Yeah.
So that's like the dream scenario for Fnatic, that they get to just Ravage kill DK twice. And that's not going to be the case as easily always, because if they want to be the aggressors, it likely means they're fighting into TSM's vision instead of the other way around.
Yeah, like they have it now. The Hawk is spotting out some of these heroes. Januel kind of stuck in the wrong area. They use the Force Staff. They're going to throw out the Ravage.
Three-man
They're all
Ravage.
landing on Quinn right now. But at the same time, the egg has gone out. The heals are going in. Quinn trying to survive, but no, cut down by the Dusa. At the same time, Tomato in prime position to start saving away some of the damage from Raven. Gets what he can, 125 of it. Dusa still has plenty more to go. And Armel is actually beating his goddamn head in. There goes the Razor. And now the Nyx Assassin dead as well. 3 heroes with no buyback. And Fnatic still have the Aegis, still have the cheese, and they can go for the end of the game.
What a ravage by Armel. Just the vision working out for them there off the bait. And we see that power of the ravage with that Stone Gaze blink follow-up. Like, once you're stuck in there, it's just so hard to take that fight for TSM. Honestly, I don't know, Armel, he could have taken this anchor smash, Brock. He was doing some right clicks.
He was just sitting there beating on the Razor the entire time. They're going to catch this Dragonite, and they don't know it. Razor just got buyback now, but I think that DK pickoff signals like, guys, I don't think they have buybacks.
You go throne here because Lina, she does not have buy.
Yeah.
And you should be hitting this until she buys. You still have Aegis.
600 gold is what he needed to be able to have a buyback, but instead, Fnatic are going to look to be able to close out the game at a 2 versus 5, 2 versus 6 with the Aegis, and there's just no way. TSM FTX, once again, the pump fake from Armel. He has been playing Tomato this entire game with those pump fake ravages, forcing out BKBs at wrong times, and that is it. Fnatic close it out. They make the comeback against TSM FTX to get the 2-0. Look at that beautiful smile.
Definitely a very nice comeback play from them. That is how some of these first phase Medusa games are going to go. You're going to have to be able to play certain games like that don't go your way in the early game. Yeah. You make the comeback with the hero can play for that late game swift blink timing. It feels like forever ago we talked about that, but that is, again, the way he can counteract some of these Lina Razor matchups, because then he can play off the jumps that they have with the Tide Ravages coming in, with the Beastmaster vision. That's how their lineup synchronizes and gets to that level.
Yeah, you were totally right. I didn't have faith that this Dusa can actually carry it out against some of these heroes. I thought Razor, Lina would just be such a tough matchup, but you outlined exactly how that could happen. Fnatic played it very, very well in that regard, and Armel, some sick top-tier initiations, both when he uses Ravage and when he didn't use Ravage.
I mean, Armel's a pretty good player. I don't think Tide's one of his Siggies, but, you know.
Yeah.
He makes an argument.
He does. He certainly does. Great play all around by him. We want to be able to sing some more Fnatic praises, but we got to hit up that break so we can get to the post-game interview. So we'll be right back.
Like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad. Ain't nothing to it, just sit on back. Sit on back, sit on back. Ain't nothing to it, cause it's a woman's world. Woman's world. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. Little bit of lady, whole lot of boss. Money comes easy cause she calling all the shots. Got it from her mama, beauty in the brains. Hustle like a champion, like she in the game. Like she in the game, like she in the game. Ain't nothing to it cause it's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's all hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's all hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world.
Fnatic bouncing back from a rough series against Team Spirit, where they lost both games to be able to now 2-0 TSM FTX, and giving a nice bright point to day one for them.
SCA's looking pretty good.
Yeah, they are. Boom,
NA,
looking great.
NA.
Fnatic, yeah, NA.
Not looking hot. I mean, hard to fault TSM. I think honestly, going 1-3 today is not the worst. In this last series, it was shaky for them, but I feel like most of their points in this last series were like the team fight synergy and execution, which is these guys have never played with all 5 of these guys before. So it's like hard to fault them. But Fnatic,
Bryle not playing mid, but playing off lane. Quinn playing with a team that's not his.
I think you're right. Like I think Fnatic were starting to gain some momentum off this. Like, figuring out going back to some of the roots with this Medusa Shaman. Which I was kind of wondering, like, where's the Shaman for them? So I think it's really good. But I also think it's a hero you have to... Teams are going to have to play this hero over the course of the tournament and figure out how to build on it. Because I think China was very ahead with the Shaman hero. And I don't think any of these other regions are close to their understanding of how to use this hero and the player's execution with it. I think SCA is probably second in terms of playing this hero. Like, DJ is obviously super comfortable in the hero.
Very
so then
good.
it's a question of...
Super good.
Can Fnatic build around the Shaman as the tournament progresses? Make it a threat.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go ahead and take a look at where is everybody at after day one. There's TSM FTX on the right-hand side there. 1-3. Fortunately, both for them, Mind Games and Team Liquid have both not been able to experience a win yet. Mind Games obviously forfeiting their matches in hopes that they'll be able to get rest of their players here in time tomorrow.
Should have asked me to stand in. I would have played. Dust off the old keyboard.
Would you?
You could have played Cap. You're high MMR.
Ish. In comparison to pro players, I'm nothing. I'm an insect speck of dust.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. Thunder Awaken. Woo! 4-0. I knew they took down Team Liquid, which is super hype. Who else did they take down? Oh my God. Hell yeah, Thunder Awaken. I know
Watch
people.
It be the Mind Games Def win.
Oh yeah, it was. Damn. Well, still, I mean, they 2-0 Team Liquid, so hell of a start.
Honestly, I would not sleep on those guys. I heard people talking about screaming them and stuff and saying they're not just some joke team, whatever. I think it's a lot of these SA teams. There's usually one SA team at any of these random lands. It's like in good form.
Yeah.
And you have to take them seriously.
Yep.
I don't think it means they're gonna like win the whole tournament, But it's like the Thunder Predator at Singapore and even the No Ping at Animajor. These SA teams they're real teams, they're real threats. You have to take them seriously. And every time you don't, you get punished.
I've been saying it. Bekazes is a goddamn beast. I think he's the best carry player coming out of
in
SA
the world
easily.
Oh.
Out of North and South America.
Ooh, that's a bold claim, my friend. When you have NA carry legends such as Artur Babayev.
You mean 04 Artur?
And Mei Sao. And
Gotta be some other ones. Eternal Envy.
Yawar? No.
Yawar is not a legend. He's a god. So I don't consider him in that list, you know.
Yeah, you don't notice any of his former teammates are just gods.
I mean, I did trash talk Mojo earlier, so that's got to count for something.
That's true. That's true. But Mojo's really easy to trash talk because
he is.
He talks himself up so much.
Yeah, he's cocky.
Yeah, he's real cocky. So you got to bring him down somehow. Hopefully, we're going to be able to get an interview with Fnatic sometime soon, as we would love to be able to talk to them about that series, especially since we didn't get to ask them, obviously, about the Team Spirit series. And I'm sure there was a little bit of a wake-up call there. Do you feel like there was, besides the opponent, obviously, from Fnatic's own play, do you think there was a difference from Series 1 and 2?
Trying to think back to those
I didn't
Spirit games. They're so long ago.
I felt like there was moves where Fnatic kind of threw the game a bit when they had some control, and I didn't feel like they did that in this series as much. Like they went for the high ground push, but they didn't overcommit.
I honestly think they were playing better in the Spirit series.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
tougher opponent.
I mean, I also think some of it's like the more Dota you play in a day, you're just gonna play worse because you just get tired. Like think of we're pretty tired, you know. Casting games, they're playing them all, so it's rough. I think they played pretty well in that Spirit series. I think Spirit's just they were in really good form. And I think this series, it felt very clunky.
Yeah.
But when they needed to pull it out, they knew what they wanted to do, and I think that's this team's strength. Like they understand their lineups.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of getting to the point where they can do what they know they want to be able to do with them. That's kind of the tricky part for them.
All right, we've got the man, the myth, the legend, the man with the most glorious set of hair in Dota 2 right now. I believe we've got Januel, who's going to be joining us for a post-game interview. Are you there, sir? Ah, look at that lovely smile. Hello. Congratulations on this victory against TSM FTX. That did feel really good after the Spirit loss, right?
Yeah, it feels really good winning one series for this day because we're actually super tired.
Yeah.
We just came by this morning, so yeah.
How many hours have you been awake right now?
I'm not actually sure because I kind of sleep in a bit in plane.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought you were going to say in the game. You know, take a little snoozer every minute. You die. I'll be back in a minute, boys.
How many hours has it been since you had a full night's sleep? How about that?
Oh, I actually don't remember.
You're so jet lagged.
Like years already.
Yeah. Well, honestly, incredible performance given that you guys had to go through everything like that. Can you actually tell some of the viewers what leading up to you guys getting to this major, like what has your day been like the last today and yesterday?
We were actually scared that we might lose the visa because the visa just came like the last minute, and then we need to prepare instantly everything. We actually were late in the first plane, and then they just let us in.
Oh, that's
nice.
That is super great that you guys were able to squeeze in, because otherwise it would have been sad to see some of those tough losses. So facing up against Team Spirit, I want to talk about that series first, if we can. What was that like? I mean, you guys were jet lagged. You're facing up against the TI champs right away. That had to be quite the challenge in front of you, right?
Being jet lagged, I think it's not that much a reason.
Okay.
I think they still play better.
Yeah.
We know our mistake. We could have played better for sure.
Can you give us some examples of what some of the mistakes were from the first series?
I think like not going into them that time.
Sure. Yeah.
Like going to the jungle.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay. Fair enough. And then you are able to take a small break and you play up against TSM FTX. Were you guys more confident in this matchup?
I think so. After that series, we felt better because we know we're here. Like, we're not gonna lose this. We're gonna prepare more.
All right, game one, you guys, I feel like pretty one-sided. Do you have anything to ask about game one? Because I feel like that was pretty easy all around for you guys.
I was gonna kind of ask. I mean, you guys obviously haven't gotten to scrim too much, but you played like a CIS team in Spirit, and then you got to play this NA team. Do you feel like you are gonna have an easier time versus certain regions at this tournament? Like that your playstyle is gonna be good against, or maybe another playstyle you think you guys are really good at playing against? How you prefer to play?
I feel like our playstyle, I mean, enemy playstyle doesn't really matter to us. It's just how we execute the game, how we execute the plan, and make no mistake. Because there's actually some teams also like play like us, so we might need to do better to outplay them.
And how confident are you guys in the meta you're bringing here? Because I think SEA as a whole, but particularly you guys are really on this, you know, early Medusa, early TA, early Shadow Shaman, Treant, Abaddon type support duos. I think this is something that SEA is playing a lot more than other regions consistently. Are you guys like super confident that this is like, you're going to stick to the guns until someone breaks it? Or, because you guys were playing some other stuff today too. So I'm kind of curious if you felt like you had to adapt faster, or you guys just play everything anyway?
I think we just have the plan to like play on our own style first, and then we just adapt after whatever happens, even win or lose.
Sounds good.
All right, fair enough. And looking forward, do you know who your matchup is tomorrow?
No.
I was really hoping you would, because I don't actually know. But looking forward to tomorrow then. How are you guys going to prepare for tomorrow? Like, are you guys going to look at any of the other teams that are not in your group? And like look at who's doing well over there? Yeah.
We're going to look into them also. But for now, I think we just need some rest.
Yeah,
and
fair enough.
We need to prepare more.
Okay, you face up against Liquid tomorrow. So
it's Liquid.
Yeah. That's a tough opponent. What do you think about them?
I think they're really strong, but we just need to play our own game.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you so much. I know it's been a hell of a day for you. Incredible finish, though. And you know, congratulations. Go get some rest.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. And it's like something like going to these lands and having to play up against these tough teams and all that, like, that's already enough of a challenge. But having like these other mental hurdles or physical hurdles even of just like sleep deprivation, stress that comes with it, like, and also like making sure you don't get into your own head about like, oh, we have to do this is so unfair and that sort of thing.
I mean, I've been there. It's incredibly tough. And I think one of the toughest things is it's very easy to make excuses.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes they're valid. I mean, obviously, their excuses are valid, right?
Yeah,
I'm not saying that it will not negatively affect their gameplay. But it's very easy to get kind of stuck in that. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, day one, we were jet lagged. And oh, day two, we were like, we had bad momentum from day one because we were jet lagged. And like, oh, we were behind on the meta because we got here late and couldn't scrim. And like, and then all of a sudden, this tournament becomes super affected by what happened at the start instead of you just focusing on what you want to do next and going there. And I think if that's their mindset, then they should be good, because this format is not insanely punishing, right?
Yeah,
that's the benefit. Like, it was a struggle for a lot of people to get here. China couldn't even get here. The upside is that less people are going to get eliminated. It's more forgiving. So if your day one's rough, you know, whatever. Put it behind you. You know, we talked about earlier, Team Spirit, day one at TI was one of the roughest I've seen. So it's not about how you start. It's about how you finish.
Yeah.
And it's about the trajectory you're on.
And Fnatic finished day one strong, being able to bounce back. They say, you know what, Jaglag wasn't even the reason we lost against Team Spirit. They just played better, and we're going to do better moving forward. So big congrats to them for finishing off day one with a nice 2-0. We're going to see them nice and well-rested tomorrow against Team Liquid, and we'll be back with a lot more Dota action tomorrow for the Stockholm Major.
hurry up and get this started.
Let's go!
Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell, you were here at the request of Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
I intend to push your limits. Show me what you're made of.
Nice.
Having any fun yet?
Feel astray.